Nights are meant to be restful. I've not been so lucky. I've been having the same dream for a while now. Every night, in fact. It maddens me. It seems to begin almost as soon as I turn off the lights. I'm in the dark, and all I hear are whispers urging me on, as one phrase is repeated over and over again. Finish it. Finish it. Finish it. And then I have flashes of images across the darkness I can just barely remember. A lightning scar, a time turner, a pair of leather pants. These things flash briefly across the darkness, appearing fleetingly just out of reach. These dreams have tormented me for weeks, but I think I know what they mean. I know what must be done. And unfortunately, I'm the only one who can do it. So this has been a long time coming, hasn't it? Like, well over a year by this point. But that doesn't matter. We're back, we're here, and we're gonna do this. Welcome, everyone. If you're new here, you may not know this, but for the past few years, I've been obsessed with the fanfiction writing career of the famed young adult novelist Cassandra Clare. If you're unfamiliar with who Cassandra Clare is, she is a very successful YA and I believe now just plain normal adult writer who has a huge following, a huge fan base. Her Mortal Instruments series, which you maybe have heard of, was adapted into a TV show, for example. There was like a very unsuccessful movie adaptation as well. Just, she's a big deal. But before any of that mainstream success came her way, she was a big name in the Harry Potter fandom. Like, she was like the queen bee of Harry Potter fanfiction specifically. Her most popular work in the fandom was known as the Draco Trilogy, which was a multi-story series of novel-length fanfictions which focused mainly on Draco Malfoy, as I'm sure you can imagine. In these books, as I tend to call them, she began to introduce new lore and character wrinkles that weren't in the original Harry Potter series. These stories were heavily influential on fandom interpretations of these characters in the long run, and so it's kind of interesting to go back and look at these partially because of the fact that she's so successful now, along with the fact that she was so influential at the time as well. It wasn't like she just kind of wrote stuff and had like a few dozen fans. She was a big, big deal. Each of these fanfictions is like really frickin' long. The first book in the series, Draco Dormiens, is about 204 pages. The second one is close to 1,000. And the final book in the trilogy, the one which we are going to be talking about today, clocks in at nearly 1,700 pages. It is an obscenely long and meandering book, and it also took her the longest to finish it. The final installment of the Draco Trilogy took about 4 years to finish. Contrast that with, say, the second book, which took about a year to finish. Anyhow, today I am going to attempt to break down the final story, and I'm going to attempt to recap it for you all, because despite how hellish the experience of reading it is, I feel like I have to. I've recapped the first 2 books already. I can't leave this unfinished. Before we begin, though, I want to affirm that even though I am discussing Harry Potter here, I don't condone the actions or words of J.K. Rowling. She is a TERF. She's a bigot. She, about a year ago, donated a bunch of money to an anti-trans lawsuit in Scotland. If you support J.K. Rowling, you and I are not friends. End of story. And before any of you bigoted whiners get pissy about me saying this, I should remind you that I can delete your comments. So, like, don't even bother. I see them whenever you try and bitch about free speech or how closed-minded people are, and I just want you to know no one cares what you have to say. Please fuck off. In addition to this, I'm also going to be donating the proceeds from my next YouTube payout after this video is released to a trans charity. Initially, it was going to be either Trans Scotland or Mermaids, as they are both UK-based charities, but with the rise in anti-trans legislation and hate in the country since the election of Donald Trump, I might be looking into doing something a bit more home-focused. I might donate to a charity that's here in the US instead. At time of recording, I haven't quite worked out what that will be. Hopefully by the time I start editing this, I will have decided. I've decided I'll be donating the money to Trans Lifeline. They're a small grassroots organization that offers a hotline to trans people who may be at risk, as well as financial support to trans folk who need it. They do extremely important work, and if you can donate, I'd really encourage you to do so. Now, with all of that out of the way, let me recap the last 2 books in this trilogy just to make sure everyone is up to speed. And I hope you're ready to pay attention because this is a lot. Initially, I was going to write up a synopsis of the first book, but honestly, with a project this big, I'm happy to cut corners wherever I can, so I've basically just copied the synopsis of the first book that I gave you all at the start of the second Draco Trilogy video, because the story is so long, guys. I had to cut corners somewhere. So this series begins 2 years after Book 4 ended, but it was published before Book 5 was released. And as such, this is kind of an alternate timeline where Sirius Black is cleared of all charges and he has adopted Harry. All is well there. We open in the first book in a potions class where Snape is teaching them about Polyjuice Potion, and he pairs off the students and allows them to experience the potion by changing into their partners. He pairs up Draco and Harry for the lols, I guess, but for some reason the potion doesn't wear off when it does for everyone else. Harry, who everyone thinks is Draco at this point, ends up getting sent back home to recover because he and Draco get into a giant fist fight, and he starts talking weird because he's saying that he's Harry Potter and everyone thinks he's Draco. Draco, looking like Harry, ends up going with Hermione to Malfoy Manor to try and rescue him. And in this story we learned that Draco had a super abusive childhood, and Lucius has been abusing him and his wife Narcissa, who's a good guy actually in this. We also learned that Lucius has something called an epicyclical charm, which is connected to Draco. It's essentially a piece of his soul, and if he destroys the charm, Draco will die. There is a lot of running around and a lot of kissing. There's a love triangle between Draco, Harry, and Hermione, which is really messy because they look like one another. Long story short, Voldemort ends up kidnapping Sirius in an attempt to lure Harry to the manor, not knowing that Harry's already there. Draco helps them defeat Voldemort. Lucius is sent to St. Mungo's, and Sirius, who in this I want to stress is not Narcissa Black's cousin, ends up getting engaged to her. At the end of the story, we learn that Harry and Draco are both a very special kind of wizard called a Magid. Magids can do wandless magic, can do super powerful spells, can resist dark curses, and so on. Voldemort is also a Magid, and that's why he tried to kill Harry. Magids are rare, and he knew that Harry would be a real threat to him. And also Draco has a super powerful demon sword that's going to be important in the second book. In the second Draco book, we begin at the Magid school that was introduced at the start of the last story, where Draco and Harry are spending the summer to learn how to control their powers. But we don't stay there for long because Salazar Slytherin, now raised from the dead, attempts to take over the world whilst trying to use Draco as part of his evil plan to regain his full power. Hermione ends up getting dosed with a love potion, which forces her to fall in love with Draco, which causes a lot of distress between her, Draco, and Harry. Lucius Malfoy, who, as I said, was in St. Mungo's, appears to kill himself in some satanic ritual, but at the end of the book it's revealed that he faked it. They also end up making a second epicyclical charm at one point, so now Draco's got 2 of them tied to his immortal soul. We also end up learning that Harry, Hermione, Ginny, and Draco are all descendants from one of the Hogwarts heirs and have been destined to defeat Slytherin. And we also learn that Ron, where is he? There he is, my sweet, sweet red-headed boy. We learn that he is something called a diviner or a seer, which is a wizard who has the ability to see the future, although he doesn't really use it very much in this second book. Are there any other important details from this second book that I should mention? Yes, actually. Ginny, over here, ends up receiving a time churner, which she seems to still have at the end of the story. She uses it to time travel alongside Hermione and Ron to meet the Hogwarts founders as part of their plan to defeat Salazar, and she's just kind of having fun with it. Anyhow, Salazar is defeated, and it ends at a big party at Malfoy Manor where Sirius is now living with Narcissa. At this party, Draco ends up meeting a mysterious distant cousin of his named Rhysand Malfoy, who is, it's supposed to be this picture over here. I may end up replacing this picture because it doesn't show up very well on camera. It's a piece of fan art someone did. I feel bad that I'm going to have to replace it because it is admittedly a gorgeous piece of art. Anyhow, Rhysand is this like hot, pale-skinned, black-haired lady who gives him a letter which reveals that Lucius is still alive and, it seems, still has plans for his son. There's some other bits and pieces that come up later, but I'll mention them when they come up because otherwise I'm just going to overwhelm you guys. So the title of this final story is Draco Veritas, which I forgot to look into the Latin translation of what that is, but I think Veritas means like truth or something like that, so Draco Truth is the name of this book. Very deep. The cover for this one, at least the one that is in the PDF that I used, is probably my favorite of all of these. I can't imagine what this would look like if this book were a physical copy. It's a bit too wide to fit onto a normal book cover, but the actual imagery is alright. It's just a collection of several of the characters within the story, kind of just posing sexily, and also Selene from the X-Men is there too. No, I'm kidding. That's just Rhysand. There are some alternative hypothetical covers I found online for this as well, but this is the image that's part of the PDF of the fic, as I said. I think personally of all the hypothetical fan covers out there, I'm partial to this one in particular that's just of Draco and Harry walking in the snow, but I digress. Let's get this shit show started, y'all. We open up, like in the first book, in a potions class. It is now everyone's final year at Hogwarts, and Snape is being just as horrible as always. He is bullying his students as usual, and he tries to trip up Harry with a difficult question, but Draco telepathically tells him the answer. "Ah, the Imperceptus potion," Harry said. "It makes the drinker invisible." Snape looked disappointed. "And the ingredients?" he snapped. Mugwort, Draco thought. Crushed dragon bone, powdered asp's blood. What's an asp? Whatever. Tansy, peppermint. Mugwort, said Harry. Crushed dragon bone, powdered asp's blood, tansy, peppermint, and a pair of my very own boxer shorts, the one with the little snitches on them, Draco added. And a pair of, Harry began and choked. His face went red and then white as he succumbed to a prolonged coughing fit. Hermione gazed at him in alarm. Draco looked innocently at his quill, twirling it with his fingers. "Yes, Potter." Snape's eyebrows had shot up to his hairline. "A pair of what?" Harry was still coughing. "Beetles?" he suggested weakly. If you thought that seemed obnoxiously juvenile, I regret to inform you it is not the only joke in this that is like that. Hermione, for her part, passes a note to Draco which says something like, "Just stop helping him telepathically, it's cheating." Because Hermione is also here, which is a good description of her in the series on the whole. She doesn't always do much, sometimes she does. Mostly she's just kind of there. I'm pretty sure I made the same joke in the last video. As the chapter progresses, we get some more updates on everyone's lives. Harry and Hermione are still dating, for example, though they are dealing with some relationship issues, which we'll get into later. And, is there anything else? Oh, yes. Draco is dating Blazabini. Now, this character, was introduced in the very first Harry Potter book, but was only given a name. And the name didn't really tell anyone anything about, like, their ethnicity or their race or even their gender, so there was a lot of speculation about who this character was, and a lot of people just imagined that she was, like, a super hot girl, because I don't know why, they just did. Suffice to say, when the 6th book was released and it was revealed that their hot, white-skinned girl was actually just, like, a black guy, a lot of people got kind of racist and shitty about it. It's not great. I just realized as I was editing this that the way I phrased this makes it sound like I'm equating whiteness with beauty, which is not my intention. Sorry about that. I went back and forth on how I was going to, like, present this character, but ultimately I decided that it is kind of plot relevant that Blazabini is a girl and looks the way she does, so I opted to use this piece of fan art for her, which is supposed to be of her. In this, she has red hair and is a hot white girl. So, yeah, just bear with me. I decided it made the most sense to stick to what the text was saying. She laid 2 fingers on his sleeve and smiled up at Draco, her beautiful face lighting up. Her eyes were huge and gray-green. "Aren't you clever?" Draco smiled at her and sat back in his chair. He was vaguely conscious, without actually looking at her, that Hermione had shot him a disgusted look. He was used to this. Anyways, potions class is continuing, and I guess Snape's entire lesson plan for today was just to, like, show people a bunch of bottles and just to ask them what's in them, which seems like a bad lesson to me, but whatever. I'm not the greatest potion master of the age or whatever. He ends up showing them something called the Soperer's Potion, which makes you remember recent dreams you have. He ends up asking Draco to act as the guinea pig for this potion, And Draco gets up, goes to the front of the class, downs the potion in one, and finally something happens. Draco was about to turn to the potion's master and announce that nothing was happening when he noticed that the back wall of the classroom seemed to be curling in on itself and rushing towards him like a wave. Blackness hit him and he fell into it as if he were drowning. The reason it is so long, well, there's a lot of reasons why it's so long, but one of the reasons is that it is needlessly wordy, and there are so many descriptions that are needlessly in-depth about things that just do not fucking matter. He looked around and he saw that he was in a cylindrical stone room with ancient narrow windows, as if he stood at the top of a tower. A long oak plank table ran across one wall. It was lined with bottles and silver phials, studded with what looked like costly gems. There were other items scattered there: a key made of bones, a hand of glory, a wicked-looking dagger. A tapestry covered one of the walls. It depicted a circle, quartered by a cross, and in each quarter of the cross was a symbol Draco could not decipher. None of this actually matters, with the possible exception of the mention of a dagger. There's a figure standing in this room, and that figure is Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, who everyone thinks is dead at the moment, but Draco knows is alive. And with Lucius is Voldemort. And Voldemort's all like, "Have you been in contact with the boy?" And it's not entirely clear what they're planning, but it becomes very clear that whatever it is, it's probably something to do with Draco. And at that point, Draco snaps back to reality, back in the potions dungeon. He's shaken, but he tells Snape that he actually didn't see anything because he didn't want to share that weird and kind of disorienting experience with anyone. And then I guess class is over. This is a really shitty class. Like, this is why Dumbledore is just like one of the worst headmasters Hogwarts ever had. I'm sorry. Worst hiring practices ever. Just completely incompetent teachers. By the way, this is probably a good time to mention that I'm beginning to develop a Draco Veritas drinking game. One of the rules, and there will be more, is that you take a drink every time Draco has a weird dream. Now, personally, I don't drink alcohol, so I've made a mocktail instead. This one is called Felix Felicis, because I gotta be honest, I'm gonna need all the luck I can get. It is made of cider, lemon juice, cinnamon simple syrup, and soda water, and it tastes... Oh, interesting. There's a lot of like overlapping flavors, but not in a bad way. Like I get like a hit of the cider and a little bit of the lemon juice and then a lot of like the cinnamon towards the end. It's good. It's after potions now, and we get another update on how these characters' lives have changed since we last saw them. Ron, for his part, is supposedly seeing a long-distance girlfriend. Yay! I mean, Cassandra Clare is going to forget that she exists in about 200 pages, but still, yay! I'm happy for him regardless of that, though. Ron always gets the short end of the stick in this series, and as such, I approve of him getting a little bit of happiness. What can I say? Ron unrolled the paper and examined it with a grin. He's gotten a letter from his girlfriend. "Monique just can't get enough of me." "Oh, you're just stringing her along," said Ginny with a smile, reaching past Ron to get at the pumpkin juice. "You're not serious about her." "There are some aspects of this relationship I'm very serious about," Ron said gravely. "And she's got quite a wonder bra supporting those aspects," said Hermione with a sideways evil grin. I can't imagine Hermione ever commenting on the size of another woman's chest. I just can't, at least not in such a, like, blasé, casual, and honestly, like, weirdly kind of crude way. And I'm not, like, super uppity. I'm crude as fuck, but it just seems wrong to hear Hermione say something like this. I hate everything about how Cassandra Clare writes these characters. I really do. In this scene, which is in the Great Hall, by the way, we learn that Lupin is back, teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts, and also Charlie is now on staff. He is teaching care of magical creatures, because I guess Hagrid's no longer teaching it. Also, to my understanding, no one ever played Charlie in the movies, so I just kind of Googled, and this guy came up. I think he's from, like, the Outlander TV series. He's just, like, a fan cast for the part. I just thought that, like, it was a good fit. You know, I just mentioned Hagrid, and it occurs to me now, I don't think he's ever even mentioned in this fanfiction. I wonder why. Maybe Cassie just didn't care for him very much. Anyways, after this frankly pointless scene in the Great Hall, it is time for Quidditch practice. Harry, who has become captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, is just getting ready to start practice when all of a sudden the Slytherin Quidditch team comes up, and who is the captain of that team? Draco. They argue over whose turn it is to use the pitch, and Harry's like, "I got it first," and Draco's like, nuh-uh, and Harry's like, yeah-huh, and Draco's like, nuh-uh, and then Harry punches him. Hermione closed her book and sighed, bored and irritated. Oh, for goodness sake, she thought, not this again. Honestly, big mood. These two are constantly fighting, and it is so tedious. We cut to later that night, where Draco is in the goddamn hospital wing with a black eye, and Harry and Hermione, where is she? Over there, are also there. At least I think they're in the hospital wing. They didn't explicitly say where the scene was taking place. Anyways, Hermione's like dabbing at Harry's face because she's also got a black eye, and she's just like, you guys need to stop fighting when you pretend to argue. And Harry's like, Draco's supposed to pull his punches and he doesn't. It's not my fault. And it turns out, and this was kind of alluded to at the end of the last book, that they are so worried that the fact that their friends being common knowledge is going to cause such a problem for everyone that they've just decided to pretend that they still hate each other just so that, like, their respective friend groups don't get weirded out, even though they are soon to be stepbrothers and live in the same house. So presumably people at least know that they're spending more time together. I don't know, it's weird. That, incidentally, is why they had a fight over Quidditch. They planned that just to keep the ruse going, so to speak. I don't think you can see, but I had to take off my leather pants because it's really hot in this room, and I have more jock itch than I already want. To be clear, that was a joke. Harry heads off for bed, and Hermione briefly stops him, being like, aren't you forgetting something? And she, like, leans her head up, waiting for him to kiss her. And Harry's like, oh, yeah, right. And he turns and he grabs his firebolt because he left it in the room. And Hermione's like, God damn it. And this is where we get the conflict I mentioned earlier, which is going to be driving a good chunk of this story. You know how I said that Hermione and Harry are having relationship issues right now? Well, specifically, ever since the year started, he's gotten, like, more and more withdrawn and less communicative with her, and it's driving her nuts. And so she starts complaining to Draco, who I guess is still in the hospital wing. But you're not imagining things, Draco finished for her. I don't think I am, she said. You're not, he said quietly. How do you know, she asked. I think I would know if he stopped, said simply. He's always loved you. It would be a reversal of everything he is. He leaned forward then and touched her cheek with his fingertips. You know as well as anyone what he's been through, he said. Just try to talk to him. He sighed and dropped his hand. Forget it. It's not in my nature to give advice to the lovelorn. Ask someone with a more successful romantic life. That's my suggestion. You've got a girlfriend, Hermione pointed out. Right. Draco sat back, his mouth twisting into something that might have been a smile, or not. So I do. Anyways, later Ginny and Hermione are talking about her boyfriend troubles, and Ginny ends up suggesting that maybe Hermione could dress more provocatively, like in hopes that it'll catch Harry's attention. This is some, like, Sweet Valley High levels of dumb teen drama. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous and boring as well, which is probably its biggest crime. We're also reminded during this conversation that Ginny does still have feelings for Draco, which we should keep in mind for the future. Elsewhere, Draco is busy brooding about his daddy issues in the Slytherin common room, until another student comes up to him, it's not like a character, it's just some random Slytherin, and gives him an envelope. Inside the envelope is a map, with some area on the school grounds circled, with some writing next to it which says, "Meet me here tonight," written beside it. And Draco's just like, welp, guess I gotta go. We cut away from that conversation to the Gryffindor common room, where Hermione finally has an argument with Harry over how he's treating her, and he's all like, nobody understands me! And he runs out of the common room and into the Forbidden Forest filled with angst. How am I immortal of you, Harry? Speaking of the Forbidden Forest, that's where Draco is going to meet this mysterious person. He ends up coming to some random ancient ruin of a wall near the edge of the forest. A girl fell out of the tree and landed on top of him. They rolled sideways down a slight incline into a snowbank. When they came to a stop, he found that she was half lying on top of him, her knees almost pinning his arms to his sides, her familiar gray eyes sparkling with amusement. It's Rhys-en Malfoy. She's here to flirt with her cousin, and to give him yet another envelope, which this time contains a letter, presumably from his father. Rhys-en wanders off, and Draco turns to walk away, and ends up stumbling into Harry. They get to talking, they're both feeling kind of bummed out, and Draco's like, you know what? Screw it, we're going into Hogsmeade. And we're not just going into Hogsmeade, we're going into Hogsmeade to get drunk. And Harry's like, I mean, fine, I'll go with you, but the Three Broomsticks doesn't serve alcoholic beverages. And Draco's all like, "Oh, trust me, Potter. I know where we can go to get drunk." They get to talking on the way to the village, and Harry's all like, Hermione hates me now. And as he's saying this, he's fidgeting with this bracelet he's wearing. If I'm remembering correctly, some mysterious sort of figure gave it to him at the end of the last book and made some great allusions to how important it was going to be. The book is every once in a while going to remind you of it, usually by the time that you've forgotten that it's even there. They enter the 3 broomsticks, and then Draco goes up to some portrait on the wall, and he says a password to the woman who is sitting in the portrait, and it swings open, revealing a hidden passage. And they go inside to a bar, like a proper bar, in fact. But not just any kind of bar whatsoever. As Harry's eyes adjusted to the dimness, he realized 2 things. 1, that the bar was, aside from the bartender and a few waitresses, inhabited solely by wizards. There was not a witch to be seen. 2, that the girl behind the bar was not wearing a shimmering silver top after all. In fact, she was not wearing any top. She was clothed solely in her long, glimmering hair, and "Welcome to the Sleazy Weasel," said Draco, indicating the bar with a sweep of his arm. Draco has taken Harry to a goddamn magic strip club. And for some reason, I don't remember that happening in any of the books or movies. Draco orders them drinks from the topless waitress, and he exchanges some, cute little quippy flirtations with her. And then the waitress says something like, "Oh, clever you. You remembered to come before the show this time." And Harry's all like, "Wait, what?" Because he somehow hasn't clocked that this is a strip club yet, which, to be fair, is pretty in character for Harry. He's pretty dumb, all things considered. 4 drinks later, the show still has not started, and they're just bitching about girls. Straight guys are so boring, I swear. "Don't you and Blaze ever fight?" Draco snorted. "Not exactly." "What does that mean?" Draco shook his head. "I don't want to talk about her." "But she's your girlfriend." Draco was unable to restrain a shudder. "Don't remind me." Harry looked at him with his mouth open. "Don't you like her?" "Nobody likes Blaze," said Draco with finality. "Why not?" "Ha!" Draco sat back, his eyes sparking. "Where to start?" "Get me a present. Take me to Hogsmeade. Buy me that bracelet. Make love to me right here on the floor. No, not like that. Like this. Stop wasting time and get your trousers off." Well, I'm glad he's got an active sex life. It's the least he deserves, I suppose. And then Harry asks him, "Well, if you don't like her that much, why don't you just date Ginny instead?" Harry says that he kind of got the impression there was some kind of bond between the two. They seem to have chemistry, but Draco brushes him off. And then Draco just tells Harry that he's been ignoring Hermione and that she has noticed. And Harry's all like, "No, I'm not." And Draco's like, "Yes, you have. I can tell. I know you well enough to know that something's on your mind." And Harry explains himself why he's been so distant and brooding. He has got Voldemort on the brain. He knows he's going to have to face him eventually. "I think about it all the time, Malfoy, about confronting him. My chance for vengeance this time. My chance to free my parents. I dream about killing him. I wake up with bruises on my hands, and I know I've been hitting the wall with my fists while I sleep. I've been angry before, but I've never known hatred like this. And how can I be around Hermione when I feel like that? If she knew how I really was, how full of poison and hate, she thinks I'm above those things, better than that, and I wish I was, but I'm not." Oh, I forgot to mention, in the last book, Draco died and, briefly saw the afterlife and found out that Harry's parents haven't been able to move on because they haven't been avenged yet. Just remember that for later. There's a lot to keep track of, okay? I know I keep springing these things on you, but just go with it. Otherwise, we're going to be here all day. This is when Harry ends up getting so drunk that he collapses to the floor. Drink responsibly, y'all. Malfoy drags him back to the castle where they meet with Ginny and Hermione. Ginny and Draco end up bickering, and I'm not going to recap it because I can't be asked to care. And somewhere else in the castle, 2 people are making love and exchanging sweet nothings. And those 2 people are Ron and some mystery girl. "Nobody can know about this," she said urgently. "About us. Yeah, I know that too." His lips found her throat. "I don't like the lying, though. It's just for now," she said, her voice a little hoarse. Her resolve had begun to weaken, and she found herself leaning into his kisses. When he stopped, she made a disappointed noise and looked back down at him beseechingly. His blue eyes laughed up at hers. "Thought we had to get back," he said. "Well," she whispered, "maybe not quite yet." And she let him pull her down into his arms. End of chapter 1. Ooh, what's all this about? We know Ron is seeing a girl long distance, but obviously that can't be that girl. I also want to mention that this chapter was approximately 55 pages long, which means it was more than 25% of the length of the very first Draco Trilogy book. Not a ton has happened, and it's not going to get better for a while. Chapter 2 is next, and is titled New Skin for the Old Ceremony. It's the next day, and instead of reading that letter from his father that Rhysand gave him, Draco just ends up burning it. Elsewhere, Hermione and Harry talk, and it doesn't end up up going anywhere. Actually, there's a lot of scenes in this that can just be summarized with these two characters talk and it doesn't go anywhere. That's what this entire book is, actually. So I guess this is the end of the video. You know what happens in it. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. No, I'm kidding. I'm gonna keep going. Despite their fighting, Harry does apologize to her for going to a strip club, and he is forgiven. Harry cast aside the pillow he had been holding with a gesture of despair. I don't know how I ended up at the Sleazy Weasel. It just happened, and I'll make it up to you. I'll buy you and Ginny copies of the Play Witch swimsuit calendar. I heard Charlie was February, said Hermione, intrigued. You know, I was almost in a sexy calendar once. It was for a charity thing. Didn't end up doing it because of just like weird logistical reasons. Ginny, for her part, is having breakfast in the Great Hall and she's fuming to herself about the fight she had with Draco. She starts thinking like, stupid Draco, there are plenty of cute boys in this stupid school, like Seamus Finnegan. Where is he? He's up there. And her eyes drift over to him and she's like, yeah, he is cute, but I'm not attracted to him for some reason. And then Seamus is like, why the hell are you staring at me? And Ginny's all like, no reason, teehee. Keep your eye on Seamus. He is going to pop up later. Later that day, Ron, Hermione, and Draco, and a bunch of the other prefects are having a meeting to help organize the Year 7 pub crawl, which is apparently some sort of tradition that the seniors of Hogwarts do every year. At some point during the meeting, Draco gets so fucking bored, he ends up drifting off to sleep. And as he begins to doze, he starts to have another mysterious dream. We're once again in that mysterious castle with Lucius and Voldemort talking vaguely about their evil plan. And then Wormtail comes in and brings Voldemort a magic hand-sized mirror that looks to be super ancient. Voldemort ends up looking into the mirror. I see your son. I am watching your son in the mirror. It has been tuned to find him. I see him now. He bears the weapon of real death. Did you know that? I knew that, yes. Terminus Est. He's had it since the summer. I'm assuming this is the name of the demon sword I mentioned earlier. He is handsome, your son. Lucius looked uneasy. You asked for him to be made that way, Master. Yes, I forgot to do the Voldemort voice. Hang on. Yes, people of great beauty and charisma make excellent leaders. People wish to follow them. I was handsome myself once. Soon after this, Draco is jolted awake by Ron in the middle of the meeting being like, hey, Draco, are you listening? Can you do this thing we just asked you to do? And Draco's all just like, oh yeah, I can do that, and he has no clue what he's just agreed to. Also, that was another cryptic dream from Draco, and you know what that means. Drink. I really like this, actually. I'd recommend, it's good. Elsewhere, despite her being part of the Quidditch team and there being a match that day, Ginny is heading to the library. She's there because she wants to finish a book she herself is reading. It turns out that Ginny has recently gotten into this series of romance books called Passionate Trousers, and she reads these sporadically throughout the fic. And nearly every time she's reading them, we get extremely long passages from them so we know what she's reading. And that is another rule for the drinking game, incidentally. Every time there's one of these long passages from Passionate Trousers, you need to take a drink. Anyways, this is the kind of thing that Ginny apparently loves to read. Rhiannon laughed mirthlessly as she faced him now. Tristan, she said, I suppose you thought I would not find you. On the contrary, his firm grey eyes flashed. Thou art a very determined witch. She raised her chin. Yes, I am. He turned away. It will do thee no good, Rhiannon. Thou must find another. I cannot love thee. No! She flung herself at him and almost bounced off his broad, muscular chest. So broad and muscular was it. It is you, and only you, that I must be with. What art thou saying? He spun to face her, his robe swirling around his sturdy, muscular calves. Thou knowest I need my space. It is too late, Tristan, for I am with child. He goggled at her. Yes, she repeated. With child! Look, I'm here for camp, and I'm here for melodrama, but that was awful. And it's supposed to be awful, but I don't know why we have to suffer through it just because Ginny likes it, you know? I don't know why this is a running gag in this book. It needlessly ups the word count, and it doesn't really thematically add anything, nor is it especially funny. I laughed at that, but a lot of these quotes are just kind of tedious and not funny whatsoever. This is when Draco sneaks behind her and interrupts her reading, chiming in with his own thoughts about the book, because it turns out he's also read Passionate Trousers. He bent down and picked up the book. Whether to glance at it or hand it to her, she didn't know or care. She reached out and yanked the book out of his grip, shoving it under her astronomy textbook. I was enjoying that, he said, looking injured, especially the part where she could feel the proof of his rampant passion pressing against her. Pig! she hissed at him under her breath. No, I'm pretty sure that wasn't it. Rhiannon doesn't seem like the sort of witch who'd have a pig, or much interaction with barnyard animals of any sort. Unless you count Tristan, said Ginny irritably. Anyways, then it is time for Defense Against the Dark Arts, and everyone in the 7th year is getting paired up for a project. And as such, Lupin ends up pairing up Draco and Harry. And after class, Lupin says something really cryptic to Malfoy. May the best team win. I thought you were a Gryffindor fan, Professor, said Draco curiously. I thought you were all in Gryffindor, you and Harry's dad and Sirius and... Is that what you thought? Said Lupin mildly and turned away. Draco looked for a moment after him with great curiosity. What did he mean by that? I'm just going to say, I put that... My script just dropped. I put that in the script, figuring that it would come back later. It doesn't. There's never an explanation for what he means by this. Cassandra Clare just kind of forgot about this little detail. Anyways, it's finally Quidditch time. Whee! Sports go sports. I am so sporty and masculine, can't you tell? I can't even say that with a straight face. Also, it turns out that Ginny loves sports uniforms, or at the very least has like a thing for like Quidditch uniforms. Harry, she thought, looked his best in his Quidditch uniform. The burgundy and gold striped sweater, light corduroys, and knee-high leather knee protectors suited him. Harry tended not to wear the regulation elbow protectors, as he claimed they slowed down his reach and made him less effective at catching the snitch, but he did wear the fingerless black leather gloves, at least in winter. Back when she had had a crush on him, the outfit had tended to reduce her to speechlessness. Even now, it made her stomach do a friendly little flip. Of course, he wasn't the only boy she knew who looked good in his Quidditch uniform, but still, there was no harm in silent appreciation. Keep on thirsting, Ginny. It is not going to get you anywhere. Also, I don't get what's so sexy about a Quidditch uniform? Like, sport uniforms can be kind of sexy, but like, usually it's because they're like really tight-fitting, but like, Quidditch uniforms are just robes. Okay, so the game begins, sports go sports, etc., etc. In the middle of the game, Draco, who is a seeker just like Harry, hears a scream, and he realizes in horror that it's from Ginny. She's playing in the game too. I think I mentioned that she's part of the Gryffindor team already, but whatever. And he goes rushing down on his broom as she is fallen down to the ground. The game stops all of a sudden, and Draco sees that Ginny is bleeding. And then Seamus sees Draco approaching and is all like, "Get away from her, you Slytherin," and Draco shoots back. "Get out of my way," Draco repeated. "Get out of my way or I will kill you. I'll break every bone in your fucking body, Finnegan. Don't think I won't." And this high level of interest and protection from Draco begins to arouse other people's suspicions. In fact, later that night, Blazabini, who is finally going to have a chance to talk in this story, confronts him about it. "As if it's not bad enough that you're always goggling at Harry Potter's girlfriend. Now this," she spat. "What's it with you and the Gryffindors?" Later that night, Harry and Draco meet in secret, but not for kissy times, unfortunately. It's because Draco has begun to teach Harry how to sword fight. No, they're not doing it like that. They're doing it with actual swords. They keep talking about what's going on in their lives as they're going back and forth and fencing, and it's honestly exceptionally dull. And then all of a sudden, Draco asks Harry something. He asks if Harry knows where his parents are buried. "Potter." Draco's voice was sharp. "Steady on. You all right?" "Uh-huh." Harry's vision snapped back into focus. He saw Draco standing in front of him looking worried. "Sirius would know. Or Lupin," said Draco. "I'd rather ask Sirius. I was supposed to talk to him tonight anyway." "Okay." Draco shrugged elegantly. How does one shrug elegantly? Let me try. Hang on. I don't think that looked elegant. I think it just looked like I need to see a chiropractor. I just thought it might help, closure. Maybe help you feel a little closer to them. Also, if you're wondering what caused Ginny to fall off her broom earlier, currently no one knows. We'll get to it later, like a lot later. By the time it's explained, you're going to forget that it even happened, I promise you. Thus ends chapter 2. We are on page 113 now. That chapter was about 58 pages long. Chapter 3 begins next and is titled Darkness and Flood. Very few of these chapter titles have anything to do with the actual content of the chapters. Harry ends up having a conversation with Sirius, hello you handsome devil, via the fireplace like they used to do in the olden days, and I guess they've continued to do now. And he asks if Sirius knows where his parents are buried. And Sirius says that he does. Harry says he wants to go visit, but for some reason, Sirius says that would be a bad idea, and that they should wait until term is over because setting up a visit would be difficult. Things, it seems, are not safe for Harry at present. Basically anywhere in the wizarding world besides Malfoy Manor and at Hogwarts. Sirius can't guarantee his safety outside of those two places, unless he's with a blood relative, which would mean having to bring the Dursleys along with them. Harry, understandably, does not take this well. No, no, Harry exclaimed, leaping to his feet. That's like... No, I won't go with them. How can you even... But Harry, you don't understand, said Harry, and the wretchedness in his voice made Sirius pause. He sounded not just angry, but as if he had made a bleak realization. You don't understand and you don't want to. You don't care. I thought things would be better if I lived with you, but you're no different than the Dursleys. You lie to me about everything. God, can you imagine how awkward and awful that meeting would be if they had in fact gone with the Dursleys? Like, Harry would have to be like, hey, here's my adopted father. He's the mass murderer who was on the Muggle news that one time, but he's totally chill, you guys. We're going to go to a graveyard with him. Don't be weird. And then they just have to cordially spend time with Sirius Black. That's a fanfiction I'd read. Someone write that. There's also an illustration at this point of Harry at the fireplace on the off chance it interests you. There are a lot of illustrations in this book, just like there were in the last one, but they tend to not be super plot relevant in this PDF. They mostly seem to be just character portraits, so they're less interesting to me. Meanwhile, in the hospital wing, Ginny is there, recovering, and she has gotten back to reading Passionate Trousers, so take a drink. Her magical smut reading is interrupted, though, when Seamus comes in. He is there because he wants to ask Ginny a question which frankly makes my head hurt a little bit. He wants to invite Ginny to the Yule Ball, which Hogwarts should not be having because they're not doing the Triwizard Tournament, and that was a special event because of the Triwizard Tournament. I digress. Astonishment rendered Ginny momentarily speechless. She stared fixedly at poor Seamus until he began, finally, to blush. Then she said quickly, "But you're a 7th year. You're meant to be able to go to the pub crawl, and I can't go to that." "I know," said Seamus patiently. "That's why I asked you to the Yule Ball." Ginny says yes, and like, oh my god, you guys, it is so exciting. I wonder what dress she's gonna wear. Later that night, Harry goes to speak to Draco in his private suite. I guess prefects, or at least head boys and head girls, get private suites in this. And he's there to speak to Draco because, despite the fact that Sirius said no, he has an idea. Remember how they were paired up to do some sort of research project for their Defense Against the Dark Arts class? Well, the project was to pick a magical site from a list to write a report on it. And one of the places on the list is one called Dunes Hill. And it turns out Harry's parents are buried in Dunes Hill. And so Harry's like, okay, here's the plan. What if we get permission to go visit that site under the guise of it being for our research project? That way I can go and see my parents' grave. And Draco's like, yeah, sure, fuck it. That sounds like a great idea. Harry then leaves, and we cut back to Ron, who is still having sex with some currently still unknown student. "Ron," she said softly. He raised his eyes to hers. Even in the darkness, they were blue. "Do you think about me when we're not in here?" He was halfway through the row of buttons. "I think about you all the time." She sighed. "You pretend so well." I don't know what this voice is. I'm not going to keep using it. But it just kind of like, it came to me. We still don't know who she is, and wait until you find out. Anyways, they almost get caught, and Ron runs off. I don't know where they were, probably in an empty classroom or something. Specifically, they are almost caught by Malcolm Braddock, who is not on the board because I forgot he was in this and he's not too important. Ron ends up chasing after him, only to round a corner and then discovering that he has been splayed on the ground, comatose all of a sudden. Something has knocked him out. Draco, now that Harry is left, has gone to meet with Rhys-Sen again. She has yet another letter from his father. This time, they are meeting at the top of the astronomy tower. She's still acting super cryptic and mysterious, and Draco's just not in the mood for it and starts demanding that she explain herself to him, and it leads to this exchange. "You cannot even begin to comprehend who I am or what I serve. You cannot help me any more than an ant or snail could help me, and you are no more to me than that. You with your little magics and your life as short as a heartbeat. And yours isn't?" "Oh," said Draco, feeling slightly foolish. "You aren't. What are you, a vampire?" "Nothing so crude," said Rhys-Sen, looking superior. "So you can take your hand off your neck. I'm not interested in biting you. Well, not biting you there, anyway." Draco dropped his hand with some reluctance. "So you're immortal or just very long-lived?" "Living forever is the best revenge," said Rhys-Sen, examining her long red nails. I just realized, as I'm reading from my notes, there's an important detail about Rhys-Anne that I don't have written down here, and so I'm just going to share it now. Rhys-Anne is named after one of Cassandra Clare's friends from the fandom. I think she was a mod of like a fanfiction archive or something. So this character is supposed to be based on, or at least named after, a real-life friend of hers. I just find that funny, especially with like some of the stuff that she does and a lot of the stuff that ends up happening to her. Anyhow, they're talking, but then all of a sudden, something happens. He spun around, the sensation that he was being watched right now at this very moment suddenly overpowering. He cast his gaze over the battlements where they stood and then up and beyond and saw something dark and hunched, huddled against the side of the tower that rose above them. Then something bright and silvery flashed out against the darkness of the huddled figure, and Draco turned and shoved Rhys-Anne hard to the side and out of the way. And then he heard a sharp whistling noise by his ear and knew what it was, a sound familiar to him from hunting, although he couldn't imagine what it was doing here at Hogwarts. Big breath. It was too late for him to move away. Something struck his shoulder once, hard, and then again. A lancing pain like white fire engulfed him. He saw the moon tilt away, the world falling open like an unfurling flower. Draco collapses to the ground, and then we cut to the following morning, where everyone in the Great Hall is all a-twitter with what has just happened to Malcolm, because he's still seemingly comatose. And that's when some random girl runs into the Great Hall, screaming for help. She found Draco in the astronomy tower, and she's begging them to send someone down to help him. He's bleeding profusely. Apparently, he fell off the top of it. Everyone freaks out, and both Harry and Hermione exchange a look, and they dash out of the room. And because of that, the only two people left from our main cast sitting at the table are Ron and Ginny. On instinct, Ginny turned towards her brother. He was already there, having come around the table to kneel down next to her. He took her hand and held it hard, and she looked down at him. All around her, she was aware of movement. Charlie racing by towards the doors, followed by Madame Pomfrey, a magical stretcher already by her side. The heads of houses were moving rapidly towards their respective tables of students. Somewhere a girl had burst into hysterical tears. Blaise Zabini, probably. Ginny sat where she was, Ron's hands tight around her wrists. "You can't," he said, so quietly that nobody else could hear. "You can't." And she nodded and knew it was true, even as the tears struggled to fight their way to the surface. Thus ends Chapter 3. On to Chapter 4, which is titled The Girl in the Cage. This title actually is kind of relevant to the contents of the chapter. Everyone's turned up to the hospital wing. Again, they spend so much time in this book in the hospital wing to check in on Draco. And things are looking really bad, you guys. He's like bleeding and super broken, and he might be close to death. Like, oh my god, he might actually die, even though we're not even a quarter of the way through this novel-length fanfiction which is named after him. I'm so scared. No, I'm kidding. He's fine. Also, we are now on page 170, which means we are now officially 10% of the way through this fanfic. What the hell am I doing with my life? Oh my god. Okay, new day of filming. Today's mocktail is Polyjuice Potion. This is Squirt grapefruit soda, plus green lime Kool-Aid, plus some vanilla ice cream. It's basically an ice cream float. I don't remember the Polyjuice Potion looking green in the movie, but like, it's got kind of a thick consistency. I can see it a little bit, and it tastes... I've had better. It's not bad. It's very citrusy. And then there's like a little bit of the vanilla. It's an interesting mix. I'm not sure if I'd recommend this one, but you know, to each their own. Harry demands to see Draco, but Lupin and Charlie say no, he can't right now, he's in critical condition. Harry angrily accuses them of keeping secrets from him. Hermione tells him to calm down, and then they have yet another fight. "You don't need to lead me around as if I'm some sort of mentally deficient child," he snapped. Hermione dropped her hand, looking fed up. "Then quit acting like one," she snapped right back. Really not approving of all this ableism, you guys. Harry looked grimly satisfied, as if his goal of provoking a response out of Hermione had now been reached. "I will, if you quit acting like a bossy know-it-all," he replied. She looked shocked and then put her hands on her hips. "Harry Potter," she said in a voice that seethed with rage, "you self-centered, inconsiderate, obstinate..." Anyways, after this happens, Ginny and Ron leave. I guess they ended up going and following them after all. Ginny ends up heading to her next class, where she bumps into Seamus Finnegan. He says he has something to tell her, and it concerns Draco Malfoy. It's nothing important. He just repeats something in a scene that the two of them had between one another that I skipped over, where Draco just told him that if he hurts Ginny, he'll, like, break his fucking neck. His words, not mine. Anyways, we then cut back to Harry and Hermione. The fight's over, and Harry's finally willing to explain what's been going on with him. I've always known that one day Voldemort would strike at those closest to me. I've always tried to prepare myself, but you have to make a choice if you're me. Either you choose never to love anyone and close yourself off to that particular threat, or you swear to protect the people that you do love no matter what happens. I chose the second option, mostly because of you. You gave me a choice, to love you or lose you. And I couldn't stand to lose you. And maybe you resent me for that, said Hermione softly. I think I do, said Harry slowly. Maybe I blame you for teaching me how to be vulnerable. You did, you know. There's all sorts of ways Voldemort could get at me besides you. Ron, Sirius, Draco. So you know how in the last two Draco Trilogy books, a lot of time was spent on Draco Malfoy being this angsty little emo boy? Well, this time it's Harry's turn to be the angsty little emo boy. It's going to be constant throughout the novel, and I am so sorry that we're going to have to sit through it because it is low-key exhausting. Anyways, Seamus is still bad-mouthing Malfoy. He's all just like, blah, 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 blah. I don't trust him, blah, 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 blah. I'm barely a character, yada, yada, yada. I don't like Seamus Finnegan in this. Anyhow, Harry ends up getting permission from Lupin to get a portkey as part of their research project. They didn't say that they were researching Dunes Hill, though. They said they were researching something else that was on the list of potential research topics. It's a location that's close to Dunes Hill, so that'll hopefully throw Lupin off the scent, and he won't figure out what they're up to. After that, though, Harry does go to visit Draco in the hospital wing. Finally, I don't know why they were blocking him from visiting before. And he wants to know what the hell Draco was doing at the astronomy tower in the first place. You told me people only ever go up there to have sex. His eyes widened. Were you having sex? I have a bedroom, Potter. Why would I go up onto the astronomy tower to have sex? Well, who were you meeting then? Rhys-Sen, my cousin. Harry gave Draco a blank, uncomprehending stare. The black-haired girl who came down the stairs with Charlie at your birthday party. So you were having sex. Harry glanced at Draco's ruined shirt. She must be fairly wild. And Draco's like, this isn't a joke. Just please shut up for like 5 seconds, I beg of you. Draco sighs and explains what's been going on. The letters from his father, these weird cryptic messages he's been getting, and then this attack on the both of them. I have no idea who she really is, he finished, or what she wants, or whether the person who shot at us was trying to kill me or to kill her, and I don't know how I wound up at the foot of the tower either. I must have fallen. I'm just surprised the fall didn't kill me. We finally learn the contents of these letters that Lucius keeps sending, and it is stupendously boring. Draco, lo these many years we have waited, you and I, for your true birthday to dawn. Remember this, some must be sacrificed so that others might be saved. True obedience requires no illusions. Soon you will know everything. So this suggests that for like the last 3 months, Lucius has just been sporadically sending him messages with no actual content in them, just kind of vague proclamations about his fate that don't tell Draco anything, because Lucius is just, I don't know, I guess he's bored. I can't think of why else you'd do something like that. Harry leaves. Draco falls to sleep, and he starts to have another dream, and you know what that means. Take a drink. You know, I don't know if I like this. Draco's back in that tower room he keeps dreaming about. He's positioned from a different angle than he usually is, though, and he can see a bit more of the room. And he realizes it's not just Lucius and Voldemort who are in the room. There's also a giant golden cage, and inside of it is a woman. That woman is Rhys-Sen. And that's when he wakes up. Also, Malcolm Braddock is now out of his coma. He's fine. Hermione ends up having a conversation with Draco, and he tells her about his dreams, and she starts theorizing about some of the stuff he's been seeing. We'll get to it later, don't worry. Anyhow, now it's the night of the Yule Ball / 7th year pub crawl. Yay! Side note, I didn't think about this until I finished filming the other day, but a point is made that the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade doesn't sell alcohol. Like, they had to go to, like, a secret little sexy speakeasy to drink. So my question is, what pubs are the 7th years going to for this? Are there other villages around the area that we just don't hear about? How far apart are they? Did Claire just forget? I think she just forgot. Anyways, it turns out that the thing Draco agreed to do like 180 pages ago when he was woken up in the prefix meeting was to act as a chaperone for the Yule Ball, so no pub crawling for him. And whilst he is chaperoning, he sees Ginny with Seamus. I really should have put the two of them closer together on the board now that I think about it, but it is far too late to fix it. He had seen her dancing across the ballroom with Seamus. She had seemed so happy. He had never made her that happy. Aw, poor boy. There's not a whole lot that happens at either the Yule Ball or the pub crawl. It's just kind of the characters reiterating the pre-existing relationships and dynamics. It's a waste of time, essentially. One thing does happen, though, at the Yule Ball. During a moment of privacy between Draco and Ginny, they end up kissing. She could feel his hands on the velvet of her dress, sliding up to touch her bare skin. Her fingers burned 10 slender wands of fire, and she felt her blood singing in her veins. And then they pull away and are like, oh no, this is a mistake. We need to stop now. So, remember that for later, I suppose. After this little encounter, Ginny leaves the Yule Ball, heads back upstairs, and continues to read Passionate Trousers. Drink. Resistance is useless, purred the voluptuously evil Lady Statia, her vast bosom rising and falling above the material of her leather corset like a temperamental souffle. If you have breasts, comment below with what French dessert yours remind you of. No, don't do that, that's weird. You are mine now, Tristan. Forget Rhiannon. I, and I alone, can take you to the snowy peaks of ecstasy. Tristan set his jaw. He would have folded his manly arms as well, but he couldn't because Lady Statia had tied him to a pole. Rhiannon is my true love, and I shall never forget her. Never. Okay, maybe when I said that these sections weren't funny, I was wrong, but when you're reading the book itself, they just feel like a needless distraction. Anyways, Ginny throws her book to the side and then just sits down and mopes about in her feelings for a bit about Draco. Like, she's infuriated by him, but oh, he's so compelling, and ooh, what a push and pull and all that bullshit. Then Seamus knocks on the door, and he speaks to Ginny, and she decides she needs to tell him everything that's been going on since the summer. Hopefully, after she does so, Seamus will have a better understanding of her relationship with Draco. Elsewhere, Ron is having more sexy times with his sexy, mysterious lady friend. She flushed beneath her pallor. You saw me today, and yesterday, and the day before, and... But not like this, he said. Not like this. And he walked across the room and took her by the arms and kissed her, or tried to. She turned her face away from his and would not look at him. I'm afraid, she said quietly. He shook his head. A strange ache had begun in a place below his ribs. It was hard to breathe. I won't let you shut me out. I'll tell everyone. She jerked in his arms as if she had dug a knife into her skin. No, you promised. Well, we know one person's not going to be enjoying some passionate trouser time tonight by the sound of it. Pub crawl is over. The 7th years are back. Harry approaches Draco. Harry said, screw it, I want to go to Dunes Hill tonight. I stole the portkey from Lupin's office. We can go now. And Draco feels a little weird about this. He doesn't understand why Harry's in such a rush, but he's like, fine, on the condition that we tell Hermione that we went after we get back. And Harry's like, yeah, sure, whatever the fuck. He went towards Harry and stood beside him. Hold on to me, Harry said, and Draco took hold of the sleeve of Harry's jacket and held fast. He saw Harry tip the portkey from the box into his open right hand, and then the familiar whipping tug took him, hurling him forward into grey oblivion, Harry at his side. End of chapter 4. It was 96 pages long. I cut out a lot of pointless stuff for you all. You are extremely welcome. We are now on to chapter 5, and it is titled The Bone Orchard. So they've portkeyed over to the secondary location where they're going to travel from to get to Dunes Hill. And it turns out that, because they left in the middle of the night, the train is closed. Idiots. But then Draco's like, I got an idea, and he sticks his wand out onto the road, and the night bus shows up. They get onto the night bus. They're, stood by, I don't know if it's, a train station or, by, a bus stop. But there's, a piece of Muggle newspaper that's just kind of floating by in the wind, and Draco absentmindedly picks it up. It's about a recent burglary that occurred at Sotheby's auction house in London. There's a picture of what was stolen next to the article, and it's of the mirror he saw Voldemort holding. And he's like, Potter, look at this, look! And they're like, why would he want some random old mirror? This is so strange, even though it's obviously magic. I mean, Voldemort even said as much earlier. Anyways, the night bus stops, they get off at Dunes Hill or whatever it's called, and they trudge on up to the cemetery. And I have to ask, Sirius said it's not safe for Harry to go out into the wizarding world without the Dursleys with him. The only exceptions to that rule being Hogwarts and Malfoy Manor. But they just got onto the night bus, which presumably had other people on it, and nobody batted an eyelid. Nobody attacked them. So I don't know what Sirius was talking about. Maybe he's just acting overprotective. The two of them walk to the graveyard, and eventually they get to the Potter's grave. Harry asks for a moment alone, and Draco acquiesces. It is a admittedly somber but powerful scene, and I'm going to give kudos to Cassie for this one. It's a good moment. Eventually, Harry realizes he wants to step away from the grave. He's getting too overwhelmed. Moves away, passes beyond a mausoleum and runs right into Rhysand. I wasn't holding my pointy stick. Her face was scrubbed clean of makeup, her eyes very bright. She looked 15. At least her face looked like a 15-year-old girl's, even if it did seem to be attached to the body of a 25-year-old woman. That is a really weird and creepy image, and not one I needed to have. If you want Draco, he isn't here. He took a walk. Fortunate that I wasn't looking for him then, she said. How fortunate that I was looking for you. Me? Why me? And this is when Rhysand starts to flirt with him, for no particular reason. She just kinda does. She calls Harry cute, and then she makes a move on him. Shh, Harry, she whispered, moving even closer, and he felt her exhale against him, her breath stirring his hair. If she got any closer, he thought hysterically, they wouldn't have to go anywhere to have sex. There was a tightness inside his chest that seemed to be growing and growing in intensity, and a radiating darkness behind his eyes. He felt ill and weak, and at the same time conscious of a painful excitement. I won't hurt you, Harry. You'll like it. Get away from him, said a voice, cold and irritable, cutting through the gray fog in Harry's brain. Right now. Oh dear, she exclaimed, sounding like a little girl deprived of a birthday treat. Draco. Rhysand withdraws from Harry and says that she's there because she wants to thank Draco for saving her life. She thinks that whoever shot at them was going after her. Draco shot him a look and then returned his gaze to Rhysand. Why did you follow us here, Rhysand? Did you get bored standing around in your little cage? Voldemort not pushing enough food pellets through the bars? The bright color in Rhysand's cheeks vanished. What did you say? You heard me. Draco began to walk down the steps, and Rhysand almost took a step back before she seemed to recollect herself. Call me crazy, but I think if you had a little wheel installed so you could run around in there, you wouldn't be driven to chase teenage boys around the British Isles. You could work off some of that excess energy. That cage does not hold me, she hissed, her voice a flat wisp. And with a scream of rage and a whirl of black hair, Rhysand disappears, having apparated to parts unknown. Anyways, after that completely bizarre interaction, Draco and Harry head back to get to school. Actually, how did they get back to school? Maybe the portkey took them back? I guess that's possible. And they are just in time as well, because the following day, the day after the Yule Ball, is the rescheduled Gryffindor versus Slytherin game that was cancelled after Ginny fell off her broom before. But before we can get to the Quidditch game, we have yet another prefix meeting we have to attend. The actual contents of the meeting aren't too important, but during the meeting, Draco picks a fight with Ron, and then Ron's like, all right, Malfoy, come on, we're talking about this. Outside, now. They exchange some cutting remarks, and then Draco says something. He says that he knows, and Ron is like, knows what? What are you talking about? I see the way you look at her, he said, apropos of nothing. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think we all are? I was watching you this morning. I've been watching you for a few days now. Honestly, Weasley, what do you think you're playing at? And Ron starts playing dumb, being like, oh, you little rich shit. You don't know what you're talking about. You use gold to wipe your butthole. And Draco's like, you saved my life once. I actually don't remember when that happened, but let's go with it. So I'm warning you about this as a favor. People will find out. Draco goes to meet with Hermione at the library because he has asked her to do some research for him. Look at this. Hermione reached into her bag, withdrew a small volume and spread it open on the table in front of her. She flipped to a bookmarked page and tapped it excitedly with her finger. Does she look familiar? There's a picture in the book, and it's of Rhysand Malfoy. 600 years, said Draco as he laid a hand on the page. Well, she said she was older. In fact, she said she was immortal. That's a bit odd, said Hermione, because it says here she died when she was 20. Did she? Yes, of goblin fever. Before that, though, she was engaged to be married to Nicholas Flamel. This is shocking-ish, but after this conversation, Draco then hands Hermione the newspaper clipping that he found just kind of flying around the bus station in the wind and asks her to look into the mirror that's pictured there. Oh, and then there's one last thing. He wants her to look at something else. And in order for her to do so, he's going to have to take his shirt off. Oh yeah. Sexy library times. Hermione is embarrassed by this, but Draco just wants her to look at a scar. It's the scar from the bow and arrow that hit him in the shoulder. It seems to be glowing a strange silvery color. She examines it briefly and is like, I don't know what this is, but I'll look into it too. This is worrisome. And then Draco has to leave yet again because he has an appointment with Dumbledore. When are they gonna have this goddamn Quidditch match? Holy shit. And Dumbledore's here because he wants to share a secret with Draco. One that he tells him he will have to keep for at least a while. He can tell Harry eventually, but maybe not just yet. We cut away before we can hear it, and then we cut back after he's been told. And Draco is absolutely gobsmacked by whatever Dumbledore just told him. Harry is strong and can endure much, and for what he cannot endure alone, he has you. And then we finally cut to the Quidditch pitch. Yay, sports! I don't care. The Quidditch game happens. Not a lot happens during it. It's not that interesting. Draco seems distracted, and Harry later accuses him of throwing the match. But there's no time for any of them to be annoyed about that, because Hermione calls everyone to meet her in the library, because she has learned something about the mirror that Voldemort has stolen. There are 4 worthy objects, Hermione said, and they're very old. There's a dagger, a scabbard, a mirror, that one in the photograph that was stolen, and a cup. She sighed and looked up from the parchment she was reading. Draco saw every one of them in Voldemort's possession in his dreams, except one. The cup. Each of these objects is very powerful, magically. What's important is that these 4 objects are like 4 parts of a puzzle. They have to be brought together for the magic to work. And when they're together, a ritual can be performed. Harry cleared his throat. What kind of ritual? Hermione bit her lip. It's what the objects were created for, to facilitate this ritual. It's called just that, the ritual, and it takes 5 people to perform, 4 to manipulate the objects, and a 5th to give his or her blood. Okay, I missed this. Cassandra Clare forgets about these details later. She just straight up forgets about them. Voldemort seems to think he can just do the ceremony on his own. It's totally unclear how the ritual works. Apparently, the instructions are contained in a set of 4 books, of which there's only 1 copy of each in existence. However, what is clear is the result of the ritual. When it's done properly, an image will appear on the surface of the mirror. That image is the Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton is a word, 1 word, but speaking that word aloud gives the speaker power over all living things, power over men and animals, and power over life and death. That's why Voldemort wanted the mirror, and that's why I'm sure he wants the cup. And anyways, I already looked into it. The cup is in the museum at Stonehenge, in the antique section. If he wants to perform the ritual, he'll have to try and get it. But he mustn't. He can't be allowed. We can't let that happen. Ron looked shocked. So did Ginny. Harry wondered if he looked shocked as well. He didn't feel shocked. He felt a worry sort of, oh, this again? The end of the world? Yippee! Instead. Okay, pause. So this is interesting to me for a few reasons. First of all, Cassandra Clare is Jewish, as am I, as it happens. It's interesting to me that she's including the Tetragrammaton in this. I'm saying that wrong, and I'm not going to try and get it right. I keep adding an extra R in there. It's whatever. It's a thing in Judaism, but this is not what it is. The Tetragrammaton is the name of the 4-letter name of God that is predominantly used in the Torah. It's spelled like this. In Orthodox Judaism, which is the denomination which I was raised under, though I am no longer practicing for a variety of reasons, you are not even allowed to say this out loud unless you are praying. But the word itself isn't said to have any special power. It's just kind of taboo because it's God's name. There is a 72-letter name of God that does supposedly grant someone great power, and that might be what she's referring to here. I'm not sure. I think Cassie's gotten her wires crossed here. Anyways, this is clearly a big deal, and they briefly discuss telling Dumbledore about it, and then they're just like, nah, we're not going to bother, even though they absolutely should. Like, there's no reason for them not to. And then Hermione proclaims that she has an idea. She knows a way they can ensure that the cup will never get into Voldemort's hands. We're going to have to steal the cup before the Dark Lord can get it, she said, as if it was obvious. We're going to have to rob the museum. End of chapter 5. It was a little over 70 pages long. Chapter 6 begins right after this and is titled, This Perfect World. Hermione had taken to calling it the plan. Draco called it just your run-of-the-mill, bog-standard scheme for robbing a museum and stealing a priceless artifact. What? Harry didn't call it anything. He just rolled his eyes when they talked about it and capped that off with a shrug. They had commandeered a corner library table where they would not be disturbed, and in between classes, Ginny knew Hermione would always be found there, usually with Draco sitting across from her. It amused her to see the way Hermione tackled this project with the same gusto with which she had attacked their exams the week before. You should have seen her second year, said Ron, chin on hand and pointed nose stuck inside a tome entitled How to Get Away with Practically Anything. I remember her handing me and Harry 2 drug pastries and ordering us to go and knock out Crabbe and Goyle for her. She was a terror. What's this all about knocking out Crabbe and Goyle during second year then? Said Draco, a small smile playing about his mouth. Everyone looked horrified. Ginny, who vaguely recollected hearing this story from Ron during her 3rd year, choked on a giggle. Okay, this is extremely funny, which is the main reason why I'm sharing it. Draco doesn't know about the time they pretended to be Crabbe and Goyle with Polyjuice Potion. Unfortunately, though, we don't get like a full scene where someone explains what happened to him, because that would have been fucking hilarious. Can you imagine them being like, yeah, we thought that you were the heir of Slytherin, which you are, but like in a different way, and you were going around trying to kill Muggle students, and we were trying to get you to confess to us, But we're friends now, right? But there's another reason why I wanted to share that section of prose, because I think it unintentionally shows how needlessly wordy this fanfiction is. You probably thought the exchange that I just shared flowed pretty well. But the thing is that I actually edited it down from its original length. I cut out quite a bit of dialogue and a lot of description just to make it go more smoothly, and nothing was lost in the process. The passage that I just read was 203 words long. If I were to have read an unedited version of it, including the many passages I cut out, it would have been 633, more than 3 times the length of what I just read. When I complain about this book being too wordy, what I mean is that all the extra exposition and needless prose doesn't add anything. It's needlessly clunky. In fact, this isn't the only time I've kind of just done editing of passages from the book when I've read them out for you guys. I've done it plenty of times before this point because I wanted to cut down not only on how much I had to read, but on how much you had to listen to, and also because it's just not good the way it's written. I feel like I have to fix some of it. It's times like this when I remember that Cassandra Clare's beta reader was her best friend in the fandom named Heidi, who clearly didn't do a good job, because otherwise this wouldn't be an issue. Maybe because Heidi's a lawyer, she thought that the needlessly wordy stuff wasn't a problem? Who can say? Anyhow, Ginny wanders off to have a conversation with Seamus. We learn from this conversation that our Scooby gang has somehow convinced Professor Binns to allow the class to take a trip as part of their History of Magic classes, and that's how they're going to get into Stonehenge. Also, it seems to be both a 7th and 6th year field trip, because both our main group of Ron, Harry, Draco, and Hermione are going, along with Ginny and Seamus, who are a year below. Actually, no, wait, Seamus is in their year, but the point still stands. Also, in this at least, the Stonehenge Museum is just a wizarding museum. It's not like a muggle one that they're going to have to break into. During their conversation as well, Seamus says that he wants Ginny to come visit him and his family over the winter break. He says that they have a castle, because of course they fucking do. Ginny hesitated. I don't know, she said slowly. I do have to check with my parents, but I can't see why they'd say no. I'll think about it. But I want to, and I appreciate it. I really do. She leaned forward and kissed his cheek, and then put her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes. Oh, that's kind of cute. To be honest, though, I don't understand this, Seamus and Ginny dynamic at all. I can't tell if she likes him or not. It's almost like she's just doing this because she's bored. I guess she just wants to get her mind off of Draco, and that's why she's just going after him, which would explain why she doesn't seem to feel much of an attachment to him at this point. Elsewhere, Ron and Harry sneak into the Hogwarts trophy room to steal a trophy, which they're going to transfigure to look like the cup so they can replace it after they steal it so no one will know that it's been taken. And during this scene, Ron is like, "Aw, I missed doing this with you. Just the two of us, breaking the rules, having adventures. It's good times." And Harry's all like, "Aw, shucks, mate, me too." And then they kiss. I'm kidding, they don't kiss. Later that night, which is a phrase I feel like I'm constantly saying in this video, Draco drifts off to sleep and has yet another cryptic dream, so have a drink. Tonight, a table had been pulled up to the window, and at it had sat his father, absorbed in a solitary game of chess. The chessboard was gold and ivory, and the pieces were carved out of whole rubies and emeralds. By the window stood Voldemort, looking over the landscape, the trees spilling their autumnal colors down into an empty valley. "Lucius," he said, "surely the time is nearly at hand." "Yes, my lord," said Lucius, moving the bishop. "In 2 weeks, if I'm not mistaken." He smiled. It was an unpleasant sight as always. "How is the boy?" "As well as can be expected," said Lucius, and moved the knight. "It is as I told you, my lord. It is now a matter of waiting." Well, that was pointless, but we got a drink out of it. Draco wakes up shaken, but he can't think about that for too long because today's the day of the field trip. Oh my god, field trip time! As they prepare, Hermione begins to read up on the history and layout of the museum. The museum is built in a circle, hollow in the middle where a small garden has been planted. In the center of the garden is the raised platform where museum visitors find themselves after being portkeyed in. It also serves as a portkey out. A limited amount of portkeys are produced by the museum, and because of this, the museum curators always know how many visitors are in the museum and who they are. Class arrives at the museum via the portkey, and we get this interesting tidbit. Ginny cast another look towards Draco as they left the Scamander room, because they were passing a sign that denoted the exhibition of Dark Age artifacts was on their left. She knew what was in that room. The remaining 3 keys of the Founders. Her Lycanth, Harry's scabbard, and Jimmy's time turner. They had all of them been there at the dedication ceremony over the summer. the 4 heirs, and Ron as well. I find it weird that 3 of the Founder's objects are on display, but nobody's taken the demon sword away from Draco. He still has it. I mean, I don't think it's a demon sword anymore. I think the demon that was attached to it has gone to hell, but, you know, it's weird to me, you guys. It's just weird to me. I also find it interesting that this claims that Ginny had to give away the Time Turner, because it was implied that she still had it at the end of the second book. And I don't know why they included this detail that she no longer has it, because that's going to change very soon. Anyways, the group eventually comes to the room that has the cup in it, and they start, like, going on to the next room, and that's when Harry kind of stays behind, and he sends a telepathic message to Draco being like, "Alrighty, time for you to cause a distraction." "Give me 5 minutes once we get into that room," Draco said. "Then put the cloak on and run like hell." Harry looked at Hermione and Ron and inexplicably felt himself begin to smile. "We're on," he said. Incidentally, Draco's plan to cause a distraction is to kiss Ginny without her consent. Gross. Just plain gross. Draco took a deep breath, reached out, and took hold of Ginny's wrist. She widened her eyes, surprised, opening her mouth to speak, and he pulled her hard against him and kissed her. For a moment, she went absolutely rigid in his arms. Her lips parted under his with a sort of stunned acquiescence, and for a split second, it was almost a real kiss. But it was only a second. Any illusions he might have had that she would melt into his arms evaporated when she wrenched her mouth away from his with a gasping sound. A moment later, her hands were flat on his shoulders, shoving him away. "Let me go! Let me go!" Okay, I think she's playing up her dislike of this a little bit, but I still don't approve of this whatsoever. "Get off of her!" yelled Seamus's voice in his ear. With a feeling of dark glee, Draco wrenched himself free from the other boy's grip and spun around to see Seamus staring at him, absolutely livid with rage. "What do you think you're doing?" Seamus shouted, so incoherent with anger he almost sounded tearful. A voice spoke to him then inside his head. Harry, sounding anxious. "Have you caused a distraction, Malfoy?" "Oh, yes," Draco replied with some satisfaction, and ducked another punch from Seamus. "Oh, yes, I have." "The alarm," said Harry. "I need you to trigger the alarm." "Not a problem," Draco replied, grabbing a hold of Seamus's shirt and flinging him backwards hard. Draco slams him to the glass case that holds some of the exhibits, and then he points his finger and mouths stupefy. A white jet of light shot from his fingers. Seamus ducked, and the bolt went over his head and struck directly against the glass case behind him, which shattered into 1,000 pieces, sending glass flying everywhere. Over the sound of the shattering glass and the screaming of their classmates, Draco heard the sound of the museum's alarm. It was, probably appropriately, the scream of a banshee. Unbearably loud and horrible. Everyone cowered and clapped their hands to their ears. Back in the other room, Ron wraps his hands in a cloak and punches the glass, breaking it open and grabbing the cup. Hermione pulls out the trophy, which they stole from the trophy room, which they have transfigured to look like the cup, and tosses it to him and is like, "Only touch the cup, don't touch anything else inside the exhibit." Ron placed it carefully on the shelf, then leaped down to the floor. Harry raised his right hand and pointed at the case. Hermione saw his lips shape the word Reparo, and the glass flew up and reorganized itself just as the sound of the alarm was mercifully cut off. The 3 of them looked at each other, all out of breath, with identical looks of amazement. "It worked," said Ron, and whooped out loud. "We did it." They then slip into the other room where the other students are and act like they've been there the whole time. The entire heist went off without a hitch. It's Ocean's Hogwarts, y'all. In the other room with the other students, a security troll, because this place uses trolls as security, is restraining Seamus, who is still trying to punch the ever-living shit out of Malfoy. Harry shot Hermione a look. "Did you know he was going to do this?" Hermione shook her head. "I don't even know what happened." "He kissed me," said Ginny's voice in her ear. Hermione spun around and saw Ginny standing behind her, looking very pale and startled. She paused for a moment to wonder how Ginny had managed to get behind them without her noticing, then dismissed it. "Who kissed you?" Hermione asked in surprise. "Draco," said Ginny dolefully. She did not look pleased. Anyways, now that the alarm has gone off and 2 of the students have gotten into a huge fistfight that has damaged museum property, the field trip is over, and they all head back to Hogwarts via the portkey. You know, I've been critical of this book up to this point, but I liked this section. It was fun. It felt like the characters were actually doing something finally. And also, like, who doesn't love a heist? They're just entertaining when they're written well, and whilst this isn't like Ocean's 11 levels of screenwriting, it was pretty effective. Draco and Seamus are brought to Dumbledore's office for what they did, and they are sent to detention. After Seamus leaves, Dumbledore has yet another conversation with Draco. "Draco," he said at last, "I understand that I've put you and Harry in a terrible position. I know that, and I am sorry for it. I wish there were more that I could do, but I'm afraid that I cannot." "Headmaster," Draco said in a sudden burst, "what you told me last week about my father and Harry's parents. Do you think I should tell them?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I am afraid that is your decision to make," he said, "but I would say that yes, you should. It is never wise to hide things. Now run along and give Harry my regards." Well, isn't that intriguing? I wonder what that's about. After this, Ginny and Seamus have a conversation, and she says she does in fact want to go visit him over the holidays. I'm pretty sure Cassandra Clare forgets about this, and so she doesn't, but she at least says she will here, so that's sweet. Draco then heads off to meet up with Harry for more sword fighting practice, and this is probably a good time to admit that like half the time when characters are sword fighting books, I cannot keep track of what's going on. There's like 2 paragraphs of description of the 2 of them fencing, and I can't follow any of it. But during this fencing match, something weird happens. Draco briefly freezes for a moment, and he suddenly winces as if he's in pain. "You're ill," Harry said, "aren't you?" Draco looked unconvinced. "Maybe," he said. "I've been waiting for it to get better, but it's been getting worse." "Then it must be the injury. They must not have fixed it right. Or maybe you were supposed to rest and you haven't been resting properly." Harry realized he was beginning to sound hysterical and stopped with an effort. "This is why you lost the game Saturday," he said, "isn't it?" After that, Draco slumps off to his room, and there he meets Blaise Zabini. And she is pissed because she's heard about Draco kissing Ginny. That's actually the one thing about the heist I didn't like. I didn't like the non-consensual kiss, but besides that, it was fun. And I have to be honest, we're supposed to think this character's kind of a bitch, and she's written as one, but she has every right to have an explanation for this. "Make me look like a fool again, and I'll rip out your kidneys and wear them as earrings," she said, and that's a promise. Elsewhere, Ron and Harry are in the Owlry because Hedwig has just brought Harry a package, which he unwraps. It's going to be his Christmas present to Hermione, and it's a ring. Harry says that it's just a Christmas present to say how sorry and detached he's been, but Ron, for some reason, jumps to this definitely being an engagement ring. Harry shook his head. "I was thinking Christmas Day," he said. When people usually give Christmas presents." "It's not just an ordinary Christmas present," said Ron. "I think you should wait." "Oh, really?" Harry's voice was irritable. "Why's that?" "Look, Harry, it's a ring, and no matter what, you give a girl a ring, she's going to think you want to marry her." Okay, pause. To any women in the audience, is that true? Anytime a man gifts you a ring, you're just gonna assume that it's an engagement ring? That doesn't sound true. It sounds made up. Why would that be an assumption unless it's a part of a proper proposal, I'm confused. A ring should just be able to just be a ring, just an adorning piece of jewelry to look nice on your finger. I don't know. Sound off in the comments if you've got any thoughts about this. "Well, maybe I do want to marry her," said Harry, then checked at the astonished expression on Ron's face. "Well, not bloody now. I'm 17. It would be ridiculous, but that doesn't mean that I—" "Marry her," Ron echoed, and there was a strange tense note in his voice. You can't. Hasn't she talked to you lately? Don't you listen to her? Your relationship's falling apart." "You know what I think?" Harry burst out furiously. "I think you're jealous." Ron went white. "What?" "You're so stupid," Ron said, and his voice came out ragged on a half-tearful gasp. "You're so stupid. Just shut up, Ron. You think you could just ignore her and she'd sit there and wait for you to wake up and start paying attention again? You think she'd be willing to let you treat her like she didn't matter? You mean Hermione? What are you talking about? Who are you talking about?" Ron sat bolt upright. "I'm talking about Hermione," he yelled, so loudly that Harry flinched back. "I'm in love with Hermione, and she's in love with me." What a twist! Harry doesn't believe him and calls out Ron for lying, and then who comes by? Hermione, of course. "Hey, you two," she said cheerfully. "What's all the yelling?" "Hermione," interrupted Ron. "He knows." Hermione paused and blinked at him. "What?" "Harry knows," Ron said. "I'm sorry. I know we were going to wait until New Year's." Hermione's like, "Ron, I literally don't know what you're talking about. I told you to stop eating Bertie Bott's every flavored beans. Some of them are ketamine flavored." She doesn't actually say that. That's my joke, and I'm a little mortified that I had to specify, to be honest. Hermione's all confused. Ron is still getting all worked up. Harry's angry, and eventually Ron's like, "All right, I'll prove to you that I'm telling the truth. You know how to do it. Do it now." And Harry points his finger at him and says, Veritas, which is a truth-telling curse that is some super dark magic that Cassie introduced for this story. Although despite it being dark magic, it's almost exclusively used to solve dumb teen drama like it's being used here. Harry's all like, "Are you telling the truth?" And Ron, who is underneath the power of the spell, says, "Yes, we have been seeing each other secretly every night." Harry undoes the spell, and he now assumes that Ron has been telling the truth, and he turns to scream at Hermione that he never wants to see her again, and he storms off. And Hermione, for her part, runs away in tears. That's another rule for the drinking game, actually. Every time a character bursts into tears like that, just take a drink. Bottoms up. I don't think I like this. I don't like this. And where does Hermione go when her boyfriend is being unbelievably mean to her? To Draco, of course. Hermione says that she doesn't remember doing anything with Ron. She must be going crazy. And Draco's like, well, maybe Ron thought he was fooling around with you and it wasn't actually you. And she's like, oh shit, I literally didn't think of that, even though this is literally a school for magic. Everyone in this story is dumb as hell. Draco gets Hermione to drink something called Archaland wine, which is like super soporific and super intense, and it helps her sleep. He then telepathically calls out to Harry. Are you all right? No, I'm a long shot from all right, Draco. I may never be all right again. I'm in Lupin's office. They brought me here. I'm in trouble, I think. I don't care, though. It seems that the alarms which are placed around the castle, which was a thing established in book 1 of this trilogy, went off when he cast that dark magic curse. The staff just immediately figured out where it was coming from and who did it. Ron, for his part, is now in the prefix meeting room, which is where he's been meeting Hermione in secret all this time. Seemingly, she was the secret woman who we've been hearing him having all these dalliances with at the end of every chapter. And he feels awful. He feels sick. Hermione said she could never love Ron like that. He can't understand what's happened. The sickness came back in a wave. This time he was able to breathe through it. It was difficult, but he managed it by concentrating. In fact, he was concentrating so hard that he did not hear the door of the meeting room open quietly. It was only when he looked up again that he saw that she had come into the room and was looking at him with an expression of alarm. Ron, she said gently. What's wrong? You look ill. What are you doing here? I know I haven't come lately, she said, but please don't be angry. You know it isn't easy for me to get away. She put her arms around him, and he asks her, why did she lie to Harry? Why did she pretend that none of this was happening? But this Hermione that he is now speaking to seems very confused by everything he's currently saying, and that is when it finally clicks. When he spoke, he marveled at the evenness of his own voice, its firmness and deliberation. Tell me, he said. Who are you? She tried to pull away. Ron, let me go. Who are you? He said again. Who are you, and why have you been pretending to be Hermione? End of chapter 6. It was exactly 70 pages long. Next up is chapter 7, titled Burning the Boats. I don't have a mocktail today because the last one was so disgusting. I've decided I need to do a bit more taste testing before I drink them in front of a camera, which is a damn shame because this chapter opens with Draco having yet another dream sequence. So, if you are playing along, take a sip. Will he die of it? The Dark Lord asked. He stood beside a polished rosewood table on which sat a chess set carved from fluted glass. The chess set was familiar to Draco. He had seen it somewhere before. It nagged at him. But, like all things seen in dreams, he could not pinpoint its place in life. I mean, the reason why it looks familiar is because it was in the last dream. I don't know why this is confusing to him, to be honest. By the way, I picked up on a plot hole that I didn't notice before until I started editing yesterday. Voldemort says that Draco has Terminus Est, and says that this is like a really powerful sword. And earlier I suggested that this is just the demon sword from the second Draco Trilogy book, except I'm pretty sure that sword is destroyed now. Draco cut off Salazar Slytherin's hand, shoved it into the disembodied hand, and threw it into a burning pentagram and sent it back to hell. We have the cup now, or at least it is no longer where we cannot reach it. When the ritual is performed, I shall ascend, and the old order will pass away, as shall the old gods. I shall be the only ruler of not just the wizarding world, but all worlds. My name will be Legion. I will show them the true nature of gods. Soon after hearing Voldemort say that, Draco wakes up. I have to be honest, most of these dream sequences are repetitious and pointless. We sort of got some new information in this one. They seem to be aware of the fact that Draco's been poisoned, so that's interesting. But I'm wondering if you've noticed something off about the structure of this book so far. Namely that we are 400 pages in, and not a ton has actually happened. Wait, 400 pages? That's what I've written down here. I wrote the script for this a few weeks ago, so I don't have like a perfect recall of what it was like to read the story. But the last 40 pages of the script was 400 pages? That's wild. But I think that's part of why stuff like the heist to break into the museum to get the cup was so exciting. It was action. There was movement. It felt like things were happening. So much of the last 400 pages has been stuff that's been teased as maybe being important, or some stuff has been alluded to as potentially coming back later, but there's been no follow-through. So we're in this weird limbo zone where stuff might be happening, but not yet. Honestly, it made writing this script really difficult because it was impossible to parse what was important. In fact, there was stuff that I thought wasn't important that I didn't include, that ended up coming back later. It's very clear to me going off of this that Cassandra Clare either had no idea where this story was supposed to go, or didn't want it to end. Possibly both. Her stories were super popular, she was getting a lot of attention from other fans, she was developing a community around herself. It's possible that she wanted to keep the story going just to keep all that going. But it's also entirely possible that she struggled to write this installment because it doesn't flow together very well. Like, I talked about how scatterbrained Draco Sinister was, the second book, but it is much tighter compared to this, and that's saying something. Like when you read that one, or the first Draco Trilogy book, you get the impression that Cassie at least has an idea of where the next chapter or two is gonna go. I don't get that impression when I read this, at all. Anyways, Draco and Hermione wake up after their little nappy times. I guess they're still in Draco's prefect's room, and they decide that they need to go and talk to Harry about what's been going on, so they head on over to the Gryffindor common room. On their way to the Gryffindor common room, though, they pass by the doorway to the prefect's meeting room, and they hear voices inside. And so they stop to look in, and they see Ron talking to another Hermione. And the non-Hermione girl gasps and pulls herself away from Ron, who's like really roughing her up and has got her by the scruff of her neck. And then she bolts out of the room, and they're all just like, what the fuck was that? We then cut to Ginny, who is once again reading from Passionate Trousers, so take a drink if you're playing at home. And then the rest of the game come tumbling into the common room through the portrait door, and they tell her that they're going to go talk to Harry. By the way, I feel like at this point, it should be noted that Draco is now going into the Gryffindor common room. So I think it's safe to say that, like, any pretense they had about them not being friends is basically dead. It's almost like them pretending to still be enemies was stupid and a waste of time. Harry is still angsty and angry and mean, but Draco gets him to listen, and they talk to one another privately and they explain what's going on. Back in the common room, Seamus comes down and tells Ginny what's happened, as I guess he somehow heard. Somewhere in the middle of the explanation, Passionate Trousers fell on her lap and hit the floor with a bang. Ginny stayed where she was, rooted to the spot, staring at Seamus with awful amazement. How do you know? I bumped into Hermione in the hallway when I left, he said. She explained. She asked me to explain it to you. He bit his lip. I hope you're all ready to roll your eyes. She wrenched her grasp out of his grasp. I can't believe this. I can't believe it. It's so unfair. Everyone falls in love with Hermione. Everyone. Ginny leapt up out of her chair, picked up the poker she'd been using to stir the fire, and flung it at the grate. It hit the metal with a clang and bounced off. Seamus winced. First Harry, then Draco, now my brother. She whirled on Seamus, who was slumped down in the armchair staring at her. Who's next? You? This is not a normal reaction to have to this situation. Is she jealous that her brother is spending time with another girl? Ew. I thought that was a different Cassandra Clare fanfiction. They start bickering, and then all of a sudden, Seamus says he loves Ginny. And he also, back upstairs, the conversation between Harry and Draco ended up not going very well. Harry had a screaming fit at Draco, and so now Draco's just wandered out onto the Hogwarts grounds to storm around moodily because his closest friend in the world has hurt him. I wonder how these students get away with staying up so late and, like, going out onto the grounds past curfew. Maybe it's 7th year privileges. Who does Draco run into? Rhys-Anne, of course. He's wearing a hot, sexy dress with corset stuff all over it. There's even a fan illustration of it. It's going to snow, she said. Why did you summon me here when it's going to snow? I did not summon you here, he said. I heard you crying out for me. I came as soon as I could. Draco, this time, is the one who has a message he wants to send to Lucius and the Dark Lord. Tell the Dark Lord and my father, too, that I know that they had something to do with what happened tonight. They did this, and I will find out why and how, and they will regret what they have done. They will regret what they did to my friends. I will make them pay for it. And Rhys-Anne's all like, sure, okay, I guess I'll share it. Personally, I would make it more violent, but that's just my opinion, though. He then tells her to stay away from Harry, And she, like, purses her lips and is like, oh, but I do like him. I really do. And I do like it when the two of you fight. I bet you like getting your hands on him. Come on now, admit it. This interaction is so weird. Every interaction in this chapter so far has been fucking weird. Draco then goes looking for Harry again, and they end up going to the astronomy tower. I hate everyone right now, Harry said. His voice was still even. I looked at you up there in the dorm room, and I hated you too. I know, Draco said. It's okay. It's not okay, Harry took a ragged breath. I've got no reason to hate you. You were just trying to help. She hates me. And not without good reason. I was horrible to her. I wouldn't forgive me either. She'll forgive you, Draco replied. She'll understand. In the middle of this conversation as well, Harry also offhandedly mentions that Blazabini is supposedly been sleeping with Malcolm Braddock. And Draco's like, wait, what? And Harry's all like, oh shit, I thought you knew. Everyone knows. Anyways, the next day, I think? Professor Lupin summons Draco to his office. Lupin is concerned with Draco's mental state, with like the wedding coming up and all this friendship drama going on. And then Draco shares something with Lupin. Specifically, he shares the secret that Dumbledore shared with him earlier. My father blackmailed Pettigrew into turning informant against his friends. He drew him into the Death Eaters. My father was the one who was responsible for the plot against the Potters. The Secret Keeper idea, he turned Harry's parents into the Dark Lord, and he went with him that night in Godric's Hollow. He was there when they died, Draco finished, and slumped back slightly against the wall as if this recitation had exhausted him. And you know what? I'm gonna say it. As far as plot beats in this story go, I don't mind this a lot. It directly ties Draco's parents to Harry's parents and puts their relationship to the test. It means that these two have a shared history beyond what has happened since they both started going to Hogwarts. It deepens their relationship and complicates it as well. Draco tells Lupin he hasn't told Harry because he's afraid he'll react poorly, which, like, fair enough. And Harry, meanwhile, is still having a lot of feelings. He's angry at himself for not listening to Hermione when she said she wasn't cheating. He ends up trying to apologize to Hermione, and she says she understands, but that the fight that they had the other night proved that Harry doesn't trust her. And to make it worse, he won't tell her why. And so she's decided that they need to break up, that they should just be friends. Blindly, she walked towards the door and blindly turned the knob, and blindly stepped out into the corridor. That's a lot of blindly. Draco and Ginny were still there, staring at her silently, but now her vision was now blurred with tears that they looked like distorted funhouse versions of themselves. She saw Draco reach a hand out to her, and a voice from a long way away asked her, what happened? She shook her head. Go in there, she said. Go take care of him. And then she fled down the corridor without looking back. Another girl is crying. I think yesterday I mentioned that that's another rule for the drinking game. Drink. Side note, but I'll take care of him sounds like a euphemism. Is Draco gonna, like, give Harry a handjob? I don't know. Anyways, after Harry has a happy ending with some CBT thrown in, that's cognitive behavioral therapy to all you little perverts in the comments, Draco then leaves him and has a massive fight with Blazabini about the fact that she's been cheating on him. And then suddenly something clicks in Draco's mind and he's like, oh, I know what's going on. And he rushes over to Blazabini's trunk and starts tearing through it, trying to find something. She demands that he stop, screaming at him. But then with a wave of his hand, silver bindings fly from nowhere and bind her so she cannot move. Draco glanced over at her and smiled. Scream if you want, he said pleasantly. It won't make any difference. I'll stay here until I find what I'm looking for. End of chapter 7. It was precisely 80 pages long. What the fuck? 80 pages. Jesus Christ. Chapter 8 begins and is titled The Master of Malfoy Manor. And it opens up with a long passage that may sound familiar to some of you. When Draco was 6 years old, his father had given him a bird to carry his mail. The other children Draco knew had friendly owls, or the occasional bluebird. But Draco's father gave him a falcon, with bright black eyes and a beak that curved like the mark on a sickle. The falcon did not like Draco, and Draco didn't like it either. Its sharp beak made him nervous, and its bright eyes always seemed to be watching him. It would slash at him with beak and talons when he came near. For weeks, his hands and wrists were always bleeding. He did not know it, but his father had selected a falcon that had lived in the wild for over a year, and thus was nearly impossible to tame. Okay, I could keep going. I could just keep reading the entire thing. But it's essentially that really famous passage that Cassandra Clare would later put in her Mortal Instrument series about a father giving their son, like, a falcon and then, like, chastising the kid for not training it but making it love him instead. And long story short, that's what happens here. Long story short, just like in the Mortal Instrument series, Draco trains it, and then Lucius breaks its neck, and he tells Draco that he was supposed to make it obedient, but all Draco did was train it to love him. Alas, the tragedy. Okay, so some people get really uppity about the fact that Cassandra Clare reused this passage from her fanfiction in her published writing, but I fail to see the problem, to be honest. Plenty of other writers reuse old writing as well. Douglas Adams reused plot elements and I think jokes from 2 of his Doctor Who stories when he was writing Dirk Gently's Detective Agency. There is nothing wrong with reusing material. There is nothing inherently wrong with reusing material. If she was copying from one of her own published books, then maybe I'd object, but she's just using something she's already written in a new context. There's nothing actively wrong with that. And, like, it's funny that it's here, and it makes the parallels between the Mortal Instruments and this fic even stronger, but that's kind of it. People need to calm down. Draco never cried again, and he never forgot what he learned, that to be loved was to destroy, and that to love was to be the one destroyed. Cutting back to Draco in Blazabini's dorm room, he is still searching through her things. He can't find what he's looking for, and then he's like, aha! And he turns to Pansy Parkinson's. Where is she? There she is. Her trunk, instead. And then he finds an invisibility cloak. Are you stealing Pansy's things? Evidence, he said shortly. You're a thief and a bastard, turning on the members of your own house for a bunch of Gryffindor scum. Shut up, Blaze. I'll tell everyone. Draco knelt down and looked into her eyes. Face scrubbed clean of makeup, her hair free of its jeweled berets and tangled around her face, she looked much less polished than he'd ever seen her. Do it, he said, evenly, and I'll tell everyone exactly why you agreed to this dating charade with me in the first place. He fought back another sigh. He felt very tired. I'm going to untie you now, he said. I want you to promise not to hit me the second your hands are free. I promise, she said without looking at him, and the moment that her hands were free, of course, she hit him anyways. Okay, that was kind of funny. The next day is the final day of term, apparently, and everyone's boarding the Hogwarts Express to go enjoy their holidays. Whee! Christmas time is here. We follow Ginny as she heads off of platform 9 3/4 to meet her family, and they see that she is with someone. This is Seamus, Mum, said Ginny, pitching her voice an octave higher so that her mother could hear her over the sound of jingle bells. He's the same year as Ron, and he's a chaser on our team, and, she added without having the faintest idea why, he's my boyfriend. And Mr. and Mrs. Weasley are like, oh, well, surprise, surprise, Ginebra. Nice to meet you too, sir, he replied, and shook Mr. Weasley's hand firmly. My parents have always spoken very highly of you, my mom especially. She says you're the best Minister of Magic Britain's had since Felonious Plum. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention before, towards the end of the last book, Mr. Weasley became Minister of Magic. I'm still not over that. I still think it's funny as fuck. Seamus also says that he has a present for Ginny. He gives it to her, and she opens it, and it turns out it's a bracelet, and he says it's enchanted. It's magic in some nebulous way. It might become important later, but honestly, I wouldn't be placing any bets on it. Like, seriously, My Immortal had better continuity and follow-through on plot threads than this story. It's ridiculous. Not long after this, we jump ahead to a few days later, where it's the day of Narcissa and Sirius's wedding. Yay! Actually, it's just the rehearsal dinner. Also, what the fuck is a rehearsal dinner? How does a dinner be rehearsed? Isn't having a rehearsal for the dinner just an additional expenditure for the people paying for the wedding? I don't know, they didn't really do them in the religious community I was born in, so I'm at a loss. No, seriously. Someone please explain it to me. Anyways, Snape is also at the house because he's also been invited for some reason, and after Harry and Draco take a tumble on some brooms and kind of fall to the ground, Draco's shirt slips up, and Snape, who is nearby, ends up seeing Draco's arm, and this perturbs him greatly. Let me see your arm, Mr. Malfoy, Snape barked, and Draco jumped. We may not be at Hogwarts, but I can still take points from your house. He held his arm out towards the potion master, who took hold of it, much more gently than his fierce expression might lead one to believe he would, and peeled back the sleeve of Draco's sweater. His immediate sharp intake of breath was loudly audible in the still air. Reluctantly, Draco glanced down and saw what Snape was looking at. A long, shallow gash ran along his forearm where he had thrown up his arm to shield his face. The gash itself didn't look serious. What had caused Snape to gasp was the blood leaking from the wound, which was dark red-silver, the color of mercury seen through scarlet glass. It seems that the arrow injury from a while ago has continued to fester in Draco's system. Snape retreats after taking a sample of Draco's blood, which he says he has to analyze because this could be a big deal. And then he says this. "I do not enjoy parties," Snape ruminated. "Unless, of course, there is karaoke." What do you think his go-to karaoke song is? I bet it's Total Eclipse of the Heart, and he just like sings it, just standing completely stock still, his arms like this, and his eyes are closed because he's got the song memorized, and the whole time he's like barely keeping it together and close to crying because he's thinking of Lily. I can picture that easily. That's his vibe, right? What do you guys think Snape's go-to karaoke song is, though? I want to know. Okay, so rehearsal dinner time. All the guests are coming in, including Pansy Parkinson for some reason. I guess her family is friends with Narcissa, and Draco ends up finding her in the crowd because he wants to confront her. Draco sends a house elf to go get her, and no, we're not going to stop to think about the implication that Harry and Sirius are slave owners in this because, well, they are in canon as well. And Pansy comes to the room that he's cloistered in, and she's all like, "Draco! Scaring me like that. I mean, really. Now, if you couldn't tell, I was on my way somewhere to get an urgent message, I know. Only the message doesn't exist. I made it up. I wanted to get you alone so I could talk to you. Do you mind? I was busy at the party and I should get back." "You didn't look all that busy to me," Draco interrupted. He spoke softly, but there was a menace in his tone that made Pansy look up sharply. He began to circle slowly around her and could feel her resisting the urge to turn around and look at him. "Although I've heard you've been very busy lately, maybe I can jolt your memory with a little recitation session. You don't mind if I read it aloud, do you?" He cleared his throat ostentatiously and drew a folded parchment from his pocket. "Hermione, I'm writing this in potions class. I'm sitting here looking at you from across the room, but you can't see me. You're looking straight ahead. I can see your hand moving over your parchment as you take notes. Maybe you're writing to me as I'm writing to you. I'm not good at this letter writing business. Harry would be better. Hell, Malfoy would be better at it. But I'm writing to you because I have to, because it hurts to be this far away from you, especially after—" "Stop it!" Pansy shrieked. "How?" She was staring at him. "How did you— My trunk! It's impossible!" This is now how Pansy Parkinson is going to talk for the rest of the story. I will be taking no complaints from anyone. Sometimes the simplest solutions are the best ones. She looked dazed. "What are you going to do?" "Before or after I go to your parents and tell them everything about what you've been up to lately?" "Maybe you should try telling them something they don't know." Okay, this is making my voice hurt. maybe I'll change it. "It was their idea, Draco. My father's the one who developed the glamour charms. Where do you think I got them anyway? They're prototypes, brand new." So it turns out the person who has been sleeping with Mr. Ronald Weasley has been Miss Pansy Parkinson of Slytherin all this time. And why did she do this? Well, apparently initially it was just a plan to pretend to be Hermione to see if they could get any information from Ron about whatever Harry's up to, but she ended up taking things a step further by seducing him. "It was the way he looked at me," she whispered. "Nobody's ever looked at me like that." Okay, now I feel kind of mean. I feel like I'm mocking her with this voice, like more so than I'm already intending to. Side note, but this does randomly remind me of a different piece of Harry Potter fanfiction, a much better one, where the main ship actually was Ron and Pansy, and it was one where, like, I think Ron was, like, part of, like, the Magical House Inspection Bureau, and, like, Pansy was, like, a magical real estate agent, and they both had to, like, go to this magical house, after, like, the owner died, and it turned out that, like, the owner of the house really liked to, like, play matchmaker, and the house was enchanted to try and force people together into romantic tensions, and because the house is still enchanted at this point, it locks the two of them in, and they have to, like, fake date to convince the house to let them go, and they end up falling in love over the process of it. I think Pansy ends up making lasagna. I can't remember the name of the fanfiction, but it was so good. In this conversation, Pansy also makes a note of how chummy Draco's gotten with the Gryffindors, and then says this. "They don't know who you really are," Pansy said, breaking his reverie. This is too much for me to say in that high-pitched falsetto, so I'm just gonna talk normal. He noted with a disconnected interest that her voice was very peculiar, both husky and squeaky at the same time. I feel like this was written explicitly to troll me 20 years later. "And I'm beginning to think that you don't either. Blaise always said differently. She always said you were a true Slytherin in your heart. I don't believe that. I think you turned on us the first chance we got. Well, you picked the losing side, Draco Malfoy. I know things you don't. We all do. None of us trust you anymore. We kept you out of our plans, but that doesn't mean we don't have plans. Oh my." This sounds intriguing, which means we're probably not going to hear anything about it for 500 pages, but at least something good will be happening soon. Elsewhere in the manor, Ginny is slipping and sliding around the Malfoy halls. And then she slips into one of the family's many sitting rooms, and then she pulls a chain out from underneath her dress, revealing her time turner. And just, okay, stop. Stop. I alluded to this happening before, but when I first read this story, I was completely shocked by this reveal because it's not particularly well set up. This is a quote from page 357 of this story. She knew what was in that room, the remaining 3 keys of the Founders, her lycanthropy, Harry's scabbard, and Ginny's time turner. They had all been there at the dedication ceremony over the summer, the 4 heirs and Ron as well. Anyways, I went through the PDF searching for the phrase time turner after I got to this point in the story where it was revealed that she suddenly had it, and there wasn't any mention of a time turner between that passage I just read and this moment here. There's a moment during the heist where Ginny, seems to appear, quote-unquote, behind Hermione from somehow nowhere, and Hermione notes that she's surprised that Ginny was able to move so fast, and maybe that's when she went to go get it, but there's been no mention of a robbery at the Stonehenge Museum. I don't know how she would have gotten it on her own. The fact that she wants it at all just feels very sudden and out of nowhere. Anyways, I have a lot of questions. Some of them get answered, some of them don't. This is probably the beginning of the worst subplot in this entire story for a variety of reasons, some of which may actually upset you if you're watching this. Back at the party, Draco confronts Ron about who he's actually been sleeping with, and Pansy rushes over, trying to stop him, trying to keep the secret. And he pushed her, suddenly and violently and hard, towards Ron, who, being Ron, caught her instead of letting her fall. She stumbled and clutched at him, and Draco laughed. "That's right, Weasley," he said. "Cop a decent grab, would you? See if you feel anything familiar. You should. Whatever glamour spell she used, I think she still feels the same. And you ought to know that body pretty well. So many nights together in the prefect's room. You seem the type for clumsy fumblings to me. But after all that time, even you ought to have..." And that's when Ron lets out a yelp of horror. Somewhere in the back of Draco's eyes, he seemed to be asking Harry a question. "Is this what you wanted? Is this enough? Is this as you imagined it would be?" By the way, I'm still not over the fact that the Parkinsons are even here. They are Death Eaters. Why is Narcissa still on good terms with these people? Pansy's sobbing crescendoed to a shriek that could have shattered glass. Why did we all imagine Pansy Parkinson as being this obnoxiously shrill character? Even as a child, that's how I imagined her. Harry stared at her and stared at Ron, and a sick feeling began to spread through his stomach. He raised his eyes and met Draco's gaze over Pansy's head, and he didn't know what he would have done or asked Draco to do after that, and he never got a chance to know, because at that moment, the double doors of the hall opened, and Lucius Malfoy came in, and he's all like, "Hello, freaks, it's me." But before we can figure out what the hell his deal is and why he's here, we cut back to Ginny again. It had not been easy getting her time turner back. In fact, it had been very difficult, but in the end, not as difficult as perhaps it should have been. If she had been the sort of person people paid attention to, it would have been impossible, but they ignored her, and so she could slip away. And I am not accepting this as a good enough explanation for how she was able to get into the museum during the trip and was somehow able to break into a glass case to get it without anyone noticing. I'm just not. This is bad writing. She had planned this. She had been planning it for weeks. So why was she so nervous? It wasn't as if she hadn't gone back in time before. "You've gone back hundreds of years," she told herself. "This is only 5. What are you afraid of?" Quickly, she flipped the time turner over and the world disappeared. But before we can find out what that's about, we cut back to Lucius Malfoy. "Greetings, everyone," said Lucius Malfoy. "How kind of you all to come to my homecoming party." Just a reminder, everyone besides Draco thought this man was dead until, well, just now. And he's got company with him. He's got Death Eaters. To quote a Muggle writer, he said, "Rumors of my death have been greatly exaggerated." Pansy made a choked little sound in her throat. It could have been a giggle or a sob. Draco stared grimly at his father. His eyes were unreadable. "That is enough." It was serious, Draco saw, detaching himself from the rest of the crowd and stepping forward. "There's no need for these cat-and-mouse games, Lucius. You're an escaped mental patient. They'll bring you back to St. Mungo's before you can even—" "I rather think not," Lucius interrupted. "It is in fact all of you who are in violation of the law." "I, not you, am the master of Malfoy Manor," Lucius said, looking coldly at Sirius. "The laws of the manor are old laws, and the manor knows its master." And Draco, upon hearing this, sends a telepathic message to Harry. Supposedly the master of Malfoy Manor can decide who can stay on the grounds, and can just magically kick people out if he so chooses, and he's just assuming that Lucius is going to kick everyone out of the house in about 2 minutes, and he tells Harry to prepare himself. "I will not leave Draco here alone with you," Sirius protested hotly. "He comes with us." "You won't need to leave him here alone," replied Lucius in a voice like silk. "He'll have Harry for company." "Leave Harry out of this, father," he said, his voice firm. "It's me you want. Please refrain from presumptions. If it was you I wanted, I'd say so. Harry stays here." Harry Potter has been a domiciled resident of this house for 6 months as of today. He is underage under wizarding law. Therefore, I am his official guardian. He turned to the pale man on his side, who Harry knew as the bailiff of Malfoy Park. "Mr. Stebbins, if you'd be so kind." Okay, so I'm going to simplify this because the bailiff ends up talking for like 5 pages. That's no exaggeration. Harry has legally claimed Malfoy Manor to be his domicile, and he is technically underage in the wizarding world currently. I guess in this story at least, 17 is still underage in the wizarding world. Therefore, because Malfoy Manor is his domicile, for whatever reason, Lucius Malfoy has some level of claim of what happens to him, at least for the time being. This is something that will definitely get challenged in court, but until then, he essentially has in loco parentis control over Harry. And that's because the laws around Malfoy Manor are just so archaic that the place that a person lives determines who their guardian is, apparently. Absolutely mad. Just go with it. "The Ministry will be watching you," Arthur Weasley screams, but Lucius pays him no mind as he raises his wand and recites an incantation, and then there's a flash and a gust of wind. Harry felt Draco catch involuntarily at his sleeve and pull him back hard. He ducked his head. There was a roaring in his ears. Something like a powerful wind tore past him, ripping at his clothes and hair. He remembered the whirlwind spell he had cast last year that had hurled Lucius out of the manor, wondering if it was the same thing. How ironic it would be if it was. He held his breath. When Harry opens his eyes, Lucius is standing there, and the room is entirely empty besides him and Draco and a few Death Eaters. And also, weirdly, Ron as well. He's also being kept. "Take them," he said, gesturing at Harry and Draco. "Lock them up in the North Tower." "No, not him as well," he added, and laid a long-fingered hand on Ron's sleeve. "Leave this one here with me." Elsewhere in Voldemort's castle, Rhysand is back in her cage, just kind of moping about, and then she suddenly perks her head up and is like, "Someone is coming. It's Lucius. And he has someone with him." Lucius enters the room, and with him is Ron. And Lucius is all like, "My master, I have the boy." Lucius chuckled low in his throat. "I am quite sure he is the one," he said. The red-headed boy spoke. "I don't understand," he said. "The one what? Why am I here?" The Dark Lord looked at him, and a faint, amused smile touched the edge of his inhuman mouth. "You really do not know? You cannot guess?" The boy shook his head. "Well, then," the Dark Lord laid a hand on the boy's shoulder, and the boy winced in pain. "Perhaps this is something we should discuss. Come over with me to the table. Do you play chess?" End of chapter 8. It was, incidentally, about 120 pages long. Chapter 9 begins and is titled The Night, Death, and the Devil. And we open with a flashback to Ginny at the end of the second book. And I didn't realize I was going to need a content warning when I started this project, but content warning for underage grooming? ? I'm not sure what to call this, but that's the vibe I get. She would always remember the light in the room that day, gray hospital light. Her father had carried her from Dumbledore's office, although she could walk perfectly well, her mother hurrying behind. Madame Pomfrey had ready to bed for her. "I'm so sorry," she said to Madame Pomfrey, but her parents only hushed her and drew the curtains closed around her bed, urging her to rest. But she could not rest. Her body would not allow it, did not want to lie still. It was restless, as if it wanted to crawl away from her, crawl back to Tom, perhaps. She did not know what he had taught her body to do during the long darknesses that she did not remember. The window opened noiselessly onto a clear spring day. The front of the school was bathed in light. The light stung Ginny's eyes, but she kept them open. When she closed them, she saw him again. She had seen his face only briefly before today. He had been a dream trapped in diary pages, an insubstantial phantom conjured out of her loneliness and need. She had reached out for him then, but he had slipped away from her like water. But there in the chamber, it was different. As the life pulsed out of her with every beat of her heart, he seemed to evolve in strength and substance until at last she could see him whole. The black, tangled hair, the white face, the slightness of him, the tensile strength in the slender hands. The sound of raised voices drifted up to her window, recollecting her to the present moment. Ginny looked down listlessly. A carriage had drawn up to the foot of the front steps. It was black, and the design upon the door was of a wand crossed with a sword. The carriage door opened. The blonde man tucked the book under his arm as he gestured for his son to get in. That book was hers. Somewhere in its poisoned pages were her words, the dreams she had poured into it, the wishes and the nightmares. Who else could be said to have claim upon it? Tom, but Tom was gone now. Harry, perhaps, who had brought its destruction and her own salvation with blood and venomous death. But Harry would not have wanted it, and who else had a right? Not Lucius Malfoy, whom she loathed, nor his equally loathsome son. The carriage pulled away from the stairs. As it did, the lightning struck it, and the gilt letters along the side flashed out like fire. Malfoy. Okay, so there's a lot going on here, and I feel like if you're just watching this or listening to this and you're paying close attention, this is going to feel like a very sudden and very dark turn. I have thoughts on this. We'll get into it later. Just bear with me. After this, we cut to Draco and Harry in the tower. He's not really trying to adopt you, said Draco, as if he could. He's just trying to distract Sirius and the rest from whatever he's actually planning to do. After that little exchange, we jump back to Voldemort's evil castle of evil brooding and plotting, where Ron has lost the chess game. You let me win, the Dark Lord said. I said, the Dark Lord repeated, that you let me win. Didn't you, boy? Ron's voice came out in a whisper. I'm really just not all that good at chess, he said. Gathering together all his Gryffindor courage, he raised his chin and met the Dark Lord's gaze. Red eyes like coal stared back at him from a flat, snake-like face. The Dark Lord had no eyelids. Does he not sleep? Does he sleep with his eyes open? This is distracting me more than it should. Ron felt ill. I mean, I'm all right, but I'm nothing special. Where chess is concerned, perhaps not, Voldemort said. It may perhaps, given your native skill and lack of training, be impossible for you to beat me. What is important, however, is that you try. Ron couldn't believe it. Was Voldemort giving him a pep talk? I just don't see how I could be much of a challenge for you. Shall we begin again? Said the Dark Lord. Okay, so they're just going to be playing games of chess for like the next 300 pages over and over again, and there's a reason why. We'll get to it later. It's kind of dumb, but it's just kind of a great image, isn't it? Just to have Ron and Voldemort facing off in a chess match. Like, why isn't that the fanfic? We then cut to Ginny, who's time traveling to the past, and she lands about 5 or 6 years in the past, as I mentioned. It seems to be before the end of book 2, though, because Dobby is still in the house with them. Like, she almost has a run-in with him, and he's working for the Malfoys. And I find it funny that Dobby, of all people, makes an appearance in this, but Hagrid doesn't. I wonder if Cassandra Clare just has something against the Shaggy guy. Ginny almost has a run-in with a 12-year-old Draco Malfoy. And then before we can see what happens after that, we cut back to the tower in the manor in the present day. Draco and Harry are bored, and they start reading passages from the copy of Passionate Trousers that I guess Draco stole from Ginny at some point. Apparently he was going to go and get it signed by the author as like a surprise Christmas present, and that's why he stole it, but it's a bit too late for that now. The chill air of the dank dungeon clung to Rhiannon's tormented limbs. Again, she feebly struggled against the chains, which restrained her manacled ankles. The moist... Oh... Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, I need to speak clearly. People need to hear me. Okay. The moist orbs of her amply straining bosom heaved moistly beneath the tattered cloth of her... Side note, for people who like romance novels, I assume it's mainly meant to be like women who are attracted to men. Like, that's the main audience. Do women who are attracted to men generally get a lot out of, like, hearing about the lead character's heaving giant boobs? I mean, it's possible that, like, people who are bisexual who are reading this too, but, like, it's not the kind of thing I imagine you get a lot of in romance novels. I always kind of figured that they talked about, like, the wonderfully, like, muscular torsos of the men and their, like, thick appendages. And by appendages, I obviously mean thumbs. You perverts. Maybe I'm wrong, though. People in general seem to like boobs. Meanwhile, back at the Burrow, Arthur reveals to his family, plus Hermione, that he is no longer Minister of Magic. That entire plot thread is going nowhere. Apparently some sort of irregularity with the votes that elected me was discovered by a few of the council members, so I'm out of office pending investigation, and I'm not allowed in the ministry building because my presence might compromise that investigation. They showed me out. It was humiliating. Sirius glanced at Lupin. I remember you telling me, Arthur, that you suspected some interference with the ballots during the election. I admit I thought you were being paranoid. I'm sorry. Okay, that's kind of a half-truth, really. At the end of Book 2, Arthur did speak to, I think it was either Lupin or Sirius, about how he ended up becoming minister and how he found the whole thing kind of suspicious. But he alluded to the reason why it seemed suspicious was that something seemed to have scared the other members of the Parliament. This is literally a quote I'm about to read from Draco Sinister right now that shows you what I mean. At first I was flattered, but lately it seems to me that many of the ministry officials I've spoken to felt somewhat afraid not to vote for me. It was almost the way it was back when, Arthur, you're being paranoid. And I have to admit, I was kind of excited to see where this potential plot thread was going to go. It seemed like Arthur Weasley had some kind of history, that there was some sort of broader plot to put him into this position of power that we were going to learn about, and it turned out, no. We're not going to get any of that. It's a waste of time. Back at Malfoy Manor, Lucius has jumped from the castle back to the manor and has come up to the tower to speak to Harry and Draco. Lucius has them in his clutches for one reason and one reason only. He wants the cup that they have stolen. And unfortunately, neither of these guys can tell him because Hermione is the one who hid the cup and they don't know where she put it. Womp womp. Villain fail. And then Lucius casually mentions something that you've maybe already picked up on. Draco is dying. He's been poisoned. It turns out that when someone shot at him with that bow and arrow, they were in fact aiming for Draco, and now he's slowly getting weaker, his body's slowly shutting down, and he's probably only got about 2 weeks before he loses the ability to walk. But Lucius says he has a cure. But first he wants to talk to Harry alone. Harry's brought down to his study, they exchange some barbs back and forth, and Harry in passing mentions how shocked he is at how cruelly Lucius can treat his son. And then Lucius drops a bombshell that literally made me crack up from laughter the first time I read this fic. When a Death Eater in this world pledges themselves to Voldemort, they need to give him something in return. Sometimes it's their love of music or a treasured memory, something like that. What Lucius gave up to get the Dark Mark was his ability to love. And I don't know why, but that is so goofy to me. It's just absurd. Of course, he literally cannot love because he gave up that power. And it's not super important, by the way. He just shares this apropos of nothing. Anyways, Lucius wants to make a deal with Harry. He says that he will give Draco the antidote to the potion if Harry writes a letter to Hermione disclosing the location of the cup. Harry is then sent back upstairs, and he and Draco talk about this. And Draco's just like, nope, we're not doing this. Don't take the deal. There will be some other trick, and then Voldemort will get the cup, so we may as well just not take the deal. That way Voldemort won't get the cup at all. And Harry ends up pushing back on this. Back at Voldemort's castle, Ron has been playing games of chess with Voldemort over and over for about hours now. I guess Voldemort's got a lot of patience, and because of that, he's starting to lose energy, and he feels really woozy and is struggling to concentrate. And that is when something happens. His ears roared and agonizing pain shot through his knees and elbows. A moment later, he realized this was because he had tumbled out of his chair, hit the floor, and crumbled. He rolled over and stared up at a world of shifting shadows. "What's happening?" he whispered. "It hurts. It hurts." "What do you see?" said the knife-like voice of the Dark Lord. "Boy, tell me what you see." And weirdly, it seems a vision does start coming forth for Ron. "I see the dark mark over Hogwarts," he said in a single rasping breath. "I see the black sky with smoke, and the mark again, and again, and again. I see all the wizarding houses in England, and the sky over them is full of death. I see the dead. Some of them are children." "Very good," said Voldemort. It seems that Voldemort is forcing Ron to play chess over and over again in hopes that it'll trigger a trance that will make Ron access his seer powers without him having any control over it, which is just wild to me. What a convoluted way to do this. There's gotta be a potion for this, right? Back at the manor, Harry has ended up writing the letter to Hermione, and he gives it to Lucius, and that is when Lucius withdraws the vial of antidote, and he takes this vial, this thing which will save his son's life, and he throws it onto the floor, shattering it into a million pieces. He was never going to let his son be cured, and Harry screams in horror and scrambles, hoping to scoop up some of it, but it's too late. And there's actually a pretty nice illustration of this moment in the book. And Lucius storms on out, leaving the two boys alone in the tower room. And then someone enters. Someone in a Death Eater's cloak, who looms over the boys. They stare back up at the figure. The figure removes the hood. And it's Ginny. New day of filming. Today's mocktail is called the Dobby. It's heavy cream, mango syrup, and Diet Coke. And it tastes... I put way too much Coke in that. It tastes like Coke. You're supposed to garnish it with mango slices, so like it looks like Dobby's ears, but I can't be asked. It seems that Ginny has returned from her trip to the past. She and the boys slip out of the room they're in, and they make their way out of the manor via a secret passage that Draco knows about. Meanwhile, Hermione at the Burrow is busy having a cryptic, although not prophetic or like plot-relevant dream. And she's woken up by one of the Weasley's owls, which is kind of lightly pecking at her because he has a letter for her. And it reads as such. I must speak with you. I'm waiting for you downstairs at the front door. I sent up the little owl so you wouldn't be frightened. I can't let anyone else see me. Please come downstairs. It's about Draco. And so she heads on out, frustrated, confused, and a little annoyed, all things considered. The slender figure on the front steps jumped and turned around. She was wrapped in a thick green cloak with a blood-bordered hood. The hood trembled for a moment. Then it was pushed decisively back and a cascade of red gold curls tumbled out. Dark green eyes stared into Hermione's with a mute, resentful appeal. It's Blazabini. Before we can find out what she has to say, we jump back to Malfoy Manor, where Ginny, Draco, and Harry are running across the Malfoy Manor's grounds because Lucius has released the Hellhounds. Ooh, scary. They get away. It's fine. They end up making it into town. They steal some brooms and fly off and head to the Burrow. Speaking of the Burrow, Blazabini explains that she's here because she does in fact care about Draco, and she has something she wants Hermione to give him. She's wearing these like glittering silver berets in her hair, and she unhooks one and gives it to her. She tells Hermione to have Draco make sure he has this with him at all times. They will act as a form of magical protection. I wish I had more, but these are all I've got. They're not easy to come by, you know. Pansy told me she had to make her own. I'm sure she took care of Weasley as well, so you don't have to worry about him. Interesting, that. Then suddenly downstairs, they hear the door open, and Blazabini is like, damn, that's my cue. I gotta go. Owl my broom back to me when you get the chance, and she pulls out a portkey and vanishes. I don't know why everyone in this story uses portkeys instead of just apparating. The people who have arrived are, to the surprise of nobody, Ginny, Harry, and Draco. Soon, time passes, and they end up back at school. I think it's still during winter break. They've just decided to finish the holiday at the school going forward. I guess maybe because it's safer. It's not really explained. Dumbledore is informed of what happened to Draco and Harry at the manor, and Dumbledore approaches Snape, and he has a bit of Harry's shirt that Harry used to try and soak up the antidote when Lucius threw it on the floor, and he gives it to Snape and is like, analyze this so we can figure out if this is curable, because Draco's still dying. Thus ends Chapter 9. It was 120 pages long, so help me God. Chapter 10 begins, and the title is The Descent Beckons. And this ends up being the longest chapter that we've had so far, so buckle up. A few days pass, and during that time, Draco's been kept entirely inside the hospital wing. Hermione gives him a berry like Blaze told her to, and since I guess Blazabini gave her a bunch of them, she also gives one to Harry and one to Ginny, and keeps one for herself. And everyone's like all standing around his bed being like, oh my god, he might die, we're so worried. Are you worried, viewers? No? Me neither. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Ron has fallen asleep, just like on the floor of the room. They haven't given him a bed yet. And he's eventually woken up by Rhysand, who's back in her cage, and who has reached through the bars just to like tickle him. I guess he kind of fell asleep nearby the cage. Because he's getting tickled, he wakes up and he discovers that Risen is naked for some reason. "The Dark Lord's gone, if that's what's worrying you," she said. "He won't be back until nightfall." "Actually, that's not what's worrying me," Ron said. "It's you. The naked thing. It's kind of distracting." "Is this better?" He turned and looked at her. She had her long hair looped back over her shoulders and was wearing some kind of brief black corseted dress. It seemed an improvement, if not by much. Why was she naked? What do you think the friend who Cassandra Clare based this character on thought of this character? Like, her just like hanging out naked in a cage in front of a 17-year-old? Wormtail walks in then. Where is he? Oh, there he is, the slimy little furball. And he exchanges some cutting remarks with Ron. Then Ron announces that he wants to take a walk. He knows he can't escape, but he may as well get a chance to stretch his legs. So he takes a walk around the castle, and he discovers that there are no doors to the outside. You have to apparate in order to get in. After his walk, he returns to that room and speaks further to Risen, who ends up revealing that she can leave the castle whenever she wants, as long as she gets permission from Lucius first, as she is bound to him. "Then why the cage?" Ron asked. "The cage restricts my ability to use certain powers of mine," said Risen with a moo of distaste. It's M-O-U-E. I don't know what that is. "Lucius, I suspect, fears me, although he should perhaps know better than that. Gold is the metal most unloved by demons, for it resembles the sun, which we despise. It also affects our abilities." And then Ron is like, "Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? You're a demon?" This confuses me because there were demons in the last book in the trilogy as well, but they were presented as like nasty little goblin things, not as like voluptuous, sexy ladies with the faces of 15-year-old girls. Still not over that. Conversation ends up continuing, and Ron ends up claiming that he's known that he's a diviner for a long time, and he's just never shared it with Harry or Hermione, and okay, this is a retcon, and I don't like it. In the last book, he was surprised to find out that he had some latent ability to be a seer, but now apparently he's claiming that he's always had it. It's like minor, I know it's not important, but it annoys me a little bit. He ends up sharing that he once had a vision where he saw Ginny dead on the floor, and Draco and Harry were looking at her from above, and he's frightened that this may one day come true. Oh, during all of this, we also keep cutting to the Ministry of Magic to have a bunch of scenes that I don't think ever went anywhere. Like, there were some jokes about like how with the new minister in charge, because there's a new Minister of Magic, some departments are getting reshuffled, but that's about it. Also, if you're wondering who the new Minister of Magic is, where is he? You can't see me anymore, but you can see my pointing stick. It's this guy. It's Mr. Parkinson, who isn't in the films. So I just kind of Googled British politician and picked the one that came up that didn't look like Boris Johnson. Draco, for his part, is taking a break from dying in bed and has gone for a walk, and he ends up running into Seamus. And he has something he wants to tell Seamus. He's recognized that bracelet that Seamus gave Ginny, and he knows something about it that Ginny doesn't. The bracelet is a charmed bracelet, and among its many enchantments is a tracking charm. And with this charm, the giver of the bracelet can track the person wearing the bracelet wherever they went. And Seamus turns red after this and is like, "Oh, I'd never use it like that, duh!" Draco calls him a creep anyways, which, yeah, fair, to be honest. That's weird. You're not that close with this girl. That night as well, Harry ends up having a freaky dream, but it's because he's sharing a dream with Draco. So, you know what that means? It's time to take a drink. I really hope people don't mind all the slurping sounds. It's the next day, and Sirius and Narcissa end up having a conversation about Draco's condition that I am completely skipping over because, let's be honest, none of us actually care. He's gonna be fine, you guys. Don't worry. And as it's a new day, Voldemort once again returns to the room with Ron. He is already sat at the chessboard waiting for the Dark Lord to come, because he already knows where this is going to go. But then Ron speaks up. "No," said Ron. He knew that to defy the Dark Lord was to risk death and terrible injury, but at the moment it seemed preferable to another game of chess. I don't want to play. Voldemort said nothing to that, only came across the room and sat opposite Ron at the chessboard. With a hand like a bloated white spider, he gently prodded at a few of the fallen pieces. I could force you, he said, but that might break you, and I would prefer not to break you. I should tell you, though, that now that the doors in your head have been thrown open, you cannot close them again. This is your only hope of controlling your gift. Did you ever wonder why every vision you see is of terror and death, little diviner? It is because you work so hard to block every sight of the future from your mind, that only those phantasms so strong in horror that they are uncontrollable can break the barriers you have created. And Ron glowers, and he relents, and he opens up with his first move, which was probably it was probably with a pawn, it's chess. And these scenes between the two of them are repetitious, but the fact that they're playing chess at all is just really, fun to me. The contrast of it just being Ronald Weasley having to, spend extended periods of time playing chess with this monstrous mass murderer is weirdly charming to me. I don't know. I can't hate it. Back in the hospital wing, Draco is trying to get an invite to the Gryffindor Christmas party. I kind of thought they already had Christmas, but I guess Christmas break started before Christmas itself, so this isn't an inconsistency. This is just me confusing myself. And during the scene, we are reminded that Draco is many things, but the main thing he is a smarmy little bitch. Draco sighed. I have presents for people, he said, to Harry's surprise, but it seems like a Gryffindor sort of event. Not necessarily for me. Harry was honestly perplexed. Well, what do the Slytherins usually do for Christmas? Oh, ritual bloodletting. My father was all about remembering the less fortunate during the holiday. The poor? Harry asked. Really? Yes, he said it was very important that we remember to put up wards during Christmas to keep the poor out. Otherwise they might try to burgle our house while we were at church. You went to church? Oh, just to confiscate the collection plate, said Draco with a breezy wave. Harry shook his head. I never know whether to believe you or not, he said. Isn't that what makes me so devastatingly charming? Draco inquired. And the answer is no, Draco, it doesn't. Harry then goes down to the dungeons, where Hermione is, because she's begun to help Snape with the antidote, although he isn't there right now, and he ends up helping her. And it's been the first time in a while that they've actually spent some good time together where they haven't had a fight, and they both end up enjoying themselves. He also ends up telling her that he feels responsible for Draco's injury. I don't know why. It wasn't his idea to go up to the astronomy tower. He feels like if they didn't have the weird psychic connection that they do now have, and if they still hated each other like they did before the past year, none of this would have happened. Anyways, after that, we cut to the Gryffindor Christmas party, and I have to be honest, I heard someone once call Gryffindors the frat bro house of Hogwarts, and this Christmas party is not really helping my perception of them in that way. There's Christmas cards hung up on the walls, there's booze everywhere. One of the Christmas cards features a picture of Oliver Wood in drag. Apparently he's in drag because he lost a Quidditch bet. He looks terrible, Draco said, raising an eyebrow. Some people should never wear pastel. Basic black and pearls, that's Oliver. Maybe a nice low heel, because we need to constantly make it out that Draco is queer, and to make it out as if that's a joke, all whilst not actively letting him be queer. Look, this is an old fan fiction. I'm not holding this against Cassandra Clare, but I did have to read so many pages of this, regardless. And as such, I can't help but be a little annoyed when I read this kind of thing. Yes, it's an old piece of fan fiction. Still not fun to read. Anyways, they're exchanging gifts now, and inexplicably, Draco is given the Marauder's Map by Harry. Hurry, Hermione exclaimed, too startled not to speak. The Marauder's Map? Draco glanced up, lazy eyes sparking with curiosity. What's the Marauder's Map? Wait, they've been friends for a year now. How has Draco not heard about the Marauder's Map? Harry, you're a bad friend. Also, that's one of the only keepsakes Harry has from his father. It's kind of sweet that he's giving it to Draco, but I find it weird. I don't know. I wish he hadn't done this. And it doesn't come up later, so it's kind of pointless. Also, I guess everyone in the Gryffindor common room is fine with the fact that there's a Slytherin spending time with them because nobody comments on it except for Seamus, who has another fight with Draco, leading to Seamus storming out and Ginny following him. Actually, it's Ginny who flees, apparently, after she sees that Draco and Seamus are fighting, and then it's Seamus who follows her. I don't know. "I won't speak ill of someone who's dying," he said. "But why him? Why Malfoy?" Ginny took a moment before replying. "I think," she said, "that he reminds me of someone else that I loved once." So according to this, the reason Ginny seems to have feelings for Draco is because on a subconscious level, he reminds her of someone. And I think it's easy to guess that the person she's thinking of here is the spirit of Tom Riddle from the goddamn diary in her first year. The one who was 16 years old when Ginny found the diary, who was at the time 11. And I have to ask, do we really want to say that the reason Ginny has feelings for Draco is because he reminds her of a man who potentially groomed her when she was a child? Because I don't. I hate that. Who wants that? Speaking of Tom Riddle, you want to know what Ginny went back in time to get? Well, we find out soon after this because she pulls out Tom Riddle's old diary. And this confuses me because she went back in time to before Dobby was freed, so presumably before the diary was destroyed, and she apparently took it, and it's not causing a time paradox. And it never does cause a time paradox. Surely if she stole it from the past, she never would have been able to get it from Lucius in her past. The contradictions here are just not explored or acknowledged, so just don't think about it too hard. As she's staring at the diary, she taps it with her wand and casts a spell which lets her know when it was created, and the exact date and time enters her mind. And then she fondles the time turner around her throat, turns it over, and once again vanishes. Nobody else at the party has noticed that she's disappeared yet. I think she actually went to the library before she turned the time turner over, so no one's even noticed that she hasn't come back to the party. But that's because they have something new to distract themselves with. Hermione, it seems, has continued to do research into the 4 noble objects, as well as the ritual that Voldemort wants to perform. She's discovered that one of the things that's required for the ritual is the blood of a dark wizard. But then she says that the word that's referring to a dark wizard can be translated in a few ways. One way is dark wizard, but the other way is as diviner. That's why Voldemort wants Ron. Meanwhile, in the past, Ginny has landed in the library where Tom is apparently doing the ritual to make the diary come to life. She sees him around the corner, and I just realized Tom Riddle isn't on this board. Whoops. I'll fix it later, don't worry. There'll be a point later where I'll be able to make some space on the board, so. Anyways, Tom is talking to some other Slytherin. "Very little is impossible, Priscilla," said the voice Ginny would never forget if she lived to be 300. What kind of voice would Tom Riddle have? Like, it seems wrong to do the Voldemort voice here. A cool, unhurried, serpentine voice that wound you in its coils and refused to let you go. She shivered, hearing it as if a snake had slithered over her grave. She could not properly see him, only the edge of a black cloak, a slim white hand moving as it gestured. There are certain methods of sympathetic magic by which a soul might be bound or retained and later transferred to a useful vessel. Such a preserved entity is very hard to destroy. A kind of immortality, if you like. Such spirits are easy to summon back. And then, of course, there are cruder methods of necromancy. In those cases, however, the dead rarely come back as one might remember them. Incidentally, this was written before Book 6 was released, so Horcruxes weren't canon yet, and people were free to make up whatever origin story for the diary that they wanted to when they were writing fanfiction. But it's funny that this does sound pretty damn close to Horcruxes, doesn't it? The girl Tom is talking to, whatever her deal is, leaves, and in the now seemingly empty library, Tom Riddle does the ritual. The ritual ends up failing, and Tom realizes he needs, like, a mirror. He forgot some component of it, and so he walks out of the library to get whatever he needs, leaving the rest of the stuff for the ritual on the table. And this is when Ginny makes her move. She ends up striding over to the table, and there she sees the silver bowl on the table, which has his blood, which he cut himself with and let off as part of the ritual inside. She prepares to take some. She's got like a little vial, all ready to steal some of this man's blood. But before she can do anything, Tom ends up returning. And he's all like, "Who the fuck are you? Are you a ghost? How the fuck did you get past my wards? Oh, well, it seems like you're alive. For now, in any case." Ginny reaches for the time turner quickly so she can disappear, but Tom grabs at her hand. "What magic is this?" he demanded. His voice was a low hiss. "Is this how you got past the wards? You're no student here. I've not seen you before, and I never forget a face. And you went for this the moment you saw me. But it's not a portkey. So what is it?" He's grabbed a hold of her, and Ginny, trembling, looks him right in the eye and spits in his face. She pulls away and runs, and Tom is screaming, coming after her until she runs into a young Albus Dumbledore. And Dumbledore is like, "Tom, give Miss Weasley her necklace back." And Ginny is all like, "Wait, what the fuck? You know who I am?" We cut to a little while later where they are in Dumbledore's office, and he doesn't really explain how he knows who she is. It's presumably due to some other future time travel shenanigans we haven't gotten to yet, except I'm not sure this ever is actually explained, so... Well, we'll see. I could be wrong. It might end up getting explained and I'm just forgetting. Dumbledore insists on Ginny not telling him anything about the future. Ginny does try and tell him despite that Tom Riddle is going to go on to kill people. "Time will put you beyond Tom Riddle," Dumbledore said, "and thank God for that. Tom never discounts an injury, and you made him look a fool. He will not soon forget it." "No," Ginny half shut her eyes, thinking on the look on Tom's face when Dumbledore had called her Miss Weasley. His eyes when he stared at her. He would not forget her, and no amount of time could put her beyond Tom. "No, he won't." A look of concern passed over Dumbledore's face. "Miss Weasley." But her hand had gone to the time turner and flipped it over. His concerned expression watered before her and flickered out like a lamp as the spinning mist caught her and flung her outward. Her broken hand clutched protectively to her chest. I guess Tom broke her hand. Great. Love that. You know, I've joked on occasion with friends that the author of My Immortal was inspired heavily by this fanfiction in particular, and I don't think it actually was. I think a lot of My Immortal is just playing on a lot of common tropes in the Harry Potter fandom of the time. But there are a lot of similarities between this and My Immortal despite that, huh? Probably because this fanfiction has so many of the tropes that My Immortal was skewering, but nonetheless, it's kind of funny. Meanwhile, in the present at the castle, Ron has now played 8 games of chess with Voldemort, and it has once again triggered his seer powers. I wonder what their chat is like during the games. Do you think like they talk to one another a little bit? Like Ron makes a move and Voldemort's like, "Very good, you boy. You are learning." Like a really hissy-sounding chess coach. The vision Ron has is of death and destruction and of his sister dying, and he's like, "Let me out of here. I need to go. I need to help my sister." And then we cut to the next scene. Ginny has appeared back in the present in Dumbledore's office, and he's sitting there. Dumbledore, of course, knows where she's been and has a pretty good guess as to how she got there, but he wants to know what she was doing in the past to begin with. And Ginny attempts to bluff her way out of this. "I went back to when he made the diary he used on me because I knew he'd need to use a piece of himself to make it. Blood, a bit of his hair, whatever it was. I thought I could get it and make an epicyclical charm out of it, like the one Harry has that's got a chip from Draco's baby tooth in it. I've made one before. I could do it again. You can find someone with their charm. We could have used it to find Voldemort. Or if we destroyed it, he might even die, which is actually a great plan. But that's unfortunately not the actual reason she went back in time. Unfortunately, Dumbledore tells her that making an epicyclical charm for Voldemort would never work. The epicyclical charm holds a piece of the soul of its object. What Harry wears around his neck is a bit of young Master Malfoy's soul, the spiritual energy that makes Draco who he is. But the Dark Lord has no soul. He bartered it away years ago for power. Should you attempt to make an epicyclical charm for him, it would melt and slip through your fingers like water. What deal with the devil do you think he made in exchange for his soul? We may never know. It's just a way to cover this plot hole that Cassandra Clare has just accidentally invented. Ginny leaves Dumbledore's office and returns to her dorm room feeling like absolute garbage. She stares at herself in the mirror and then starts sobbing and crying. And she takes the diary, which she still has, and she starts ripping the pages in anger. But as she does this, it sounds like there's laughter coming out from them, almost as if there's a spirit inside of them. Again, I'm unclear about what point in the timeline she got this diary from. It sounded like it was from before she would have initially received it, but we're gonna go with it. Okay, this was really bothering me, so I went back through the book just to be sure, and it turns out that when Ginny went back in time, she went back in time to the point after Lucius came home with the now destroyed diary. She didn't go back in time to a time before she would have gotten the diary. So I'm wrong in thinking that this is a paradox, and I'm going to complain about it later in the video, and I'm wrong about it then. In my defense, there's a lot in this fan fiction, and sometimes my eyes just kind of glazed over a bit. My bad. I think what caused the confusion is that because there's so much just talking, I sometimes skim read some passages, and I ended up skim reading this passage. And when Ginny goes back in time, she bumps into a house elf who I identified earlier as Dobby, because she runs into a house elf whose name is Noddy, Noddy, who mentions Dobby. So clearly when I was just skimming through this, I saw the name Dobby and saw that there was a house elf in the scene. And because Dobby sometimes talks in the third person, I just assumed that this house elf was Dobby, and I feel a little stupid right now, but you know, I'm explaining myself now, so that's the main thing. Elsewhere, Harry has approached Snape. He wants to know what the symptoms are going to be of Draco's poisoning, like what's Draco going to be going through as he slowly dies. And Harry's all like, come on, he's my soon-to-be stepbrother, I'm allowed to know, I care about him. And Snape tells him that the symptoms for the poisoning include things like sudden blindness, amongst other things, and this makes Harry panic. You don't understand, he said unevenly. I'd do anything. You've done enough. Snape's voice cut through his. Perhaps you could not have helped the initial enchantment which bound you to Draco, but certainly you could have resisted taking advantage of his attachment to you. Just because someone would follow you into hell does not mean you have to send them there. I've never tried to hurt him, he said, hearing the weakness in his own voice. Never. I've always... Where have you been looking, Potter, that you didn't see it? Not at Draco, for all you call him your brother, your friend. And now I suppose you're planning to drag him after you on some insane wild goose chase after Voldemort. Why isn't he saying, like, the Dark Lord or you-know-who? Why is he using Voldemort's name? Isn't it, like, taboo? He's packed his bags. Did you know that? I found them at the foot of his bed this morning. If you stay, he'll kill himself with guilt that he's the only thing keeping you here. And if you go without him, he will kill himself trying to follow you. He isn't strong enough. I think this is Snape talking, actually. I just didn't put in, like, a dialogue tag. I plan to find the antidote, Snape said at last. His voice was cool and for the first time, not ungentle. And when I find it, I will come and tell you that I found it. And you, Potter, you will go away without Draco. This final battle, whatever it is your battle. If your other friends are stupid enough to wish to come with you, that is their lookout. But it will be a long time until Draco is entirely well again, and he needs to rest. He needs to be left alone. Since he was born, he has been someone else's puppet, a contrivance to be played with and put to use. His father's, Slytherin's, ours, and now yours. Whether you use him in love or in hate, it hardly matters in the end. It is still use. Harry is gobsmacked at this, and he stares at Snape for a very long time, and then he says, all right, I will. And he turns and leaves. Back inside Ginny's dormitory, she has woken up because she's apparently passed out. I'm not exaggerating, it is just as abrupt as I'm making it sound, and just as random. And she looks around. She sees that the pages of the diary are scattered across the floor, and some of them seem to be spattered in blood. A soft noise like the inhalation or exhalation of a breath rose from the pages as they fluttered down around her, but Ginny, in the extremity of her hysteria, did not notice. Tom, she sobbed aloud, ripping at the book's binding now. I hate you, Tom. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Ginny flung the ripped remains of the book away from her and buried her face in her stained hands, swaying back and forth. She did not see the light that rose from the broken binding, a pale echoing ghost of the light that had burst from the book when Tom Riddle had bound a piece of his soul into it 50 years before. Okay, stop. I hate this storyline, and it's gonna be continuing on through the rest of the book. It comes out of nowhere. The time turner stealing feels very random. Her sudden desire to have the diary feels really random. The fact that she now regrets getting the diary feels really random. I hate it, and it's gonna get so much worse. It's gonna get so much worse. Like, continuity-wise, it's gonna get less confusing, but the actual content and events of this plot thread are legitimately kind of horrific at points. We're gonna talk about it when we get to it, but it's bad. And I hate everything about this. It's frustrating. Back in the hospital wing, Harry has come to visit Draco, but Draco's seemingly asleep, and then he hears someone else coming in, and I guess this is after hours, so he's not supposed to be there, so he panics and slips under his invisibility cloak. And into the room comes Dumbledore and Snape, who think that they're alone, besides the still sleeping Draco. Dumbledore sighed. "When will the antidote be ready?" "I would prefer that you not call it that," Snape said, raising his eyes to look at Dumbledore. "Severus, it is an antidote, even if it is not the antidote you were looking for. It buys us time, and that in itself is an immeasurable help. I said it would double his remaining lifespan, from 1 month to 2. I have not saved his life, merely prolonged it, and to me that is not. You have given us enough time to discover a final antidote," said Dumbledore firmly, "and you will discover it. You have identified every ingredient." "Every ingredient but one," Snape said. "And what if I never find that one? That it should elude me even this long alarms me, Professor. 2 months is not such a long time." And Harry is listening to all this, and he's horrified and panicking. Draco's going to die no matter what, apparently, and what Snape said to him before about how Draco's will follow him no matter what rings in his ears over and over again. Elsewhere in the castle, Seamus has gone looking for Ginny, and ends up using the totally not creepy tracking charm on the bracelet she's wearing to go and look for her. The charm apparently has a slight delay, so by the time he gets to a room, she's not there. But the torn up pages of the book are still scattered on the floor. I'm not sure if she did this in a classroom or if it's in her bedroom, but he's there now and there's no Ginny. And he smells something weird and kind of metallic in the air. And there seems to be some sort of haze right above the torn up pages, which he notices. And then he would never be able to explain what led him to do what he did next. It would not matter. It would be a long time before Seamus Finnegan was in a position to explain anything to anyone again. He reached into the breast pocket of his cloak and drew out his wand. "Resurgat," he said. And then all of a sudden, the pages jump into the air and they start to fly around him, surrounding him, swirling in a tornado, going around and around him. He tried to take a step backward, but the whirl of paper had formed a solid wall against his back. The silver shimmer that had vanished before when he looked at it had returned, barely visible beyond the white blur of fluttering pages. But it was neither formless now, nor half-seen, nor did it vanish when he took it another step back. It had the shape and form of a human being, a man, tall and slender, and where there should have been eyes were 2 blue flames. A scream was building up in his chest. Before it could leave his throat, the shape seemed to melt and flow toward him through the air like water. Something struck him with the force of a tidal wave, and a blackness erased his vision. Harry, for his part, is back in his dorm room, packing. Interesting. He ends up writing a letter. He takes off the epicyclical charm, and he leaves it atop the letter. He puts them both on the bed, and he gets ready to leave because he has made a decision. He has already decided that he will face Voldemort, but he's decided that this is something he must do alone, and he's going to seek Voldemort out tonight by himself, and he leaves. Elsewhere, Ginny is in the Gryffindor common room, and in walks Seamus. He smiled. She had never seen him smile like that. It was a sharp, bright smile like the edge of a knife. It went oddly with the fair hair, the angel face. This book has too many adjectives and metaphors and is so overwritten in the worst of ways. Every time something has to be described, it needs to be done using 3 comparisons and at least 1 simile. Anyways, unnerved without being able to explain why, she drew her robe closer around her shoulders and shivered. "Seamus," she said, "you're scaring me. Is something wrong?" "Ginny," he said at last, and she shivered again at the sound of his voice. So familiar, so caressing with its soft Irish lilt, and yet suddenly not familiar at all. "Ginny, it's good to see you again." And this is when Ginny realizes this isn't Seamus. It's Tom. The ghost of Tom Riddle that Ginny may or may not have wanted to bring back, I'm still unclear on that, has possessed the guy who's kind of, but not really, but is still kind of acting like he is, her boyfriend. End of chapter 10. It was 143 pages long. We are now officially halfway through this fanfiction. What nonsense. All I can say is I'm glad that the next chapter after this is shorter by 30 pages. So not much, but still shorter. Brand new day, and so a new mocktail. This is Amortentia. It is pomegranate juice, apple cider, and a splash of grenadine, and it tastes You know, I've lucked out with both of the apple cider ones I've done. This is good. It's got like a tang to it, but not like overly so. So it sits well in the mouth. By the way, what are you doing as you're watching this? Like, we're pretty far into the video now. We're like around the halfway point, give or take, I think. Are you like cooking, trying to get to sleep, going for a walk? I like hearing what people are up to while they watch these videos. It's like I get a little glimpse into your life. It's fun. Anyways, chapter 11 begins and is titled The Hostility of Dreams. And we open up inside Seamus's head, or rather, Tom Riddle's. Tom looked more closely at himself in the mirror. A slender, strong body, not unlike the body he'd had himself at 17. Arms lightly downed with gold, wheat flax hair, a choir boy face, blue eyes like bits torn out of a midsummer sky. Seamus's skin was pale from winter, but in the summer it would tan a shade only slightly paler gold than his hair. Although if he was not careful, it would burn. Tom knew this, and his mouth curled. He could not have said how he knew it, but he did. It was not his own memory. Not organic to himself. It was Seamus's. He knew it the way he knew that Seamus Finnegan was 17 years old, that he came from a small Irish town called Glencairn, that he loved his parents, and that he was a Gryffindor 7th year student with a sweet open nature and an uncomplicated mind. So it seems like Seamus's consciousness is still kinda there, but only just barely. Tom is kinda just sitting inside his head with his own consciousness. Anyways, that was technically a flashback to after Seamus got possessed, and now we cut back to the point we were at before, where he is menacing Ginny. And I've already alluded to this a few times, but this is going to get unpleasant, you guys, so just be forewarned. He pulled her sharply towards him. The suddenness of the movement caught her off guard, and she half fell against him. He seemed to expect this, taking her weight easily, his arms sliding around her. He jerked her hard against him and nipped at the corner of her mouth. Not a kiss, but a bite. And it hurt. Ginny tasted a metallic tang in her mouth, but she didn't pull away. I swore to myself I'd spill your blood and know what it tasted like, he hissed into her ear, licking her blood off his own mouth. Your pure, wizarding blood. You brought me back, he murmured, hand stroking her possessively. Your tears, my blood. Sympathetic magic, you remember? You heard me talk about it when you spied on me all those years ago. You must have missed me badly, Ginny. You must have wanted me back. And as he spoke, his hand slid down to the bodice of her nightgown, and Ginny fought back down the violent urge to jerk herself away, fought it down so hard that she bit her lips savagely. Didn't you? He taunted. Didn't you? He hissed. Always, she said. You used to tell me you'd never kissed a boy, he said, a lazy smile crossing his face. Is that still true? Never. Not anyone that mattered. Tom... And I'm not reading the rest of this section. I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. We're done. If you want to know what happens, just go to chapter 11 in the book yourself and find out. As all this is occurring, Draco and Hermione have gone to Harry's room to speak to him. They can't find him, obviously, because he's left. And then when they get down to the common room after finding that he's not in his room, they come down to the common room and it's a total mess. There's furniture overturned, and on the ground, by the fire, with her clothing now torn, is Ginny. She attempts to explain what happened to them, and even though I skimmed over it, when I did read this, I wasn't entirely clear on how far things got. I'm not here for this, you guys. I'm not. Anyways, after they find out what happened, Draco's like, oh shit, we need to find Harry ASAP. Back in Voldemort's castle, although I guess it is technically Lucius's castle, but I digress, Ron is still refusing to play. But Voldemort says that if Ron does not play, he will break Ron's fingers. Voldemort then turns to Lucius and chastises him for poisoning his son. This is apparently not what Voldemort wanted. I actually don't know why Lucius poisoned his son. I don't know. I guess it was to blackmail them to give the location of the cup, but that didn't end up working out, so I don't know. Just don't think too hard about it. Lucius says that it's fine. He should be able to make more antidote, and then Draco will be fine. We later find out a really weird thing concerning this antidote, which makes this not true. He can't just go and make some more for a very stupid reason that we're not going to get to till the last chapter of this story. But anyways, Lucius then tells Voldemort that Harry Potter has left Hogwarts. Ooh. For some reason after that, Voldemort then tells Rhys to take Ron up to the top of the castle and Ron's like, what, so you can throw me off? And Voldemort's like, no. Voldemort smiled at him, a lipless smile that chilled Ron to the core. You wanted to see the outside of this place, he said. Now you will see it, and may you enjoy the sight. Back at Hogwarts, Ginny, Draco, and Hermione have finally found the letter that Harry left them, and they're like, oh shit, he's gone, we need to go find him. And Draco tries to telepathically reach out to Harry to see if he can, figure out where he is based off of that, but Harry is currently blocking him. Side note, but can I just say, these three characters, new golden trio. They are just as solid as Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Did you know that's what the fandom called the three of them? They called them the Golden Trio. Anyways, in London, Seamus/Tom is staying at the Leaky Cauldron, and he decides, well, seeing as I'm sitting inside someone else's body, I may as well try and ruin their life for the lulz. And so he pens a letter to Seamus's parents. Dear Mom and Dad, your son Seamus here. I know I said I'd be home for New Year's, but I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. I've been in London the last few days, generally living the high life and catching up on my Oscar Wilde short stories. After all, he is one of the greatest authors of our little country, isn't he? And in short, I've reached a decision. It's time to tell you that I fancy other men. Yes, it's the truth. I can no longer hide my nature. I expect you will never want to see me again and have resigned myself to that fate. If you decide to disinherit me, I'll understand. Okay, in fairness, if there was any character in this who was going to be spitefully homophobic, it would be Tom Riddle. Also, as we're jumping through all these different points of views, we occasionally jump to some party happening somewhere with a bunch of the Slytherin kids that Blazabini is at. It's not important. Blaze mocks Pansy for liking Ron, and then Pansy ends up revealing this. At least what I gave him will protect him, Pansy raged, her pale little face distended with fury. You can't protect Draco. He's not to be let live. I heard my father say so. This voice is a lot easier on my larynx, so I'm going to stick with it. He'll die, and there's nothing you can do about it. Gasping, Pansy cut herself off. Tears were pouring down her flushed cheeks. Her hands were still fisted at her sides. Also, because a girl is crying, take a drink. Blaze looked at her. What do you mean, she said in a deadly quiet tone. About Draco. Is something going to happen to him? Pansy raised her damp face. Her small mouth was set in a hard little line. Don't you get it? She said. It's already happened. You can't help him. You can't even help yourself. Back at Hogwarts, Draco ends up receiving a letter, this time not from Rhysand, but from a white bird. So I don't know why Rhysand's been acting as a messenger this whole time. It seems like it's been a waste of time. In any case, it's a new letter from his father. Draco, he has left you then, as I expected he would. I told you once you were wasting your time to barter your destiny for the friendship of a boy who would never like you. You've gone one better than that and thrown away your whole life. You never did know when enough was enough. That aside, I am not writing to merely upbraid you. Severus will not find the antidote he seeks for you. I can tell you that with utter honesty. Your only hope for survival, indeed for salvation, rests with me. I am your father. I gave you life once and am prepared to do it again. The Dark Lord has vowed to me that he will see it done, and indeed, with the aid of the worthy objects, it can be done. In exchange for my aid to you, I expect a token of your subsequent unswerving loyalty to me. Should you see reason at any point in the future, and I expect that you will, send back to me the seal ring I gave you, the mark of our family. By that token, I will know that you have come to your senses, regained your familial pride, and are prepared to once again stand on our side. Consider quickly, Draco. The time you have for this decision is not much. It should be an easy choice. When last we spoke, it appeared to me that you thought you had discovered something worth dying for. Can you still say the same? Your father? Lucius Malfoy. It's another boring-ass ultimatum, and Draco immediately sends off a response. Dear father, you have proven that you can make me die, but that's all you can make me do. Draco. So, that was a waste of time. Back with Harry now. He's in King's Cross Station. He's in an elevator, and he's, staring at himself in the mirror. He's wearing, regular Muggle clothing, and is covering the scar with a hat to, hide himself so he's less conspicuous. More than anything else, he thought to himself, he looked young and defenseless. Without his robes, without a wand in his hand, without his scar, the badge of his house, he looked like any teenage boy. Half gawky adolescent and half defenseless child. A little boy with a chocolate bar in his hand. and he was supposed to save the world. His mind briefly drifts over to Draco, and he briefly thinks that maybe he misses him, but then he pushes that feeling down. Elsewhere, Draco, Ginny, and Hermione are preparing to leave Hogwarts. I don't know why Dumbledore's not doing anything about this, but whatever. Hermione has spoken to Snape and has gotten all the ingredients to keep making the treatment potion that Draco's been taking, so he can keep taking it while they're traveling. They're packing now, and Hermione asks Draco if he has any maps, and this is where Draco reveals that he has a map of all the strip clubs in the wizarding world in the UK, which is titled Fantastic Breasts and Where to Find Them. I want us to sit with that for a moment. As they're packing, they're trying to speculate where Harry might have gone, and Hermione ends up speculating that maybe he went to Gringotts Bank, and then we cut to Harry in Gringotts Bank. Hermione's got a great head on her shoulders. Best character in this. Harry is there just to get money, and then we cut to something else right after that. It's jumping around a lot in this chapter. It feels very scatterbrained. I feel like she's trying to give off the impression that a lot is happening at once, but it just feels distracted. Anyways, back at the castle, Ginny, who is not going to be going with Draco and Hermione, has decided that with Tom out there, she doesn't feel safe, so she wants to go home and go back to the burrow, just so she can feel a little more secure in a familiar surrounding. Harry, for his part, is now trying to find a way to leave Diagon Alley without going through the leaky cauldron because he's just worried that'll be too conspicuous. Some guy on the street ends up talking to him without recognizing him and is like, well, you can go through the back exit of this one tea shop in this small alleyway to the side. Harry goes to that tea shop and discovers there's a plaque on the wall with names on it, and he soon discovers that it's the names of people who died serving Lord Voldemort. He is in a Death Eater meeting place, and he's not alone. He hears someone saying, "Harry Potter? What on earth are you doing here?" I guess someone at least saw through his disguise, and Harry turns around and he sees Seamus Finnegan. And now that the name Harry Potter has been uttered, the other patrons of the bar turn around, look at Harry, and start advancing on him fast. Harry backs away. He tries to get Seamus to go with him, but Seamus seems to be ignoring him for some reason. We know why. And he bolts out the door, not onto the streets of London, but back into the streets of Diagon Alley. Back in the evil lair, Rhys-en is showing Ron the view. Far below, the cliff vanished into clouds. Below the clouds, the slender line of a river was visible, rocketing along between the walls of a chasm. Mountains were all that was discernible in the distance. Ron felt as if he stood at the edge of the world. And having seen this, Ron does concede that, just as he was told, there is no way to get out of here. He is stuck. "You're being awfully agreeable," Ron said bitterly to Rhys-en. "I suppose you've been told to keep me happy. What's next? Turn yourself into Hermione and offer to shag me?" She opened her gray eyes wide. "Is that what you want me to do?" "No. It would be a demon's trick. I am only half a demon, and I would only trick you if that's what you wanted." "How does that work, anyway?" Ron said, desperate to get off the subject of Hermione. "How can you be only half a demon?" Ron doesn't know about the birds and the bees. Rhys-en looked, briefly, amused. "It's a long story. I can tell it to you if you like." And Ron does. And so she begins to tell it, but before we can hear a single word out of her mouth, we cut away to some other scene entirely. Harry is now running and running and running through the streets of Diagon Alley, and he rounds a corner, and then he runs right into another boy, slams right into him, picks himself up, and then the person who he ran into says, "Oh, you're finally here, thank goodness." And Harry realizes that the person he's speaking to is Draco Malfoy. Right after that reveal, we jump to another scene yet again at the Burrow that I'm going to be skipping because right after that scene, we jump back to Harry with this supposed Draco-looking person. So we're just going to continue the scene now. "You're not glad to see me?" The narrow mouth curled up at the corner, like paper curling as it burned. "How astonishing. Of course I'm not glad to see you. I mean, I'm glad, but Malfoy, there are Death Eaters chasing me." Draco unexpectedly threw his head back and laughed, a bright, sharp bark of laughter so unlike him that Harry stared. "Death Eaters chasing you? Oh, you are funny. I love it. What's next? Going to start up with that whole, 'and I'm a pitiful orphan, take care of me because I have to save the world' thing? God, but you are boring sometimes." The Death Eaters seem to have disappeared, and so Draco just keeps talking. He's baffled by the way Harry is acting, and he takes Harry by the hand and tells him that they need to get inside the building they're standing in front of. And then this supposed Draco person leans in, and kisses Harry. Drink! End of chapter 11. It was 108 pages long. This chapter was half the length of the first Draco trilogy book, and so little actually happened. I'm astonished, truthfully. Why did Cassie write like this? I just keep coming back to that question, and I've speculated why a few times already. But I don't like any of these explanations. I don't understand how people at the time didn't look at how long these chapters were. It didn't just go, oh, I'm not reading that. Chapter 12 begins and is titled London After Midnight. So before we go any further, I've already alluded to this fact, but just so you know, this Draco guy is a total cock tease from Cassie. It's not actually him. The not actually Draco guy pulls away and looks at Harry all bitterly like, "Aw, you don't want to play?" And this is when it finally clicks with Harry that this is not actually Draco. Thank God. And then something clicks for the not Draco, who looks at Harry and is like, "Wait, is it really you?" And Harry's like, "Yes, and we do in fact need to get away from the Death Eaters." And this guy, and the not Draco is like, "Wait, what Death Eaters?" And then the Death Eaters around the corner, and Harry's like, "Those Death Eaters." And then we cut to Ginny, who has just opened her bedroom door at the Burrow, and she sees a boy sitting on her bed. It's Benjamin Gryffindor. So in the last book series, when the characters went back in time to meet the Founders, they also met the Founders' kids, and Ginny met Godric Gryffindor's son named Benjamin Gryffindor, or just Ben, who looks exactly like Harry, which is why I've got a picture of Daniel Radcliffe out of costume over here, although it's so tiny I don't think you'll be able to make it out. She exchanges some witty retorts with them, and before we can actually find out what they're here to do, we cut away to something else again. Specifically, we cut to Risen finally beginning her story for Ron. "Once upon a time," said the demon girl, "there was a wizard, and he was a Malfoy. Bad deeds, bad faith, how could anyone bearing a name like that be expected to be anything but the darkest of dark wizards? I'm sorry, you're bored. No? Irritated, then. You don't like the Malfoys. They get under your skin. I see how you twitch when I say his name. Your eyes going black. No, I'm not talking about Lucius. You know who I mean. Anyways, back to my story. There was a wizard once who lived in a southern city. He was, for all practical purposes, a Malfoy, and like all Malfoys, his pride exceeded his wisdom. He fancied himself a sorcerer and doer of great black deeds. He had made his reputation on grand and showy dark magic, and he had no plans to sell his mountaintop castle anytime soon. Comeuppance for his behavior came to him, as comeuppance often does, in the form of a woman, a beauty with long black hair, a handspan waist, so like her waist is like this big. It's tiny. I'm just imagining it's a woman with like a 10-inch waist. It's not like physically possible. He glimpsed her dancing amid a crowd of nobles, and when he inquired after her, he was told she was the daughter of a prosperous wizarding family. He determined that he would marry her and sent a message to the family ordering them to deliver up her daughter speedily. They did so, which did not surprise him. It is never wise to say no to a wizard. Had he made his inquiries more closely, he would have found, to his great perturbation, that in fact that family had never had a daughter. The marriage took place speedily, and for several weeks the wizard was very happy with his new bride. True, she had a number of odd habits. She never ate in front of him, preferring to take all her meals alone in her room. She never saw her about during the day, for she claimed to have a rare allergy of the skin that made her extremely sensitive to sunlight. And when he hung gold jewelry on her, she winced and shrank back from it in disgust, claiming she had been brought up to find gold ostentatious and unattractive. She allowed him, however, to buy her as much silver jewelry as he liked, and seemed to have an especial fondness for green gemstones. All these things were odd indeed, but she more than made up for her small peculiarities in his eyes by her talents in other areas. Indeed, she was so remarkably skilled in the arts of giving pleasure that he found he could not be with her often enough. Someone just slammed a fucking door. I hate this apartment. If it had not been for her insistence upon withdrawing to her own bedroom for meals, he would not have been able to part from her at all. His studies suffered, as did his practices of magic. All he thought of was her. He dreamed of drowning himself in the nets of her dark hair, burning himself on the coals of her eyes, abandoning himself to the drowsy sensuality of her touch. He wanted nothing but her and dreamed of nothing else. What was that? You want to know if he loved her? Well, that's a good question, isn't it? That would depend on how you define love, I suppose. You think you can define it for me? You're such a child. What do you know? Oh, come on now. Don't be offended. Come back and sit by me. Let me put my robe around you. Give me your hand. He would have killed any man who touched her. And did he want her happiness more than he wanted his own? Well, no, of course not. He was a Malfoy. Malfoys don't love like that. Okay, we're going to be continuing this story later, but we cut away from it for the time being. Back to the not Draco and Harry, and the not Draco explains that this isn't the real Harry Potter, and the Death Eaters wander off and go on their way. You're probably wondering now. You're like, David, what the fuck is a not Draco? Well, this person, who is not Draco Malfoy, is a sex worker for a polyjuice brothel. Apparently there's a huge black market for hairs and nails and things for a lot of famous people in the wizarding world, including both Draco and Harry. And this sex worker thought that Harry was another sex worker like him, but was acting as Harry Potter tonight. Why this sex worker decided to make out with Harry, who he thought was also a sex worker, I don't know. Don't worry about it. He brings Harry inside the brothel, and then we are jumping to another scene yet again. And you know, I have ADHD, but when I'm reading, I like to settle in and enjoy a story. But this constant jumping around, which I have already complained about, makes it hard for me to focus or care about any of this. So if you're having a hard time following, I do apologize. Elsewhere in Diagon Alley, Hermione and Draco are in an expensive hotel. And then someone else turns up at the hotel. It's Glazabini, and there's a nice illustration of her in the book at this point. Actually, it's the picture that I've been using for this video. I copied it from the document and just printed it out, so there you go. Back in the Polyjuice brothel, Harry is being brought up to the catalog room. Catalog rooms, said Harry faintly, letting the boy steer him toward the leftmost staircase. You know, said the boy, the catalogs. I mean, they like it if you bring hair or eyelashes or whatever they can use to make the potion, but if you don't, or you want someone famous, then you can choose someone out of the catalog. The price varies by how hard it is to get the materials. You're expensive. But it doesn't matter, they usually keep a few of you around anyways. Someone always wants you. Okay, pause. How do you think this brothel is getting hair and nail clippings from Harry? Do you think, like, the house elves at Hogwarts are stealing it? Is Dobby involved? I like to think he is, and whenever Harry gets out of bed and there's no one else in the dormitory, Dobby will slip in and will like feel around the sheets to find any loose hairs, and then he'll like mumble to himself being like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Potter, but Dobby wants to buy more socks." And then he disappears in a poof of light. Anyways, Harry is surprised that Lucius allows Draco's likeness to be used like this. And the not Draco reveals that, in fact, the person who owns this brothel is, in fact, Lucius Malfoy himself. He encourages this. Elsewhere with Seamus/Tom, he has gotten a letter back from Seamus's parents, who are actually very supportive of the fact that he has come out as gay. And it's nice to know that at least one person in this fic is an ally. But Tom is pissed about this. He's still in the Death Eaters' like secret little hideaway in that tea shop, and he hears some murmuring that they lost Harry Potter when they went looking for him, and that they lost him when they went by the Midnight Club. Tom knew the Midnight Club. It existed in his day, owned by Lucius's grandfather and run very profitably. During the war years, it had been a base for smuggling operations, but at its heart, it had still been what it had been designated to be, a whorehouse. Tom had always found the concept rather amusing, a logical extension of the use of polyjuice, to be sure, and a testimony to the venality of the Malfoys. Very admirable. And Tom smiles to himself as he's just got an idea, and he heads in the direction of that little Midnight Club. And he smiles to himself and heads off to the Midnight Club. He has an idea he wants to do. Elsewhere in Diagon Alley, Blaise has been let into the hotel room because she has a message for Malfoy. She explains to him that his life is in danger. Hesitantly at first, she explained what she knew about the protective charms they had all been given, all the children of those who were still part of the Dark Lord's circle, berets in some cases, earrings, buttons, each containing a bit of enchanted basilisk scale or skin. How Pansy had asked for an extra set of protective charms and been refused, and what Blaise suspected her of doing to remedy that lack. What Pansy had said when Blaise had gone to her and how Blaze knew for certain that Pansy would not stop at hurting Draco if it seemed necessary, and how Blaze had gone to Marcus afterward, and he had explained rather reluctantly, but more thoroughly, what was in store. So they keep alluding to there being some big event that's going to be happening soon, and like the children of Lord Voldemort's supporters are like protecting themselves with all these magic charms, and it doesn't actually go anywhere. This big plot ends up not happening. Maybe it would happen if Voldemort were to actually gain power like he wants to from the like ritual and stuff, but he doesn't, so I'm just a little lost. When she was done, Draco did not look grateful for the news. He did not look anything except, possibly, slightly interested. So if I'm not poisoned to death by Monday, Voldemort's death squad is going to off me along with everyone else on Tuesday, he remarked. Relatively speaking, of course. This conversation also reveals who shot at Draco to get him to be poisoned, and it was actually Pansy Parkinson. But before Blazabini leaves, Hermione goes over to her and shows Blazabini that she is wearing one of the berets that she gave her. She did this because she wants Blazabini to know that Hermione does in fact trust her. Blaze had nothing to say to that. She just nodded awkwardly at Hermione and turned away before the other girl could see her blush. Slytherins didn't blush. Blaze walked away quickly. Back to the Polyjuice brothel. The Not Draco has found an empty room and has Harry settle down inside of it. "Are you afraid of me?" Harry asked. "Yes. Isn't everyone? Is that why you're helping me? Because you're afraid of me?" "No." The boy moved forward a little hesitantly, and then, to Harry's great surprise, knelt down at the floor at Harry's feet. Harry's hand tightened on the mantle. "You're Harry Potter," the boy said rapidly, looking down. "Everyone knows who you are. The Dark Lord would have killed us all if it wasn't for you. I used to celebrate your birthday when I was growing up. We all did. You might think because I work here I'm one of them, the Death Eaters, but I'm not. We're just ordinary wizards and witches. It's just the money, and we're not hurting anyone. Not really. I don't want the Dark Lord coming back any more than you do. Than anyone does. Any one of us would help you. Almost anyone in the wizarding world would. I'll do whatever I can." "So isn't that nice? That's kind of nice. A bit random, but nice." The boy looked up at him. "You knew I wasn't him," he said. "You knew it right away. How did you know?" "Almost right away," Harry said. "It was the way you said my name," he thought, but that was not what he said. "You kissed me," he said. "Ah," said the boy. "No truth to the rumors, then." Cassie, I'm getting a little sick of this. Just the no-homo energy that emanates from this fanfiction is insufferable. The Not Draco leaves the room to go get Harry's things from someplace else, I don't know where, and Harry is left alone. And after this point, we cut back to Rhysand, who is continuing her story to Ron. It was not long before the peculiar behavior of the wizard's new bride began to excite talk amongst his servants. The house elves seemed merely afraid of her. Their ears trembled when she came near, and when she walked down the hallways, they slunk before her like whipped dogs. But the human servants hated her. At first, the wizard put it down to jealousy, at least on the part of the female staff. But when his most favored manservant announced his intention to leave the wizard service, the wizard lost his temper. "And what's the matter with you?" he raged at the unfortunate man. "Has my entire staff run mad?" The servant gathered his courage. "It is your wife, sir," he said in a quavering voice. "I don't understand." The wizard clenched his hands in fury. "Is she a harsh mistress? Does she beat or upbraid you? What does upbraid mean?" I could look it up, but I kind of don't want to. "No, Lord, it's not that." "What then?" "She isn't human, sir." The wizard stood and glared at his servant. His servant looked down at his shoes. "What do you mean?" the wizard ground out finally. "She isn't human." "She is Nosferatu, sir," said the servant. "A demon. An evil thing." "She is the daughter of a noble family," the wizard protested. "I've made inquiries, my lord," said the servant. "That family has no daughters. She is not who she says she is." "You lie," the wizard raged, and he ordered the servant out of his sight, and later sent word to his guards and had the man whipped. But the servant's words stayed with him, as the truth often does. For days he could not get the man's words out of his head. She is a demon, an evil thing. And he thought about his new wife. He thought about her allergy to sunlight and the way she never ate in his presence. He thought about her hatred of gold, that metal most unloved by demons, for it resembles in its color the sun which they hated and feared. He thought about her black hair and her white skin, and he began, finally, to wonder. From such tiny beginnings do doubts grow like seedlings in the heart, putting forth their branches, unfurling their leaves. until even the memory of love is suffocated. We cut back to Tom very briefly in the middle of the story, who is at the entrance to the brothel, and he says, and I'm quoting him directly here, otherwise I wouldn't be saying this, that he wants a whore. But with that said, we are now jumping back to Rhysand. The wizard decided to follow his wife the next time she left the castle. He did not have long to wait. She had a habit of walking in the woods alone at night, and the next time she set forth upon one of her solitary journeys, he wrapped himself in his invisibility cloak and followed her. She made her way to the heart of the forest, clutching a witch-light lantern to guide her way. At the center of the forest was a clearing, and she stepped into that clearing and called out in a voice that made him shiver. And from the shadows between the rocks and the spaces between the trees evolved a host of other shapes. Other women, like his wife, all with their dark, dark hair and dark burning eyes, and all beautiful. And the wizard sank back against the tree and stared at them. They came together, these women, and greeted each other like sisters, and then they sat together in a circle and discussed their situations. Each, it seemed, was a succubus, and each had recently married a mortal man at the behest of the greater demon they served. Each complained bitterly and intently at the boredom of these marriages, of the inadequacy of their human husbands, how loathsome they found them, how hideous compared to demon kind. The demonesses then waxed philosophical. It seemed that their term of servitude was coming to an end. They had been ordered to marry these men that they might bear offspring who would be half demon and half human, with all the strengths of each species and none of the weaknesses. Demon children who could walk abroad in sunlight and bear the touch of gold. Humans who would in fact be immortal. The demonesses had a minimal interest in this goal, but seemed to look forward to a time when they were free of their marriages and could return to their lives as succubi, seducing human men and draining them of their lives and powers. "I shall look forward to murdering my husband when I go," said the wizard's wife in a reflective manner. At that, the wizard was hard-pressed to... Let me turn over the page. Restrain himself from drawing his wand and damning the consequences. Only the knowledge that a killing curse would not work upon a demon kept him in his hiding place. He remained there while the demonesses laughed together about the murders they planned to commit, and remained there while they kissed each other in farewell and slipped away from the clearing, each returning confidently to a besotted and unsuspecting spouse. He remained there while the night waned into pallor and the sun rose over the forest, and when the day had broken, his heart had shrunk to the size of a splinter of glass, and all his thoughts were of vengeance. And now it seems you really are shivering. Give me your hands. Let me put them inside my cloak. There's no need to blush. It is easy enough for me to keep you warm when I cannot, myself, feel the cold. It's creepy. Not a fan. We cut back to the brothel, and the goblin who is running the entrance tells Tom that they don't use the term whore anymore, and Tom says he doesn't care. I personally support this goblin, who seemingly supports sex workers' rights. As should you. Elsewhere in Diagon Alley, Hermione and Draco are having a completely random conversation, and I'm not going to tell you about it, with the one exception of this extremely out-of-context quote. "I always fancied that if I grew up to be a prawn star, my editing, not hers, I would rename myself Baron Hotcock Van Hugenstein," said Draco in a mock wistful tone. Hermione choked. "You wanted to be a prawn star? Doesn't everyone?" said Draco. And then a bird appears at their hotel window, which has a letter from Harry. It just says that he bumped into Seamus and that he's acting weird, which we already knew, as did Hermione and Draco, so it's not useful information. Back in the burrow, Ginny is talking to Ben, remember that? The son of Godric Gryffindor who showed up. And they're still kind of unclear on why they're here, but they do give her a bit more information. The last time they met her, which hasn't happened yet from Ginny's perspective, she gave them a time turner set to this date, and this future Ginny told them that her past self would need a flower, and Ben gives her the flower, and then he says that her future self also said that her past self needs to know that she is the anchor, whatever that means. We're not gonna get a scene later where Ginny makes a new time turner and goes back and does this, so it's a dropped plot thread, sort of. Anyways, back in the brothel, Tom has hired a girl and has requested that she take Polyjuice Potion. He has a necklace around his neck. It was a gift Ginny gave Seamus, which I guess has a lock of Ginny's hair inside of it, and he wants the sex worker to turn into Ginny. So the sex worker comes in like a very sexy, scantily clad version of a schoolgirl uniform with some like super high kinky boots, all that stuff. And she's like, "Hello, Tom." And Tom proceeds to demonstrate to all of us how one should not treat a sex worker. "Beg me," he said. She flicked her gaze upward and was sorry she had. She did not like the look in his eyes at all. "Beg you to what?" "Beg me to hurt you," he said. She had had enough. She jerked away from him. No, that's against the rules. You can't hurt me." The dreamy look in his eyes intensified. "I think you'll find I can do whatever I want." "Don't hurt me," she whispered. "Please don't hurt me. I'll do whatever you like." "Yes," he said. "You will." Oh God, okay. He took his left hand from his chest then and touched her face and smiled. Then he put his hands around her throat. She tried to scream, but the pressure of his fingers cut off her breath. As the darkness opened like a pit beneath her feet, she heard the clear sound of his laughter following her down into unconsciousness. Well, that was pointlessly tasteless, and I'm sorry we had to share that together. Anyways, somehow Hermione and Draco have figured out that Harry's inside this brothel. I don't know how they figured this out. Maybe Hermione cast a spell on the letter and traced it back to its source. That's my best guess. I didn't make a mention of how they did this in my notes. And they're both just like, what the fuck? How did Harry end up in a place like this? But before they can get any further, the bouncer at the door is like, "Show us your passes, you punks!" And Draco thrusts the Malfoy family crest ring he has under their eyes and snarls. And is all like, "Does this mean anything to you, you bozo?" And then they're let in. Back to Rhysand. I think this is the final cut back to her story. Upon learning of his wife's betrayal, the wizard spent the next day closeted in his tower, perfecting a number of spells. Then he dressed himself in his finest robes and presented himself at his wife's chamber. She greeted him there as modestly and sweetly as she always had, taking his hands and drawing him to the bed, but he resisted her. All her beauty seemed to him to have now taken on a ghoulish aspect. She sensed his mood and wished to know if anything was wrong. "No," he said, "it is only that I shudder at your touch," which was, after all, true enough. "Now lie down upon the bed," and she did so, shrugging her robes to the floor and stretching herself out along the bed. She looked at him through her hair as he drew a number of silk ribbons from his pockets and held them up. "Do you wish to bind me, Lord?" she asked. I feel like Cassandra Clare should have just written erotica. I don't know, I feel like even now, as a writer now, she'd get more enjoyment out of it than like YA writing. I don't know, that's my 2 cents. "They will not hurt you," he said. "They are only ribbons." With a cat smile, she held her wrists out to be bound, and he knelt over her and bound her wrists together, and then her ankles, before she could protest. She writhed in sudden anguish. "What have you done to me?" she wailed. "Gold," he said with some satisfaction, for threads of gold metal had been woven by him by enchantment into the ribbons. "It may burn your skin to the bone, demon witch. May you writhe in the anguish that you plan for me before I hurl you out into the sunlight and end your hell-spawned existence." She wept and pleaded then for mercy and begged him in the name of his love for her to spare her life. But he had stopped his heart to her pleas. All his love for her had curdled into the purest hate. "My lord," she said, looking up at him, "I know now that you will show me no mercy, and surely you can claim my death. But there is something that you do not know. I carry your daughter, Lord, in my body. Your blood runs in her veins as well as mine. Will you not, then, show mercy to her?" Okay, so this isn't the end of the story just yet. Back at the brothel, Draco manages to speak to the management, as he's a member of the Malfoy family and they run the brothel. He demands the privilege to search all the rooms, so now they can search through the rooms and hopefully find Harry. In the room Harry is inside the brothel, incidentally, the not Draco has returned with Harry's things and a port key to get out of there. As that happens, Draco and Hermione start going through the brothel, and as such, we get a load of ridiculous polyjuice sex work cameos of characters. There's 13 Oliver Woods on the first floor, and 1 Filch, for example. Anyways, as Draco and Hermione are going through the rooms, they end up stumbling on the body of the sex worker Tom Riddle strangled to death, and are both absolutely horrified as she still looks like Ginny. And you know what? This is really icky, and we're going to move on. Speaking of Ginny, she is still hanging out with Ben Gryffindor, and he's there with Salazar Slytherin's son, and they seem to be dating. Salazar's son, incidentally, looks a lot like Draco, but for the moment, they're just kind of chilling on the bed, and Ginny is reading Passionate Trousers, so take a drink. Anyways, after reading from Ginny's horrible love book, They peace out and vanish back into the past. Back at the brothel, Hermione and Draco finally find Harry and are like, "Hi, we're here to rescue you." And Harry is actually pretty angry at them because in his letter he said that they should not go after him. And Harry and Draco end up having a big old fight about that. Things escalate, the argument gets more and more heated, and then Harry grabs the portkey that the sex worker brought him and vanishes. Now they have no way of knowing where he is. Back in Voldemort's castle, Rhysand is once again continuing her story. I think this time it actually is the ending of it. The wizard had planned to kill his succubus wife immediately, but when he learned that she was pregnant, his plans took a different turn. It was not that he had a sentimental attachment to the idea of a daughter. It was that she was something of his blood and his breeding. Surely then, her fate should rest in his hands. He had built a cage inside the largest of his halls, and all its bars were made of solid gold. The succubus he had cast inside it, heavily bound in chains of gold. And there she withered, and there she died, poisoned by the metal all around her. But even as she died, the baby inside her body waxed and grew healthy. At last, the child was delivered, and once it was cut from her body, the succubus crumbled away to dust, which the wizard scattered on the wind. He then went to look upon his daughter. She had been born with a mane of long, dark, curling hair, and her eyes, heavily lashed with black fringe, were as gray as window-pane glass. The wizard took her and set her down in a patch of sunlight, and she began to weep there and to wriggle in pain, but she did not die. "You are mine," said the wizard, "and yet you are also not mine, for the ichor of demons runs in your veins alongside my blood. There is always the chance that you will revert to the maternal strain. Precautions must be taken, therefore, before you can begin to be useful to me." He first cast a spell that would bind the child utterly to that side of her inheritance which was human in nature, and which is more specifically Malfoy. For as long as she lived, she would be unable to lift a hand to harm anyone of Malfoy blood. Her obedience also he bound. She would be obedient to the head of the Malfoy family, bound to his bidding, whatever he might ask. His lightest request would be her law. She would come and go at his pleasure, and when he died, she would pass, like an inherited trinket, to the next in the family line. You look curious. You want to know, I imagine, what would happen if there were only daughters. But there are never daughters. Draco never told you? Malfoys only have male children. It is a peculiarity of the line, but I digress. All these spells and bindings the wizard laid upon the child. At the end, he bound her with sympathetic magic. Should she harm the Malfoy she served, should her disobedience or failure cause him pain, she would feel that same pain herself. And the farther she was, physically, from the one she served, the weaker her powers would be. Eventually, she would feel it as a physical debilitation. She could not stay away long. When he was done, he lifted the child up in his arms and kissed her once on the forehead, and then set her down inside the golden cage which had killed her mother, and walked away. He did not speak to his daughter again for 10 years. And now you look sad. Have I made you sad? It is a sad story, I suppose, although it is my story, so I rarely think of it that way. And all love stories are sad, especially for you mortals. You have such short lives. What's that? Well, of course it was a love story. Isn't a love story, after all, just a story about love? Must the story end happily for the love to have been real? There are many kinds of love, after all. Love that cannot harm, and love that never abandons, and love that cannot imagine betrayal. And then there is love that corrupts, and love that destroys, and love that works in the blood like poison, and they are not as far apart as you might think. So, that's Rhysand's backstory. I hope you enjoyed. I just realized, earlier in the book, Hermione said that Rhysand was married to Nicholas Flamel, and this seems to just completely contradict that. So, here's another thing that Cassandra Clare kind of forgot or retconned later on in the story because she's not keeping track of as many details as she should. Draco has gone to the manager's office at the brothel. He wants to know where that portkey went, and it turns out it took Harry to the Central London Flu Hub, specifically. And unfortunately, there was only one portkey inside the brothel that's only there in case of emergencies, and so they're gonna have to, get there on foot. Harry has now landed in the Central London Flu Hub, and for some reason, in the last few, dozen pages, he's begun to develop a fever, and so he's feeling really weak and tired. I don't know where the fever came from. Just roll with it. He glanced around. Most of the wizards here on the ground floor seemed to be clustered around a desk at the far side of the room. Harry was fairly sure that this was where you purchased your flu powder and passes. His sense of misgivings returned. As far as he knew, you had to present your wizarding certificates in order to be allowed to flew out of the country. Somewhere in his bag was his school certificate, but he hardly wanted to present that. As soon as they saw his name, they'd be all over him. Hermione and Draco, for their part, have returned to their hotel room, and they have a big fight, and then they kiss. Drink! She did not seem startled to be kissed. Her arms came up around him, thrown awkwardly over his shoulders, her hands cold against the back of his neck, and she did not try to pull away. He held her tightly on his lap, hands on her waist, and leaned into her mouth, and he could feel the outline of the blue glass ring Harry had given her, hard as a splinter of bone, trapped between their bodies as they leaned together. And then she pulls away. She says that they can't do this, just because of everything that's going on, and, they've been thrown together like this because they're looking for Harry, and she's Harry's ex, and yada yada yada. Elsewhere in London, Lucius is at his Ministry of Magic office, and he learns he has a visitor. It's some random boy. He was not hard to spot. A fair-haired teenage boy lay sprawled across Lucius's desk on his back, his hands raised above him, tracing lazy circles in the air with his fingertips. He turned his head as Lucius closed the office door behind him and smiled engagingly. "Hello there, Lucius," he said. "You're looking well." It's Tom Riddle, although it does take a moment for Lucius to realize this. "I am Tom Riddle," he said. "I am 16 years old, now and forever 16 years old. I was ink and paper, now I am flesh and blood, and 50 years have passed like a dream." And Lucius is just like, wow, that is some Anne Rice sounding ass dialogue, but okay, if you say so, I believe you. And as such, Lucius kneels in obedience to this other Dark Lord, who he must now also serve. "I spent the past 2 days reading histories of my life, Lucius. At first I could hardly believe it. Such a tale of defeat and betrayal it was. I was filled with rage. I wanted to destroy everything in my path. Then I realized that was foolish. There are those who deserve my condemnation and vengeance, and they shall receive it. All my Death Eaters who left or renounced me, they will die. One by one I will kill them all." "But they are protected," said Lucius, stumbling slightly over the words. "They have been forgiven, and their house is warded by the Dark Lord." "You cannot desire to serve him," said Tom. "Not that old man, that sick and vile creature. Lucius, together we can start over. It is your choice." For a long time Lucius did not reply. Finally, Tom touched him on the arm. He had to reach up to do it. Not much, but just a little, as Lucius was taller than he was now. "Lucius," Tom said, "do you choose me?" Lucius bowed his head. "I am, as always, loyal to you, my lord," he said. "You and no other." I like that Lucius is swearing his allegiance to the 16-year-old version of Tom Riddle, who's, literally a teenager with as much devotion as he swears allegiance to the current Voldemort, who's, alive and older and more powerful. That night, Draco and Hermione share a bed, clutching to one another, worried about their friend out there, and that is how the chapter ends. It was 118 pages long. Incidentally, in the author's note underneath this chapter, we learned that the Central London Flu Network initially appeared in another fic titled Russian Roulette, which was released in 2002 and is actually still up on fanfiction.net for you to enjoy if you so please. It seems like the writer of that fanfiction was a friend of Cassandra Clare's, and so she asked if she could use that idea for her fic. It's kind of nice. This chapter was so much longer than it needed to be, but there were some nice parts to it. Probably one of the better chapters so far in my opinion, but that isn't saying much. Anyhow, we are now on page 1076. We are well past the halfway point, and we are also past the point that the last fanfic stopped at. That stopped at page 997. There are 620 pages left of this story now. Thank God for that. All right, day number 6 of filming, I think. Today's drink of choice is pumpkin juice, which I am serving hot. I just took it off the stove, and it tastes... Oh, it's still really hot, but I don't know about this one. It's made with apple cider, although I had to use apple juice instead, which might be why it tastes a little off. I think peach nectar, pumpkin spice, pumpkin puree, vanilla extract, and half a cup of brown sugar. It's still a little too hot for me to fully drink, so I can't give you my full opinion on it right now, but at present it just kind of tastes like a slightly bland mulled cider, not really what I was hoping for. Chapter 13 begins and is titled The Malfoy Family Code of Honor, and unlike the other chapters up to this point, it's divided in two. The first half was released, and then a while afterwards, the second part was then released. I don't know why this wasn't just two separate chapters as opposed to it just being one huge chapter divided into 2 subchapters, but I digress. Part 1 of the chapter is titled Home Country and is mercifully less than 100 pages long. It opens up with Tom Riddle breaking into the home of one of his previous followers and murdering them. He swept his left hand towards Knot. It described a shimmering silver arc in the air. Describe? I don't think that's the word she meant to use. Which turned before Knot's eyes into a razor-edged silver disc. The disc launched itself across the room with unbelievable speed, spinning itself into a blur. It struck Knot in the throat, severing his head neatly from his body as cleanly as a razor might slice through a scrape of parchment, killing him instantly, which I guess is kind of cool. We then cut back to Risen, who is finally finished telling her story to Ron. "Did my tale upset you?" Risen asked, pushing her hair out of her small white face. "If it did, then I am sorry. That was not my intention." "No," Ron said. "No, it wasn't you. I was just thinking that I'm a diviner, so why can't I see what I should do? I don't know what to do. I wish I was more like Malfoy. Well, except for the being a giant asshole part. It's easier when only one thing matters to you." "No one is that simple," said Risen. "Nor do you have many choices. You are a prisoner after all." And after this exchange, they leave the roof of the castle and head back downstairs into its many depths. I have to be honest, I'm so glad they got off the roof. I was getting, intense vertigo. Hermione and Draco have checked the Flu Network hub the following day, and they discover that nobody's been able to find Harry anywhere. Presumably he took one of the fireplaces someplace, but they've no clue where. Hermione ends up writing a letter to Percy asking for his help so she can get into the Ministry's records to see if maybe something there can give her a clue to where Harry went. And Harry sends a letter back with special magic passwords which will allow them access to the Hub Network's Ministry archives. Elsewhere, in someplace, you will find out in a moment, Harry is waking up because he can hear someone singing in French. "À la claire fontaine mène allant promener, j'ai trouvé aussi belle que j'ai mis sous bang sous les feuilles d'un chêne." I'm just going to assume that I pronounced that 100% perfectly. The sun is shining bright through the window, and he can't really make out much after he opens his eyes, but he rubs them a bit. He's still feeling groggy. And then he sees that there's a woman bending over him, who's the one who was singing. He clears his eyes and blinks a few times to make sure he can get a good look at her. And then the woman says, "Hello, you stupid boy. It's Fleur Delacour." Yay! I yelped with delight when she turned up here. She was basically superfluous in the last fanfiction. She kept showing up in random places just to annoy the characters, and yet I kinda loved her. Best character in the trilogy. Absolutely delightful. No notes. Side note, but a few weeks back, I put out a quiz on my community tab, which was like a 3 truths and a lie kind of thing about the story. I wrote 3 true things about the story, and then the 4th installment was a lie about the story, and I had my audience guess which one they thought was fake. And the lie that I put in there was that in this final story, Fleur was going to become the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Unfortunately, that's the one that won out. Most people just kind of clocked onto the fact that this wasn't going to be happening, but I kind of wish it did, you know? I would read like a fun rom-com Harry Potter fanfic where she's a new teacher at Hogwarts and maybe she falls in love with another teacher. Maybe Bill or whichever one of the Weasleys this is who's teaching care of magical creatures in this is the person that she ends up falling in love with. I don't know. I'd read that. Anyhow, Fleur ends up explaining that he is in Bulgaria. And it turns out that she is now seeing Victor Crumb. In fact, she has been visiting Victor. "You fainted," Fleur said. "Victor was there with his team coming back from a match, and he saw you. You were very ill, Harry. You had quite a high fever, and he brought you here, and you were delirious. Do you know how long you've been here?" "It's been 3 days. He's been out cold for 3 days. Apparently he passed out in the Flu Network hub place because of that fever I mentioned, and now he's getting better. I don't know why he got sick. I don't know where this sickness came from. Just moving on. Also, I'm not sure if I'm going to keep that Fleur voice. It sounded like vaguely Dracula-like. Anyways, then Victor comes in, and he wants to know what Harry was doing there in the first place. I can't help but wonder why they didn't take him back to a friend's place. I mean, they were in the UK after all, but I digress. Harry explains that he was trying to get to Romania from the flu hub. Even though he didn't know where the port key was going to go, he kind of just took a chance on it just to get away. I don't know. Victor asks if Harry wants to go there because of something to do with Voldemort. And Harry says yes, and Victor says, all right, I will do everything in my power to help you. Just tell me what I can do. Elsewhere, Lucius and Tom, why the hell is this a plot thread riddle, are discussing further murders, and Tom ends up disclosing that he is in love. And in hate. I cannot stop thinking of her, Lucius. She preys upon my thoughts. I'm reminded of her everywhere I turn. A stranger's gesture on the street, a whispered word, the color of sunset that is very like her hair. It's like a disease. Lucius felt his eyebrows disappearing up into his hairline. You're in love? Certainly not, Tom snapped, looking very teenaged for a moment. I am in hate, if such a thing is possible. I mean, ask the trolls from Homestuck. Apparently it is. There is only one cure for what ails me. You want her killed? Lucius asked. No, Tom said, and the heavy lids lifted, unveiling his eyes that burned like blue poison. Not killed. I want her broken. His lip began to curl, and I know just how to do it. Anyways, before we can find out what that's about, Harry, Victor, and Fleur end up flu-powdering themselves to Victor's place in Prague, where he can hopefully make his way to Romania, where Harry is hoping he can get some weapons and also make his way to Romania. It amuses me to no end that no one in this story ever apparates, ever. Anyhow, because Fleur and Harry are both Magids, they get talking about Magid stuff. You know what Magids are? They are not just talented wizards, although they are that. They are warriors. Why do you think you're so good at Quidditch? Speed of flight, agility, swiftness, and fierceness, and strategic thinking, that is what makes an exceptional seeker. And many can train to do it, like Victor did, but you can do it naturally. It came to you as simply as breathing, didn't it? And so did the sword the first time you picked it up. You were born to stand up and fight, Harry, not to drown your talents in self-doubt and waste your spirit in flying around on broomsticks. Okay, hang on. So instead of Quidditch being like this thing that he's very talented at, which he shares with his father, and is like a bonding thing that he has with the parents that he never knew, it's instead just some dumb magic stuff. Lame. Harry wants to scope out the area just to see what it's like, and Victor tells him, okay, fine, go ahead, but just make sure you get back before nightfall. Back at the Burrow, now that the time-traveling duo that were Ben and the other guy's name, I don't remember, the ancestor dude, are gone, Blazabini has shown up, so now she can talk to Ginny. Specifically, she has the letter that Draco wrote for Ginny. Dear Ginny, I hope this letter finds you well and that you have so far withstood the ravages of your dim-witted agrarian kin. What a dick, I swear. I'm sending this letter with Blaze. I assume you remember her? I know you're not too terribly fond of her, probably because she's really attractive and has seen me naked on a number of occasions. Oh my god. Why am I reading this stuff? Oh my god. Genuinely, what am I doing here? However, I'm hoping you two can put personal differences behind you as she has some rather important news. Please sit down with her and have her explain to you in this order: 1, what Pansy's been up to, 2, what she knows about the Slytherins and their secret plans, and 3, what she knows about your brother and what happened to him. She knows why you fell off your room during that match too. Have her tell you. I'd tell you myself if I felt safe putting it down in a letter. I owe you that much. And this is when we are going to find out what happened to her that caused her to fall off the broom, and it's contrived. Anyways, Blazabini sits down with Ginny and starts to explain it all, and we start learning some more lore. You know these, like, magical berets that the Slytherins have been wearing for protection? Well, apparently they're made out of basilisk skin. And because Pansy wanted to make one for Ron, like an extra one, she had to magically create herself a basilisk. And in doing so, she actually killed Neville's toad to do it, which is a plot thread that is sporadically kept coming up. Like, in the first chapter, Neville mentions that his toad is gone. A few chapters later, he discovers that it's dead. And I didn't think this was going to go anywhere, and I'm kind of surprised that it did. Anyways, just don't worry about that. Neville's toad is dead. Rest in peace, Trevor, or whatever the hell his name is. Anyhow, Pansy then used the eyes of this baby basilisk that she hatched in the creation of a charm for Ron. It shouldn't have been able to harm him or anyone, But then it started to malfunction. She was never sure why. Maybe there was something unusual about your brother. He's a diviner, Ginny said in a blank voice. Maybe that was it, Blaze said, although she sounded dubious. Or maybe the charms she put on it to bind the power of the basilisk's eyes weren't strong enough. Either way, it started acting up whenever Weasley felt threatened, although I doubt he knew what was happening. Because the basilisk was a baby, the charm couldn't kill. But it stunned Malcolm. It ended up knocking you off your broom. That's ridiculous. My brother would never feel threatened by me. I didn't say he did. I doubt that it was even directed at you. You just happened to look across the pitch at that moment. It was probably directed at Draco or one of our beaters. Ginny pressed the heel of her hand to her forehead. I'm getting a headache, she moaned. Pansy tried fixing the pin after that. She was always having your brother meet up with her and forcing him to help her brew up all sorts of odd concoctions. Our whole room was covered in mugwort and rue and all sorts of nasty things. I've got no idea if it helped. It must have, since as far as I know he hasn't stunned anyone since. But you lot found out the truth about him and Pansy pretty soon after that, so that's all I know. She never talked to him again. This is also when Blaze ends up revealing to Ginny that Pansy is the one who shot at Draco, and Ginny is absolutely astonished by this. And apparently she was told to do this by her father, who I may as well take off the board because he's not going to be doing anything after this point. Anyways, I guess after all this info dumping, they're just kind of hanging out, and they just start reading passages out from Passionate Trousers to one another for laughs, which means it is time to take a drink. Let's see if this has cooled down now. I wish that it tasted more pumpkin spice. Like, maybe I needed to put more cinnamon in here. It's not how I imagined it tasting in the books, for whatever reason. Rhiannon gasped, and her milky bosom heaved beneath the thin gold satin of her gown. You wouldn't, she moaned. I would, Morgan asserted, leaning back against the enormous ornate stone fireplace in a satisfied manner, an action which caused his satin breeches to tighten across his narrow hips and flat, muscular abdomen. I'd enjoy it too. I am evil after all, and take great pleasure in acts of dastardly, if pointless, sadism. Rhiannon averted her eyes. What is it you want from me, Morgan? That should be obvious, he purred. You, my sweet. He began to move towards her, his lean, graceful form like a panther's. Rhiannon trembled. Truly he was evil, but since the moment she met him, he had stirred her passions as no other man had, before, her since. And this is when Blaze cuts in and is just like, oh my god, this is crap. And that's kind of funny. We have nothing in common, Blaze said, twirling her wand gently. Other than the red hair, of course. And that neither of us have ever gotten lucky with Draco Malfoy, Ginny added. Blaze burst out laughing. Well, we have that in common with the rest of the world, she said. Ginny's eyes flew open. We do? Blaze was still laughing. Yes, she giggled. Didn't you know? And this time, when Ginny started laughing too, Blaze reached out a hand to help her steady her on her feet, and Ginny let her. Aw, isn't that sweet? They're besties now. I do find it interesting, though, that apparently Blaze-a-Beanie and Draco actually haven't fooled around. The implication I got earlier was that they were quite sexually active, so, I don't know. Just thought I'd make a note of that. Also, side note, I find it interesting that Blaze-a-Beanie in this is described as a white-skinned person with red hair because, I mean, that makes her sound like she's quite similar looking to Ginny. And I find that interesting because apparently after Draco decided he couldn't be with Ginny, he ended up getting with a girl who looked kind of like her. I don't know if that's intentional on this fix part or not. I kind of hope not, considering who Blaze-a-Beanie ends up getting with at the end of this, but I just thought I should mention it. Elsewhere, Hermione and Draco break into the Ministry's offices with the passwords that Percy got them, and they go through the files and eventually deduce that Harry ended up going to Romania with Victor Krum. Back in Voldemort's castle, Ron, here he is, has been taken to some private quarters, like a bedroom with a bath in it, because he hasn't bathed in like 3 or 4 days or however long it's been, and he is filthy. Wondering if Voldemort was using the mirror to spy on him, Ron took the opportunity to open his robe to do a brief and disrespectful naked dance. Then he bathed and went to bed. Very mature. The next day, Rhysand shows up and helps Ron dress. I've not commented on how weird and kind of creepy the dynamic between the two of them is, so I'm just going to say it now. It's weird and creepy. Elsewhere, Hermione is talking to Victor through the Flu network, kind of like how Sirius and Harry usually talk, like with just the face in the fireplace. And Victor is refusing to admit that he's seen Harry recently. Then Fleur pokes her head in and is shocked to see that Hermione is with Draco of all people. "Draco!" she shrieked. "Draco, mon petit! I have missed you very, very much." Draco sat back on his heels, his mouth twitched into a grin. Fleur had much the same effect on boys that Draco had on girls, and no one with Draco's vanity could fail to be moved by Fleur's enthusiastic admiration. "Hello, Fleur," he said. "How's that house I brought for you working out?" "It is lovely," she enthused. "Victor and I enjoy visiting it very much." Oh yeah, in the end of the last book, she kept being like, she kept helping the main characters and kept being like, "Okay, well, now that I've done this, you owe me, Malfoy." And then at the end of the story, he was like, "Okay, fine, what do you want from me?" And she was like, "I want a house in Europe." And I guess Draco actually did buy her one. Anyways, Victor wanders out of the room, and now it's just Fleur in the fireplace talking to Hermione and Draco, and they very successfully managed to get her to admit that they have seen Harry very recently. "He is in Prague," said Fleur. "More than that I cannot tell you. I would have to give you a portkey." "Please," said Hermione, saving Draco from needing to repeat the word. "We haven't much time." Fleur took a deep breath, and then her hand appeared from the flames, stretching themselves out towards Hermione and Draco. "I could bring you through," she said, "but the restrictions, the alerts might be triggered." "We're in the Ministry," Hermione said quickly. I guess they're still in the Ministry of Magic when this is happening. "There are no restrictions." She looked at Draco. "Can we?" He nodded. He looked a little dazed, as if events were transpiring too quickly for him to process. "Yes." And with just a little bit of difficulty, Fleur is able to pull them through. Hooray! And Harry, for his part, while all this is happening, is taking in the many wizarding sights of Prague. The wizarding section of Prague looked as if it had drifted out of a fairy tale. The small coffee shop he was in was half-timbered, with a soft metal glow emanating from hovering golden globes that floated overhead. Rows of pastries as gorgeous as jewelry gleamed under a glass-fronted countertop. It was beautiful and strange, and everything looked delicious, and it made Harry so horribly lonely that he wanted to crawl under the nearest chair. Back at Victor's apartment, he's walked back into the room that Fleur's in, which now has Draco and Hermione in it, and he's very angry, and he's ready to just, completely refuse to help them. But Fifou! He forgot that Fleur is a maggot. She ends up grabbing the manuscript for the book Victor is writing off of his desk and threatens to burn it. "Promise me that they can stay. Swear Hermione and Draco can stay, or your book is ashes, Victor." And that seems to work. I love her. Best character in this. Anyhow, now that Ron is all cleaned up, he is brought back to the chess-playing room, where Voldemort is busy receiving a report from a guy named Gabriel, who reveals that Lucius seems to have turned turncoat. The spy also noticed while he was out that Draco and Hermione were at the Ministry offices. "A girl with long brown hair," the little spy clarified. He called her Hermione. "She's not Draco's girlfriend," said both Ron and Rhysand simultaneously, although where Ron had blurted out the words in fury, Rhysand sounded merely as if she thought the supposition was very funny. "She's Harry Potter's girlfriend," Rhysand clarified with a disdainful little smile in Ron's direction. "Actually, they broke up," Ron felt compelled to point out. "Did they?" asked Wormtail, looking curious. "I really thought they were going to get together. All that time I was a rat, I remember thinking—" "Shut up," said Ron. "Why do the villains in the story get so goddamn involved in the goddamn teenage drama? It's constant. This was happening in the other books too." Anyways, this spy has something more important to mention than whether or not they're together or not. He said that he was able to see that Hermione had the sacred cup that they're after. The final worthy object is within her possession. It was transfigured into a flask that she had belted to her waist, but it was the cup. I recognized it instantly, my lord. End of part 1. Also, this guy saying that he recognized it isn't going to make a lick of sense later. Sorry about that. Part 2 of this chapter begins and is titled Heavens Are Shallow. Draco has suddenly collapsed and is now in bed, and now Fleur is looking after him. It seems like the poison coursing through his system is giving another blow to his immune system. She ends up asking to be alone with Draco, and she does something called a power transference to give him a boost. This is apparently something that magics can do with one another, so he's now feeling better. I guess because they're not at the hotel where they've been staying as they've been looking for Harry, Hermione can't make any more antidote for him. Krum also decides at this point that he is going to help them after all, and tells the two of them that Harry is in his apartment in Prague, and that Crumb is planning to meet him there with members of the Resistance to help Harry out. These members of the Resistance never end up showing up, incidentally, so don't hold your breath. He'll be safe there, Victor said. Well, as long as he doesn't go out at night, he added as an afterthought. Hermione and Draco both started. What do you mean, as long as he doesn't go out at night? Draco demanded. Victor's dark eyes narrowed. You really know nothing, you English, he said, managing to make both words sound insulting. I would have expected no better from Lucius Malfoy's son. But Hermione, you at least. The situation here is not what it is in England. We are not protected by our ministry as you are. The Dark Lord's control has been steadily spreading these past months. His minions walk the streets freely at night. Many are vampire, the undead. Vampires, Hermione said. Draco half rose from the table. You sent Harry somewhere where there are vampires? Well, this is not going to go well. Although I was under the impression that Voldemort was kind of a more UK-centric threat more than anything else, but I guess not. Victor gives them a port key, which lets them teleport to his apartment in Prague. Voldemort, let me grab my stick, for his part has also worked out that Hermione and Draco are probably going to be heading to Prague as well. And he's all like, kill the girl and take the cup. And Ron is like, no, I won't divine anything for you again if you do, and I know you'll kill me if I refuse, but I'd rather die than let you kill her. And Voldemort is all like, very well then. Bring her to me alive, with the cup. Back in the apartment in Prague, now that Draco and Hermione are there, they've realized that Harry isn't there. And night is coming, but they've got some time, so Draco decides to speak to Ginny via the Flu Network. He warns her again about Tom, hears that she and Blazabini are now friends, and Ginny ends up saying that she actually loves Draco. Harry, for his part, is heading back to the apartment, but it actually is dark out now, so he is now in danger. He was almost to the door. He had begun to wonder if perhaps he was mistaken when one of the figures detached itself from the group. He caught the impression of someone tall, wearing a long black robe, when suddenly he found his way blocked. A tall man with long black hair and a stark white face was standing between Harry and the door to Victor's building. His deep-socketed eyes glittered black and devilish under the faint lamplight, and he was smiling. The smile revealed 2 canines as long and sharp as the points of daggers. Daggers, not daggers. Well, well, he said, if it isn't the famous Harry Potter himself. This is a surprise. And Harry realizes, shit, this is a vampire. It's Edward Cullen. No, I'm kidding. It's not Edward Cullen, but can you imagine? This vampire does have other vampires with him, and they start slowly closing in on him. And Harry draws the sword of Gryffindor, which I guess he's had with him this entire time, and they're getting closer and closer despite that, and then he hears, you can't kill a vampire with a sword, Potter. If you paid attention in Defense Against the Dark Arts instead of falling asleep and drooling all down your front, you would know that. Harry half twisted around and stared. Malfoy? They are reunited? Again, for real this time. They managed to ward off the vampires. I'm skipping through it because I don't care. And then they start having another huge fight. I should mention, though, that as they are fighting the vampires, something that seems to make the vampires stop in their tracks is the runic band, like the leather band with the runes all over it that I mentioned like 3 hours ago that Harry has around his wrist. That seems to have protected him somehow. Anyhow, their fight ends with Draco knocking Harry out and bringing him inside the apartment. I don't know why people keep collapsing due to being knocked out or because they're out of energy or because they have a fever in this fic. It is needlessly violent and needlessly dramatic, quite frankly. When Harry wakes up, he discovers that Draco has tied him up, presumably to make sure that he doesn't get away again. But then Draco leaves the room so Hermione and Harry can have a moment together. Harry made a low, exasperated sound. I don't want to talk about Malfoy, he said. Do you hate me too? Is that what this is about? At that, she did look up. I hate what you did, she said. I hate that you left me. And this is when Harry finally explains why he ran away. He doesn't want the people he loves to get hurt, which is why he's pulled away. I think we already had this conversation before, but I guess he's just reiterating his point. Anyways, Hermione and Harry apologize to one another and reconnect, and they even do some more kissing, so drink. No. This is still no from me. I see what they were going for with this, but I'm not a fan. And yet I keep sipping at it. Back at the Burrow, Ginny, who has begun to hear, like everyone else in the wizarding world, that former Death Eaters are getting killed, ends up pulling down a book on wizarding history and is able to deduce from something in that Pansy's father is going to be the next person to be killed. And even though she knows Pansy poisoned Draco and had an affair with her brother under false circumstances and all this other stuff, Ginny's like, screw it, and rushes out the door. She rushes out the door because Blazabini is heading on out to leave now, and she wants to tell Blaze what's going to happen to Pansy. And so, after being told, Blazabini flies off on her broomstick. After Blaze lands by the Parkinson's house, she walks inside and discovers that it seems to be abandoned. But then she sees a figure. It's Seamus. "I knew it," he hissed under his breath. "I knew you couldn't stay away." Oh, bloody hell, Blaze thought, mortification mixing with her horror. "He thinks I'm Ginny." "Seamus," she said. And oddly, his body relaxed at that, as if he were surprised to hear her say his name. "Seamus, I'm not Ginny, it's me, Blaze." His grip on her relaxed further, although he could not release her. Blaze bit her lip. This was certainly very awkward. Perhaps he had been drinking? It was a moment before he replied, "You're not Virginia?" which was all he said, and then Blaze blinked. Did anyone actually call Ginny that? Apparently Seamus did. There was no accounting for boyfriends. "No," she said lightly. "Perhaps you are not her," he said. "But you'll do just as well for the moment. In fact," he said, raising his hand, a gesture which slammed the front door closed so hard that the hinges shook, "in fact, you'll do very well indeed." And we thankfully cut to something else after that, because I don't want to read about whatever he ended up doing. We'd never find out, but the implication is there, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. These fan fictions are supposed to be fun. This is supposed to be a fun process for you guys. And I feel like, on the whole, this has been fun. But every once in a while, Tom Riddle just turns up back in the narrative to do something horrible. And it's not gonna stop. I'm so sorry. Back in Prague, Harry and Draco are fighting, and honestly, I don't even remember the details of what about. At this point, I was struggling to care enough to write down details, as I'm sure you've noticed. And then their fight is interrupted. A bunch of figures jump through the door and end up grabbing Harry and Draco, and they end up blindfolding them. "Get his hand, his right hand," he heard a voice bark just by his ear, and his wrist was grabbed and held. He felt himself being pressed back against the floor. The hilt of the sword jammed painfully into his back. He flinched, and the grip on his arm tightened. "Move," said the voice, "and I'll cut your throats. Starting with your friends." End of part 2, ending the entirety of chapter 13. Part 1 of this chapter was 91 pages, and part 2 was 75. Lord help me. Anyhow, chapter 14 begins now and is titled Thorns and is also divided into 2 halves. Part 1 is titled The Path of Stones. Ginny, it seems, has decided to follow Blazabini to the Parkinson's house, regardless of the fact that Blaze said that she'd be able to handle things. And when she walks into the Parkinson's house, she discovers a body on the floor. "Oh no, Blaze," Ginny breathed to herself, fearfully. And then we cut back to Prague, where Draco and Harry come to, still in the apartment with their limbs tied. Harry still has his sword with him, and he's able to cut his wrists free. There are people still in the apartment, presumably it's the people who attacked them, moving around and murmuring to each other, being like, "Evil plan, evil plan, evil plan." That's how minions talk. Not minions, not like Despicable Me minions, but like other minions. That's how they talk. One of them bends over the boys to check on them, and this is when Harry takes his chance and strikes. There's a bit of a scuffle, and then Harry ends up attacking this guy with his sword and actually killing him. He saw light glint from the blade as it flashed in its descent, heard a choked howl in his ear as it drove through flesh and muscle, scraping bone. Something wetly hot poured down over Harry as if he'd upended a hot water bottle on himself. Eyes screwed shut, Harry couldn't tell what it was, just that there was a great deal of it. He swung the sword again and again and again, and heard yells and a thud. He let go of the hilt, and darkness banded his vision. Fingers found the cloth covering his eyes and tore it away, and he stared up at a wide, ice-water-eyed person whose face had gone gray as a winter sky. I guess only one person was, had attacked them, because they seem to be safe now. So I don't know why I wrote that there were, voices and people talking earlier. Maybe the other minion who attacked them left. I'm really sorry. I clearly missed some details in these notes, as I've already mentioned. Harry is in shock because he's killed someone, and so Draco comforts him and tries to calm him down, and it takes about 5 pages. It's insufferable. Weirdly, they haven't noticed something, which is that Hermione is gone. Specifically, she's been kidnapped by these guys and brought to Voldemort's castle. But before we can find out if she's doing okay, we jump back to the Parkinson home where Ginny has stumbled onto that body. And then she hears a voice. "There's no need for you to cry, Ginny." His voice came light and soft, and the torches along the wall seemed to flicker, or perhaps it was her own dimming vision. "Don't pretend you care that she's dead. She always hated you. She told me that, amongst other things, before I killed her." It took every bit of Ginny's amplified willpower for her to raise her head and look at him. He was standing at the top of the stairs, just where the shadows were darkest. Faint torchlight knitted itself around his pale hands and face, his barleycorn hair. His mouth was curved into a lucid and passionless grin, and his eyes, as they fixed themselves on her, were full of hunger. "So, I guess Pansy's dead. Rest in peace." "Bye-bye." Rage exploded behind Ginny's eyes, almost blinding her. Wandless, she flung herself up the stairs, running, hurled herself at him, her fingers curled into claws, and struck the ground hard, bruising her hands and knees. There was no one there. She struggled to her feet, casting wildly around, but he was gone. She was alone at the top of the twisting staircase. Below her, Pansy lay dead in her own blood on the floor. Above her, Ginny looked up, but there was nothing, only the immense chandelier hanging still and lifeless. I could leave, she thought. I could run down the stairs and out of the house, and he wouldn't follow me. He wouldn't have to. Tom knew she would come back. She would always come back to him. Hate wedded her to him, stronger than love, more enduring. I hate this. And so Ginny takes a breath and takes a step forward, and starts to explore the house, which seems to still not have Tom anywhere inside. But she does eventually find Blaze Beanie in one of the rooms, where she's all tied up. Blaze warns her that Tom is still in the house, and Ginny's like, "I know." "No," Blaze said slowly. She raised her head to look at Ginny. "It's you he's really after," she said. There were welts on her white neck, dark red. They looked like bite marks. "He said I looked like you." A horrid thought occurred to Ginny. "You do know he's not Seamus, don't you? I mean, not really." Okay, so, first of all, I was right when I speculated that Blaze was supposed to look like Ginny, by the sound of it. But second of all, here's the thing. I'm not against exploring dark or complicated or even just outright taboo topics in fanfiction, but I find this to be really not good. I don't know, if this was in another story, maybe I'd be less icked out by it. I mean, I'd still be icked out by it, but it wouldn't feel as out of place here as it does. Its presence in this story specifically just feels needlessly twisted in a way nothing else in the story has been, and so it just sticks out like a sore thumb. I hate it. I keep saying I hate it. Blaze asks, well, if he's not Seamus, then who is he? And then Ginny feels a soft, warm breath on the back of her neck. Right behind her, Tom whispers, "Tell her, Ginny. Tell her what I am." Back in Voldemort's castle, Hermione and Ron are now reunited. Woo! Ron is allowed to go upstairs to that roof area he was at before to meet her. She was flown there by the vampires who attacked the group in Prague. I should have mentioned that earlier. Those guys were vampires. And only now, incidentally, have Draco and Harry realized that she's missing. "She's not dead," Harry said. "I'd know." "Yes," Draco said. "I think you would. I guess we don't need to talk about what we're going to do." Harry's voice was bitter. "I guess I was going after the Dark Lord anyway. Now I'll just go a little faster." Side note, but this fanfiction is really averse to using the name Voldemort. They constantly call him the Dark Lord. You've probably picked up on it already, but I had to mention it at some point. It's weird. I don't know why that name is used more than Voldemort or you-know-who or any of those. It's used a hell of a lot more than any of these other ones. And Harry's like, "Well, I guess I was planning to head to Romania anyways. I just gotta find a way to get there faster than I was already planning to." And this is when Draco smiles and declares that he has a plan. Back in the Parkinson house, which, thinking on it, not only is Pansy dead, but so is her dad, so I may as well just get rid of this. Oh shit. Back in their house, Ginny and Tom face off. "This isn't about her, Tom," she said. "This is about us, you and me." He nodded and rose to his feet. "Then what is it you want, Virginia?" Ginny looked at him levelly. "To finish this," she said, and walked out of the room. Also, I have no idea why so many fans thought that Ginny would be short for Virginia, as in the name of an American state, and she's from the UK. Anyways, brace yourself for more ickiness, you guys. Her hands went to her belt, undid it, began to slide it through the loops. They were shaking, determined. "I'll trade you," Ginny said. You wanted her because she looks like me. Now you have me. I'll do anything you want. Anything you say. Just let her go. And we thankfully cut away from that now. Anyhow, back at Victor Crumb's apartment, Draco has found the dead body of the guy that Harry killed and has dragged it out onto the balcony. And Harry's like, what the fuck are you doing? And Draco's like, just trust me, Potter. And Harry then looks up and then he sees something. Out in the sky, flying towards them, are some creatures. They're Thestrals, which confuses me for a variety of reasons. So this fanfiction began being released before Book 5 was published, so it's kind of an AU. It hasn't really acknowledged Book 5 until this point, but this suggests that Harry knows what the Thestrals are, and in a second he's going to say that he's ridden them before, which suggests that in some shape or form the events of Book 5 did take place. But Sirius is still alive, and characters like Luna Lovegood aren't friendly with Harry. I don't know what to make of this. It's weird. It's really weird. Anyhow, back to Voldemort's castle. Hermione and Ron are relieved to see each other, as I said, and they embrace and try and catch up. Ron mentions that Voldemort's been making him play chess over and over again, and Hermione explains why this is making him see visions. There's a theory, Hermione said, that people who are talented at chess have some sort of latent precognitive ability, that they can see the future. Just a little. Just enough to visualize the board a few moves ahead. That's just having good visualization skills. I don't know why you're saying this is magic. My guess is that the Dark Lord was trying to force you to use your divining skill over and over until you got so exhausted that your mental barriers broke down and you couldn't hold the visions back. I mean, at least it's explained now, even if the explanation was really dumb. And I guess Ron being a really good chess player is now not a skill he has developed over the years. It's just some magic thing that he's inherently good at, which I think is stupid. Back in the Burrow, Sirius and Lupin have shown up, and they've discovered Ginny's copy of Passionate Trousers, or rather, the sequel to Passionate Trousers, which she's been reading recently, which is called Trousers Undone, and they end up reading from it. Drink. Oh, Tristan! Rhiannon flew across the room to her beloved. Her frail taffeta gown was shredded where the dark wizard Morgan had torn it. Beneath its inadequate covering, her bosom heaved and trembled like 2 dishes of aspic being served for dinner during a storm at sea. Aspic. Like gross jello substance. Aspic. Sirius is like, does Ginny seriously read this stuff? I'm shocked. This is so trashy. But they can't talk about that for long because someone new has just appeared in the fireplace. Someone from the Ministry, who has news about Harry who is in Prague. If you're wondering why Sirius and Lupin are at the Burrow, I didn't make a note of why, so just live with it. Back to Prague, speaking of it, Draco is petting the Thestral's snout. Apparently he gets along well with these creatures and they seem to like him. And Draco explains that after he died in Book 2 and was resuscitated, he suddenly gained the ability to see them. After that, I started seeing them, around the manor, on the school grounds. They tended to follow me. I think they just like anything related to death. A shiver ran down Harry's bones. I've ridden one before. Have you? As I said, he makes an allusion to having ridden one before, so I don't know, I'm trying to imagine what Order of the Phoenix was like in this other hypothetical year 5, and I'm struggling, to be honest. Does this mean that Narcissa and Sirius are now retroactively cousins, or are we ignoring that? Harry held out a hand. Come on, he said. Draco's scowl deepened. Who says you get to be in front? Also, aren't these Thestrals, like, wild? I'm surprised they're letting the boys ride them. Or I guess it's just one Thestral, but you know. My point stands. Harry tells the Thestral, after they've both gotten onto it, to take them to the Dark Lord, and I guess that's a good enough GPS input for the flying death horse to take off, heading precisely where he was asked to take them. Back at the Burrow, Sirius is updated about what everyone seems to know about Harry. He knows that he was last seen at Victor Crumb's apartment, and that's about it. And then he sends a message to the Order, so I'm still so confused by this, to be honest. And then Lupin comes back into the room and is like, I'm kind of worried about Ginny. She's not come back yet from wherever she was. I guess they know that she headed to Pansy Parkinson's house. We then cut to Ginny and what she's up to, and what she is up to is being very intimate with Tom Riddle, and you know what? I am not reading it. I am just not. He tries to choke her after a certain point, and so she chokes him back even harder. He stumbles, and that's all I'm going to share about what occurs. Back to Voldemort's castle, where Wormtail is trying to warn his master that Lucius is acting really weird. Lucius has been meddling in matters that surely you cannot approve of, matters dangerous to you. Yes, I heard you, Wormtail. The Dark Lord seemed distracted and annoyed. Your obsession with Lucius grows steadily more unhealthy. I do hope you realize that. Your claims that Lucius has been summoning spirits and demons seem largely unfounded. Besides, it is little to me what Lucius chooses to do with his recreational time. Not just demons and spirits, Master, Wormtail protested. Some kind of murdering spirit. It has been killing your Death Eaters. Well, yes, Voldemort admitted, but only those who at one time renounced me. Perhaps Lucius is simply clearing corruption out of the ranks. If so, I do think he ought to have checked with you first, Wormtail said humbly, and Ron had to reluctantly admit that he had a point. That made me smile. I don't know why. It was a cute little joke. Hermione's been sent off somewhere to change, and when she returns, she and Ron are now alone, and he wonders if he's still in love with her. But then suddenly, Hermione, who seems to be in tears, so drink, pulls Ron towards her and kisses him. Double drink. And that is when Ron realizes that something's off, that this is not Hermione. And so he pulls away and realizes it is in fact Rhysand, who is playing a mean trick on him, and he is furious at her, and this is all entirely pointless. Back at the Parkinson house, which has like at least one, maybe two dead bodies in it at this point while all this is happening, so just keep that in mind. Ginny ends up declaring that she knows why Tom hasn't actually killed her, even though he has tried to choke her. She knows that he would never actually kill her. Something made him stop. It's the spell that brought you back here. Sympathetic magic, you called it. My blood, my tears. I brought you back. It's because of me that you're here at all. I'm the chain you used to pull yourself into this world, and I am the anchor that keeps you here, and only I, she finished, her voice tightening. Only I can send you back. Tom's eyes narrow, and he growls angrily and throws himself at her. They're by the staircase when this happens, and Ginny jumps over the banister to try and get away from him. Back at Voldemort's castle, Ron is now passed out. The real Hermione walks into the room now and demands to know what Rhysand's done, and she said, oh, nothing, just playing games. He's apparently okay. And Hermione identifies her as a succubus, a soul-stealing demon woman. Rhysand also seems to know that Hermione can't seem to decide between Draco or Harry and taunts her for this. He loves you because he thinks you are unselfish, said Rhysand. If only he knew how selfish you really are. I can't help it, Hermione said. I can't help who I love. I don't want to love him, but I do. It's like he's part of me. A part I don't even like sometimes, but I need him and he needs me. Because you have arranged it that way, Rhysand went on. It is by your design that you are the only one who can make the antidote he needs to live. You could control his access to Harry if you... I could never do that. I would never do that. But you've thought about it. Hermione stared blankly at Rhysand. You're cruel. Love is cruel, said the demon girl. Anyways, then Voldemort walks in and is like, hello, losers. Crucio! He starts torturing Hermione, so she'll give up the cup. Moving on. In Malfoy Manor, speaking of which, Lucius has just received a letter that Rhysand has sent out warning him that Voldemort is getting suspicious of whatever he's up to. And he soon realizes, oh, this is going to end badly. I shouldn't have just started, helping Tom Riddle. This is idiotic. Which it was. Lucius is a complete dumbass. But before he can decide what he's going to do, he turns and sees Tom Riddle. And Tom glowers at Lucius and demands that he help save Ginny's life. He's got her in his arms. And thus ends part 1 of this chapter, which was 70 pages long. Part 2 begins after this and is titled The Wood of Thorns. Another day of filming, and thus another mocktail. This is butterbeer. It's a very simple recipe. It's literally just cream soda, butterscotch syrup, and whipped cream on top. And it's melted a little bit, but let's give it a try. I like cream soda, so I like this. Tom explains that Lucius needs to save Ginny's life because his life is tied to hers because of how he was brought back with the sympathetic magic. He is tied to her. I guess after Ginny jumped off the staircase, she must have hit her head really hard or something. I am the master of Malfoy Manor, Lucius thought, and this ruined boy on his knees before me is nothing more than a shell of what he was. Lucius raised his wand and pointed it. Tom's eyes widened and his grip on Ginny loosened fractionally, but Lucius was already speaking. The manor roared. Lucius stepped back hastily as the floor of the library ripped open. Great sheets of stone sprang up through it, encircling Tom and Ginny, closing them instantly inside an unbreakable marble crypt. Womp womp, he's turned on the teenage Tom Riddle. Back in the castle, remember how Voldemort was trying to Crucio Hermione? Well, it's not doing anything to her, and he's like, "What madness is this?" And then he realizes that the cup she's carrying must be protecting her. It must be, stopping the curse from working. He starts debating what to do next, and then in comes Lucius Malfoy, and he says he has excellent news for his master. He says that he's discovered who's been going around killing Voldemort's followers, and then he tells Voldemort that the cup that Voldemort is looking for is tied to Hermione's belt, which only now as I'm reading this do I realize Voldemort already knew. When that vampire spoke to him earlier, he said, "Oh yeah, it's disguised as something tied to her belt." I guess Cassie just forgot that she already established this. It turns out that Hermione seems to have transformed the holy object, the cup, into just a regular-looking water bottle. He laughed aloud. "I see," he said. "Ingenious, yes." He tapped it with the tip of his finger and murmured, "Revelatus." The flasks shuddered and reformed with the suddenness of a toad turning into a teapot in McGonagall's class. That seems like animal abuse. They shouldn't be doing that. Suddenly, it was the cup Ron remembered having stolen from the museum on that class trip so long ago. I know. It feels like that was hours ago. Hermione let out a strangled cry and lowered her face into her hands. Voldemort looms up above Hermione and prepares to kill her, but then Rhysand intervenes. She says that killing Hermione in front of the diviner, Ron, may drive him mad. And so Voldemort tells Rhysand to take Hermione outside to just do it herself. And Rhysand grabs Hermione and walks out the door. Back in Malfoy Manor, Tom Riddle is still stuck in the stones with Ginny's body, and he's panicking hard, but he can't do anything, so eventually he just sits down and just waits for death to come for both of them. But Ginny, for her part, is busy, because while she is dying, she's also hallucinating. Specifically, she starts hallucinating that she is in one of her romance novels. No, I'm not kidding. She's also imagined that all the characters look like people she knows, so one of the romantic leads looks like Draco, for example. I'm not kidding. And then the characters explain that the reason why she's seeing them is because she's dying, and this is her view of the afterlife. I'm not kidding. When Draco died, Ginny said, he saw a river. He was murdered, said Rhysand. He saw the lands of the unavenged and slaughtered. You have taken your own life in good cause. I guess one of the characters looks like Rhysand. It is a noble death, you will find. Ginny looked around helplessly. This is the way my mind is trying to make sense of my death, with passionate trousers. And it's funny because now I'm just thinking of the scene in book 7 where Harry's in King's Cross Station. It's got similar vibes. Rhysand examined her nails. Each must find his or her own meaning, I suppose, she said. Besides, the meaning you found in that book was only the meaning you gave it. The characters were what you dreamed into them. A Draco who would love you forever and for all time. A Ginny brave enough to fight for love, to find adventure. And it goes on like that for a while, but eventually Rhysand, or whoever this is just like, you're gonna be fine. You're waking up now. You're not dying after all. Anyways, we then cut to Harry and Draco, who have landed in a village quasi-near where Voldemort's castle is. They're going to be traveling for a while, and not a lot's going to be happening, so I'm just going to be skimming over the passages where they're just kind of climbing up mountains and through ravines and stuff, because it's a waste of time. It's just a way for Claire to delay the two characters' arrival at Voldemort's castle while she gets other stuff done. However, there is one exchange between the two of them I want to highlight because I find it rather disturbing. I'm not the one who frequents brothels. I wasn't frequenting it, I just wound up there. It was an accident. I'm not even sure how it happened. Isn't that what Neville Longbottom said when Millicent caught him naked with the pulsating peonies? Neville had a knack with plants is all I'll say. So Neville Longbottom is now canonically a plant fucker in this story. I'm losing my mind. Behold, this video is of a man mid-breakdown because Neville Longbottom is a plant fucker. I hope everyone watching this remembers that for the rest of their lives, because I certainly will. Anyhow, now that Voldemort has the final worthy object, he says it is time to prepare for the ritual, but Lucius says he wants to show Voldemort who has been killing his Death Eaters before he goes ahead and does that. He may well become, said Lucius, The greatest servant you have ever had. Very well. Bring him here. And Lucius twists one of his rings, and all of a sudden, Tom Riddle appears with Ginny. We then cut back to Harry and Draco still traveling. As I said, I'm not going to be covering these scenes, but I will mention that Draco's not doing too well because he doesn't have the antidote, and he's not taking it because Hermione's not with them anymore, so now he's just getting weaker and weaker, and there's a moment where Harry's really pissy at him for not mentioning this earlier, and it's a waste of time. However, it may be a waste of time, but it does lead to what might be the most homoerotic sentence I have heard in my entire life. You told me you didn't want to die, Harry said. I don't, Draco said. I want to stay with you, watch over you, follow you always. It's what I was meant to do. Blood binds us, Harry, and some fate more inextricable than that. Okay then, Mr. Wuthering Heights, just chill out. Anyways, Harry ends up doing a power transference like Fleur did earlier, so Draco's got a bit of a power boost. Anyhow, back at Voldemort's castle, Ginny has awoken from her coma or whatever she was in, and she's in like a nice fancy bedroom. And then in comes Tom, looking actually like Tom this time, and he explains that Voldemort has given him a glamour. It seems now that Tom and Voldemort have met, they're on the same side and they're planning to work together. However, he does disclose to Ginny that he has every intention of betraying his older self, which I think we all saw coming. The old must give way to the new. The wizarding world will crawl at our feet when this is done, he murmured. Ginny jerked away from his hand. Our feet? Tom looked at her consideringly. I intend to rule with you at my side, he said. I've long pondered that which binds us, Virginia. I thought at first it was hate, but that seems too simple. But finally I have come to understand what you are to me. You are that which tethers me to the world. When the ceremony is complete, it will be easy to lose myself in the magnificence of my own power. I will be able to part seas with my left hand, transform mountains to rubble with my right. I could destroy the world in a heartbeat. But then what would be left to rule? He was not touching her, but Ginny imagined that she could feel the drift of his fingertips across her hair, her cheek. You will prevent that, he said, so softly she could barely hear him. It is you who will remind me of what is real. Is this, appealing to anyone? I'm trying to understand what the purpose of this is. Is it supposed to be a dark, taboo, dangerous romance kind of thing? Is that the vibe we're going for? Because even if it is, I don't like this. It makes me uncomfortable. Anyhow, Ginny is disgusted by this suggestion and makes that very clear to him. He smiled at her like a light going out. What does that mean? I don't know. And Ginny wanted to scream, but found she could make no sound. She held tightly to the frame of the mirror as he turned and walked away from her, the light gleaming along the silver braid on his coat. The sound of a door opening came again, although she could see nothing, and he vanished without a backward glance towards her. Ginny's fingers let go of their grip on the mirror, and she sank soundlessly to the floor. Thus ends part 2 of chapter 14. It was 50 pages long. Thank fuck it wasn't longer. The second part of that chapter, incidentally, the one that was 50 pages long, took up about 4 pages of script, for reference, just so you know how much I'm simplifying things and how overdrawn it is. It's wild. The next chapter is chapter 15. It is the penultimate chapter of this story. Sort of. Kind of. We'll get to it. The chapter does not have a title, but the subsections of it do for some reason. The first part is titled Brightness Falls. We cut back to Prague and to Victor's old apartment, where Sirius and Remus have arrived and are examining the crime scene. And then they notice that there are Thestrals around. Victor, looking grim, was staring at the body. One of Voldemort's men, he said. The Thestrals, they are just vermin. Shall I chase them off? They're not just vermin, said Remus. Sweeping his cloak around himself, he slowly walked towards the Thestrals. 2 of them backed away, one taking to the air. He paused, murmured softly, and approached the largest of them. I don't usually point out grammar mistakes or typos in this because it's fan fiction, and I'm willing to give any writer of fan fiction a bit more of a pass when it comes to this sort of thing, but there's just a random semicolon in the middle of that sentence. How did that happen? Bending, he spoke into its quivering ear. It whickered back, a thick, guttural, unpleasant sound. Remus straightened. The boys left from the roof, he said. They took a Thestral and headed for a stronghold somewhere in the Romanian mountains. This one knows where it is and will take us there if we want to go. Sirius's mouth was hanging open. I didn't know you spoke Thestral. Remus smiled faintly. I have mastered a number of dead languages. Do they have, like, human levels of intelligence? I have questions. Anyways, they tell Victor to go and tell Dumbledore what's going on. He and his men don't need to follow them, although they probably should. I mean, come on. They need all the help they can get. They mount the Thestral and fly off. Harry and Draco are still traveling. I don't know why they're trying to get to the castle on foot. It was stated before that you can't get into it unless you apparate in or fly into it, but I digress. They've finally reached a point where they can see it in the distance. In Ginny's bedroom, Hermione appears and they reunite, and Hermione comforts Ginny. And then Hermione thrusts like a low-cut, sexy, old-timey looking dress into Ginny's arms and is like, I need you to put this on before you see him next. I need you to talk to Tom for me, and the prettier you look, the more likely you'll melt his little black heart, and he'll give you what you want. And I feel so bad for Ginny in this story. Jesus Christ. She cannot get a break. Holy shit. You want me to ask him to call off the ceremony, Ginny said. He'll never do it, Hermione. No, Hermione shook her head slowly. I don't want you to ask him to call it off. I want you to make sure it absolutely happens. Apparently, if you're wondering where the dress came from, Hermione got it from Rhys-Anne, who, as you can tell, did not kill her after all, because she is actually on their side. Anyways, Harry and Draco have made it to the castle, and lo and behold, like I said, there's no way to get in. So they decide that maybe one of them will Wingardium Leviosa up the other, and then the other one will be brought up by the one who's already been sent up. So Harry Wingardium Leviosa's up Draco, and he's floating. He's getting up higher, and then a bunch of guards show up and surround Harry, and he's like, oh shit, and he makes a run for it, and he disables the spell, causing Draco to flail around and crash into a window in the building. Specifically, he careens into the bedroom window of Ginny Weasley. Elsewhere in the castle, Voldemort is alerted to Harry's arrival, and he's like, excellent. This means the ceremony can begin. And Ron is in the room too, and is like, oh no. Anyways, jumping back to Ginny, she and Draco have some witty back and forth dialogue, which I think I've said a lot in this video. And then she asks him if he loves her. For a moment, he was absolutely still, only the nervous movement of his hand curling inward showing that he had even heard the question. Finally, he said, you really want to know? Yes, she said. We're trapped in a prison. Any help is continents away. Voldemort is about to subjugate the entire world to his evil will, and the best we have to look forward to is very messy deaths. And do you want to talk about our relationship? Ginny nodded. Yeah, I want to talk about our relationship. Which, to be fair, is not that out of the ordinary for characters in this fic. Is the world ending? Who the fuck cares? My girlfriend might not like me that much. But before they can get into the weeds about their relationship, Tom appears yet again. But Draco is able to hide behind a curtain before he's seen. And Tom's all like, hello, Virginia. Rhys-Anne told me you wish to speak to me. I hope this is important. I have many duties to attend to. Ginny asks if she can attend the ceremony that night when he ascends to full power. There's a good chance the ceremony will kill your brother, Tom said offhandedly. I know, Ginny said, but I must learn to bear these things, mustn't I, if I'm going to rule the world at your side? She wondered if her nausea and anger sounded in her voice. She then pushes through that, goes up to him, and kisses him. And despite everything, after Tom leaves, Ginny ends up telling Draco that Tom would never hurt her, which is factually incorrect. We've seen that to not be true, like more than once in this story. And then Draco retorts and says that no matter what, if he gets a chance to kill Tom, he will do it. Aw, who says romance isn't dead? Harry for his part is running outside the castle, and he is running through like the nature around the castle. Makes it sound like I don't go outside, which I don't as often as I should. Anyways, he's trying to run up a mountain, and then he slips, and the guards are getting closer and closer, but then the ancient runic band he's had all this time, the weird mysterious one that protected him from the vampires, lets out a blinding burst of light which knocks all the guards to the ground. And then he realizes that the band has disappeared. It burst with all this energy, and now it's destroyed itself. With the guards out of the way, he heads back to the castle. Elsewhere in the castle, Ginny and Draco are sneaking around, and they come to the main staircase within it, and they see the entrance where they see Harry. I guess it used to be accessible without having to fly or apparate in, but just the entrance was just all walled up and he somehow broke through. And he's surrounded by even more guards, but he's fighting them off like a badass with his sword, which I guess he's had this whole time and just hasn't been mentioned. And then Draco turns to Ginny and is like, "Oh, you are so gonna want to sleep with me after I do this." And he leaps into action with a sword he himself got from somewhere. I guess he must have brought his own sword too, and it just hasn't been mentioned before this point. And it turns out that the lessons that Harry and Draco had together paid off because they're both pretty good and they both managed to kill all the guards. I know that this is already the case for Harry, but I guess now he and Draco are murderers now. They both have a much higher body count than the average person, I can tell you that much. "Good thing I showed up, Potter," he said as Harry navigated through the bodies to his side. "Your technique was appalling." Harry glances up and sees Ginny and is like, "Oh my god, hi. Have you seen Hermione anywhere? Is she okay?" And that's when in comes Voldemort, Lucius, and I guess Wormtail too, but like, who cares about them? They storm into the hall. Lucius looked at his son. "Why, Draco," he said, "I'd have thought you'd be dead by now. I'd say you're looking well, but we all know that's hardly true, don't we?" Draco gripped the hilt of his sword, his knuckles whitening. "Father," he said, "you can't imagine I missed the opportunity to share my dying words with you." And then he throws his sword at his dad, and it misses. And Lucius chides his son for even trying to use a sword as a throwing weapon. He then tells Harry that his girlfriend is dead because as far as they know, Hermione was killed by Rhysand. Rhysand comes forward and hands to Lucius 2 epicyclical charms. One that was held by Hermione, and I guess the other one was held by Ginny, I'm unsure. And Lucius throws the charms at Harry's feet and is like, "Take them. They'll be little use to you." Lucius is preparing to crucio Harry, but then he's toppled over by someone invisible. It's Hermione, who reveals that she's been watching the whole time under the invisibility cloak. "I couldn't," she said, staring at Harry, who was lying on top of her, looking astonished. "I couldn't. You weren't meant to know. But it was too cruel. I couldn't do it. Oh, Harry." I don't know what this is in reference to, but I don't really care. I guess Voldemort didn't come into the room earlier when I said he did, because now he walks in. Ginny was struck again by his hideousness. Blood red and papery white he was, with thin black lips and nails like claws. How could this monster ever have been her beautiful Tom? He halted, his lips curling back from his teeth. "Tom," he said, looking at Ginny, "your whore has got free somehow." "Don't call her that," Draco said. "And there's Potter." Hang on, I gotta do the Voldemort voice, I keep forgetting. "And there's Potter," Voldemort mused, glancing at Harry. "And his girlfriend, the Mudblood," Voldemort added. His toneless voice sounded very nearly surprised. "I thought they broke up," muttered Wormtail. You know, I don't care how devoted he is. If I was like a monstrous supervillain, I would not have Wormtail be my right-hand man. He sucks. Like, if I was Voldemort, and I was like looking to commit genocide, I'd have Avada Kedavra this guy ages ago. Anyhow, the villains are all furious at Rhysand for not actually killing Hermione. Hermione rose to her feet. "It's not her fault," she said. "I played dead." And Voldemort's like, "Oh, whatever. Take her." There's a few more guards with him, and they grab the children, and like, what do they do next? Actually, I need to turn the page to find out. The guards grab all of them and pull them away, with the exception of Ginny, who is grabbed a hold by Tom Riddle himself. They all get dragged to the ceremonial chamber where Voldemort is going to do the ritual to get full power. This is it, Ginny thought. The last of it. The final battle. This is where it is all decided. This is where we die or we live. Where we save the world or lose it. This is the end. It is also the end of part 1 of this chapter. It was 40 pages long, and for once it actually feels like a decent amount happened in that page count, so that's nice. Part 2 begins after this and is titled Valediction. You know, it strikes me as funny that both this story and the last story in the trilogy end with like a villain trying to do a ritual to get full power, to become even more powerful than they are so they can take over the world. And both of these rituals involve a giant pentagram that they have to stand inside, because there's a giant pentagram on the ground of this ceremonial chamber as well. Voldemort was already waiting inside the pentagram for Tom, his stiff posture showing his impatience. Lucius stood outside the pentagram, arms folded, expression impassive. Wormtail knelt at Voldemort's feet, holding open a book for the Dark Lord's perusal, a look of abject fear on his face. Besides Ginny, Hermione sucked in a gasp of breath. "It's starting," he said. The pentagram burned, and inside the fiery outline, Tom stepped to Voldemort's side. Ron, looking down from his platform, he's tied to a platform, saw the Dark Lord greet his disciple with a frown. "At last you grace us with your apologies, my lord." Tom, hiding a smile, swept a graceful bow towards his older self. "Take your place at my side." And Tom did so. "And now, Tom, the bloodletting, begin it." Tom turns to Ron and there's a brief flash of fire magic in his hands and it causes Ron to scream. And it begins, Hermione thought. This is what Voldemort wants us to watch. Each death worse than the previous one until only Harry is left. Ron's blood spatters all over the floor, sizzling in the enchanted fire surrounding him, and he slumps down. Everyone watches on in horror, but Hermione takes a breath and steels herself, because she's waiting for something to happen. Raising her hand as high as the chain would allow, she slid her fingers under the collar of her t-shirt, finding the lockpick she had tucked under the strap of her bra by touch. Then she went to work on her shackles. A silvery mist has begun to rise from the floor as Voldemort begins to chant, and Harry turns to Draco and tells him, "When I tell you to close your eyes, close them." And Draco has no idea what this is about, so he just nods in confusion. And then they look up. This room has no ceiling, it's just open to the air, and they see that from the heavens, bursts of blue and yellow light have begun to descend, twisting through the sky as they pass down to where the ritual is taking place. Jagged tongues of black lightning crackled across the sky. One stabbed through the open roof, striking the ground of Voldemort's feet. The four worthy objects began to rise into the air. Now they hung at eye level to the Dark Lord, each one at one point of the star, thin line of blue energy connecting them. Another jagged line of lightning struck the mirror. Draco wondered if it would shatter, but it merely began to glow with a terrible, eye-piercingly bright silver light. And the mirror begins to fog up, and letters begin to appear in it. The tetragrammaton is coming into view, and this is when Voldemort starts chanting and runs to grasp at the mirror, ready to read the word aloud to give him the greatest power imaginable. And that is when the mirror breaks. He shouted hoarsely, raising his eyes to the sky. It had turned to blood. A roaring came from all around them, a terrible wailing howl, more unearthly than any scream, as if the heavens themselves were crying out in rage. Draco heard Harry suck in his breath. Shut your eyes, Malfoy!" And Hermione screams this to Ginny too. They've all shut their eyes. Voldemort starts spinning wildly in the center, shrieking in sudden agony. "My God," Ginny whispered. "What on earth is going on? I thought the ceremony was supposed to make Voldemort all-powerful." "It would have," Hermione said grimly, "if he'd done it right." She beckoned to Harry and Draco, who came towards them, keeping close to the wall. Thick black smoke was billowing up from the pentagram now, nearly hiding the figures inside it. Beyond the pentagram, Lucius had backed up against the far wall, his mouth opened in stunned surprise. As for Tom, Ginny could no longer see him or her brother at all. And Draco turns to Hermione and is like, "You did this somehow. I know you did. What did you do?" And Hermione smiles and reveals that it was double transfiguration. But before she can explain what that means, a figure emerges from the pentagram. It's Ron, who's being helped along by Rhysand. He's not in a good state, having just been burnt by magic fire and had his blood spattered everywhere. "You better hurry," she said, looking at Ron almost anxiously. He hasn't got much more time. And Hermione, hearing this, takes a beret out of her hair. She whispers a few words, and then the beret begins to change. It grows, twists, changes, and eventually becomes the fourth worthy object. The cup. "So that's how you did it," Draco said. "That flask, that wasn't the cup at all. It was a transfigured fake. And Voldemort never thought to check it, since why would you bother hiding something that wasn't the real cup? You're a genius, Hermione." But she shushes him and presents the cup to Ron. It seems to have magically filled with water, and she has him drink it, and he starts healing. He seems to be okay. He opens his eyes and is like, "Oh, hello, everyone." And Hermione bursts into tears. Drink. I really hope I mentioned earlier that girls crying is one of the things that leads to a drink in this drinking game, and that I didn't just start saying it without explaining it. I could go back and check, but I really don't want to. This video is so long, you guys. Anyhow, what Hermione essentially did was take something that wasn't the cup, transfigured it to look like the cup, and then took that cup and transfigured it into the flask. So when Voldemort undid her transfiguration, it only undid the first transfiguration, the one that turned the cup into a flask. But it wasn't the real cup, it was something else entirely. Also, the fact that the cup was disguised as a beret is, I think, the only closure we're going to get for the magical beret subplot. They didn't end up doing anything to help anyone. It was a complete waste of time. Anyhow, because he didn't use the actual cup for the ritual, he was unable to get the tetragrammaton. It completely flopped, and it seems like it really hurt him in the process. I like this, actually. It's a clever solution. It's the kind of thing I can imagine Hermione doing in canon. She explains that since the cup that Voldemort used was a fake, the ceremony has just trapped him inside the pentagram, but that's not going to last for forever, maybe just 10 minutes. Then they realize that there's someone else in the room with them, Tom Riddle, who glowers at Ginny and then runs off. Harry turns to Draco and is like, "You know the layout of this place better than any of us. Go find him." And Draco nods and heads out fast. Apparently, Draco used to come to this castle growing up. This wasn't established until a few chapters ago, and it doesn't really match up with anything else that's been mentioned about it up until this point, but just go with it. Harry released his grip on Ginny, turning to Ron. "If Tom is free, then Lucius," he began, but as he spoke, his grip on Ginny loosened. He tore free and dashed after Draco through the double doors. And Ron is extremely worried about Ginny, so Rhysand is like, "Not to worry, I shall ensure her safety," and then heads after her as well. So many people are chasing after one another. Harry's dubious look came to rest on Hermione. "She's being awfully helpful," he said. "Yes," Hermione said serenely, retransferring the cup into a beret with a flick of her wand. "I suspect you had something to do with it," Harry said. "Maybe so," Hermione agreed, clipping the beret back into her hair. "You're not going to tell me, are you?" Harry said. "I hardly think I'm the only one of us keeping secrets related to Rhysand," Hermione said, brushing the dust off of her t-shirt. And Harry had to admit, he had been locking lips with that succubus creature only a few days after they'd broken up, and he hadn't told her. Yeah, so I didn't mention this because I thought it was just more pointless bullshit, but, when Harry and Draco were at Malfoy Manor for the rehearsal dinner, there was a point where Harry was just hanging out in his bedroom and Rhysand showed up looking like Hermione and tried to seduce him. I think they might have outright had sex. I can't remember. I didn't think it was going to be mentioned again. And it just popped up all of a sudden 800 pages later here and completely threw me off. Hermione at this point actually briefly considers telling Harry that she and Draco kissed earlier, but before they can say anything to one another, Ron interrupts with a strangled noise. "Voldemort," he said a bit indistinctly. "Look, he nearly got out of the pentagram that time. Look, maybe we should..." I guess Voldemort is trying to escape. And so Harry draws his sword, it's Godric's sword apparently, and turns to Ron and Hermione, the only two left. And he says it's time. He has to face Voldemort now while he's trapped in that pentagram. And Ron and Hermione tell him if he's going in, they're going in with him. "Are we ready?" he asked. "Ready," she lied, and Ron nodded. Harry began to walk towards the pentagram, and they followed him, the way they had followed him now for 7 years. Hermione glanced back at Ron, who gave her a nervous smile, before going to follow Harry. And then something struck her, knocking her sideways. "You little bitch," said a cold and icy voice, and she looked up into the winter-gray eyes of Lucius Malfoy. And he enroaches on Hermione and rips the beret out of her hair. "I should have guessed before." I haven't been doing the Lucius voice, but I should have guessed before. When I saw the look on your disgusting little mud-blood face as we were dragging you off, I thought I saw a gleam of triumph in your eyes. You're not stupid, I'll give you that. You have a sort of narrow, vicious cunning to you, like a rat or a weasel. I've heard that about your kind before. Something about the mixing of blood seems to encourage that sort of low cleverness. Dude, you are a Malfoy. Your family is known for being duplicitous. This is the pot calling the kettle black. And he points his wand at her and goes, "Avada Kedavra," and then he stumbles back because Ron has thrown a knife from somewhere and has hit him right in the shoulder. And Hermione wrests Lucius's wand from his hand and goes stupefy. Back in the pentagram, I guess they're not following him after all. Harry is looking around and he can't see much, but he can hear Voldemort still screaming in terror. And he ends up stumbling onto Wormtail, who's tossing and turning on the floor in pain. And this is when Voldemort sees Harry and lunges at him with the Holy Dagger, which is one of the 4 worthy objects, and I just kind of forgot about it. Elsewhere, Draco has finally caught up with Ginny, who he forces not to go after Tom. So now the two of them are just standing in the corridor, and then Rhysand comes. And if you're wondering where all the guards are, where all this is happening, I guess there are no more guards. I guess Harry killed most of them, and the rest of them have fled. Ginny's kind of worried because she thinks that if Tom Riddle dies, she'll die because they're bonded, and that's not how I thought this worked, but whatever. I thought that Tom was tethered to her, but I didn't think that meant that she was tethered to Tom, you know? And then she gets an idea. She turns to Rhysand and is like, "You're a succubus. You suck out souls, right?" Rhysand blinked. "I draw the souls out of men into myself and feed from their power." "Ah," Ginny said. That's very interesting. Interesting indeed. Before we can get any more detail about that, we go back to the battle. This is all because of you. You are the reason the ceremony failed me. And your death. Oh, such a death I had planned for you. Your tortures would have lasted for eternity. He raised his left hand and flung it towards Harry, hissing, but nothing happened. He howled again, raising his fists to the sky. And now I am cheated even of this. The chance to strike you down with my own hand. And this is when Harry realizes, for some reason at present, Voldemort doesn't have his magic powers anymore. He can't do wandless magic. And so Harry stumbles backwards. The dagger before missed him when Voldemort tried to stab him. Actually, it did stab him, but it got plunged into a book that Malfoy gave Harry as a Christmas present that he had in his breast jacket pocket, but it's not important. And he gets ready to face Voldemort again. Tom has reached the front door and discovers that Malfoy has beaten him to it. And Draco gets ready to kill him. I have no wand, no weapon, Tom pointed out. You wouldn't. Oh, but I would, Draco said and laughed shortly. You've mistaken me for Harry. He moved forward then, so quickly that Tom did not even see the movement, only heard the faint rustle as the cloth over his shoulder slipped and parted, gaping open where Draco had cut it, leaving a patch of bare skin. As Tom stared, blood welled up from the thin cut bisecting his shoulder. And then Draco continues to talk to Tom, playing on his weaknesses. If there's one thing his father actually taught him, it was how to do that. He taunts Tom by saying that he and Ginny actually slept together. With a roar, Tom grabs a dagger from the floor that was being held by one of the guards who are now dead, and hurls himself at Draco. He had intended to plunge the blade into Draco's throat, but rage made him sloppy, and the point of it went into Draco's shoulder instead. And for a story where everyone has a magic wand, there's an awful lot of sword fighting and stabbing. What's the deal with that? It's not a big deal, but I'm just saying, I don't remember anyone getting stabbed at the Battle of Hogwarts besides Nagini. And this is when Tom reveals that, yes, in fact, Ginny will die if he dies. I guess Draco didn't hear that when Ginny and Rhys had that conversation. I guess he ran off. Tom said, you really are prettier when you're upset. Who'd have guessed? Back in the pentagram, Voldemort and Harry are ready to face off. It's the battle of a generation. Good versus evil. Orphan versus orphan. Snake guy versus lion guy. The two genders. Voldemort is actually completely unarmed right now. Apparently, the ceremony completely destroyed his wand, and he taunts Harry, calling him a coward, and that's when Harry decides, you know what? Screw it. He pulls out his wand and tosses it to Voldemort as he draws his sword. Pick it up, Harry said. What did I just say about swords in this story? Oh my god. Just kill the man. Holy shit. Pick it up, Harry said. Pick it up and fight me, damn you. You ought to know how to use it. It's the same wand as yours. You are a fool, Voldemort said and snatched the wand up. For the first time in his life, Harry felt that Voldemort might have a point. And yes, he does. You're an idiot, Harry. Stupid, stupid boy. Stupid boy. Fleur was right whenever she called you a stupid boy, because you are dumb. Voldemort shouts an incantation which throws fire at Harry, and he ducks and rolls. And then he points his hand at Voldemort and throws his own fireball back at him. His magic powers are still in effect, so I guess it doesn't matter whether or not he has a wand. Voldemort then summons a giant snake and flails it at Harry, who cuts it with a sword. How Neville Longbottom in Book 7 of you, Harry. Harry skittered back, but Voldemort was already flinging another curse. Crucio! Harry flung his arm up, and the curse hit the flat of his sword. The sword jerked in Harry's hand, a hairline crack fissuring the blade. Wait, what? Since when could you block spells with objects? That's dumb. I mean, it's a magic object. It's Godric's sword, but still, I don't like this. Harry continues to dodge Voldemort's spells, but then one hits him hard, shattering the bones in his arm, and he collapses. Voldemort stopped, looking down at him. Harry tried to raise the sword in his left hand, but Voldemort knocked it aside. Beg me, Harry. Beg me like your parents did. Beg me to spare your life. This is how they died, Screaming, shrieking, and begging. Howling, broken on their knees. Took your mother some time to die, She shrieked and shrieked for mercy. Cowards, both of them. Just like you. She was begging you to save me, Harry screamed. Black dots swarmed in front of his eyes. She wasn't begging for her own life. She was begging for mine. That's not cowardice. It's courage, and I'd rather die than beg you for anything. Voldemort laughed, as if he had been waiting for Harry to say exactly that. Die, then, he said, and raised his wand, pointing it at Harry. Harry threw up his hand, knowing it was too late. Voldemort was already mouthing the words, green light sparkling at the tip of his wand. And then Voldemort screamed, staggering backwards, the curse jetting from his wand but sailing harmlessly over Harry's head. Lowering his arm, Harry saw that Wormtail, not dead after all, had fastened his teeth into Voldemort's leg and was hanging on for dear life. Blood ran down the Dark Lord's leg and puddled on the floor. Like a rat, Harry thought, dazedly staring at the yellow teeth clamped onto Voldemort's calf. Just like a rat. It seems like Wormtail is also pissed at his master, and this gives Harry enough time to right himself. He's still on the ground, and as Voldemort tries to get rid of Wormtail, he starts grasping around, trying to get the sword. But he can't reach it, and he desperately picks up a large shard of the mirror that was part of the ritual, in hopes that he can somehow use it as a weapon. But by this point, Voldemort has killed Wormtail with a dagger, and he has turned back to Harry, points his wand, and declares, Avada Kedavra! A jet of green light shot from the wand directly at Harry. Desperately, he flung his left arm up, as if he could ward off the deadly spell, knowing the gesture to be futile, but he'd forgotten the shard of mirror that was clutched in his hand. A shard of not just any mirror, but the Great Mirror, one of the 4 objects worthy of the name of God. The green bolt of light struck the surface of the mirror and rebounded, shooting back towards Voldemort, only this time it was 1,000 times as bright as it had been, 1,000 times as deadly, and it smacks Voldemort right in the chest, and he howls in agony. Harry starts crawling to where his sword fell and grabs it as Voldemort continues to scream. It seems that with all the different spells and dark magic he's done on himself, it seems that because of all the magic he's done on himself, all the dark magic that he's done to make sure that he's immortal, is now working against him. It's keeping him alive while he is experiencing excruciating, deathly pain. When he finally reached Voldemort's side, he raised the sword in his left hand and thought again of Draco, who had insisted on teaching him how to fight with the hand he didn't favor. In that, as in so many other things, he had turned out unexpectedly to be entirely right. Harry brought the sword down in an arcing sweep that severed the Dark Lord's head from his body. The blade of the sword bit into the marble floor beneath Voldemort's neck, and his scream stopped, instantly and forever. There was only the sound of the wind. It was over. Harry slumped forward in a dead faint. You know, it's funny that Book 7 also ended with the killing curse backfiring on Voldemort. I don't know, just a fun parallel. I mean, in this, the curse does not do it on its own, but, you know, just a fun parallel. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, Hermione and Ron are debating what to do with the still unconscious Lucius Malfoy. Suddenly, a blue sphere of light flies out from within the pentagram, which is still surrounded by smoke, and enters him through his mouth. He went silent, collapsing back against the floor. Hermione, still gripping the wand, bent to his side and pressed her fingers against his throat. He's alive, she said. Anyhow, back in the pentagram, by the way, these two events seem to be happening like 15 feet apart, and they don't seem to be able to see one another. I just find that kind of funny. Harry is now in a pool of Voldemort's blood, which seems needlessly graphic to me. Like, it was a lot cleaner in the books. I'm just saying. I know this is fan fiction. You don't have to stick with the same tone as the original series, but the contrast is still there and feels worth commenting on, you know? Harry had always thought he would feel triumph at this moment, transcendent triumph that would lift him off his feet, but he only felt a great and echoing emptiness and a strange sort of sorrow. Mum, he thought. Dad, I did this for you. You're avenged now. You can have peace. Ginny is making her way back to the ritual room, as is Draco, who has managed to knock out Tom Riddle after all, and he asks Ginny to help him put Tom in chains. And that is when Hermione turns to face the pentagram again and is like, "Oh, look!" because she sees Harry slowly limping out of the pentagram. Ron saw Harry lift his good arm and put it around her and bow his face down into her hair. They clung to each other, filthy and injured and matted with blood. They clung to each other, and Ron looked away. He glanced down at Lucius, still limp as a dead fish. Harry gets the girl, and I get Malfoy's dad, Ron thought wryly. But the old resentment wasn't there anymore. He prodded at it, experimentally, like prodding at a sore tooth, but he felt nothing at all. He didn't really love Hermione. Not that way. It had been a cobweb of dreams, a phantom flower fed on lies and old jealousies. Well, I guess that easily solves one complication in this plot. The love triangle is now officially over. And now it seems that Lucius is cognizant enough to speak. "Draco!" His eyes were wide, rimmed in red, his voice hoarse. "Is he all right?" "Where is he?" Lucius's hands curled into claws and reached for Harry. "The blast! Was he injured?" "You can save your crocodile's tears," Harry spat. "Like you care." "But Harry," Hermione said, her voice was remote, horrified. "He does care." "I know you like to think the best of everyone, Hermione," Harry said without looking at her. but he gave up his parental feelings towards Draco years ago, gave them over to Voldemort like they were so much trash. I know that, Harry, Hermione said quietly, but Voldemort's dead now, and as such, Lucius's ability to love his son has returned. And we're supposed to think that this is like a super beautiful moment, at least I think we are, but he's the one who gave them up in the first place, so fuck that guy as far as I'm concerned. Like, seriously, Lucius was an absolute monster to his son, and this does not erase that. And he still knowingly became the follower of a genocidal maniac whose ideas he agreed with. He's a monster, even if he does love his son now. And this is when Lucius's face contorts in horror because he suddenly remembers that he poisoned his own son. He's still gonna die. I love you, father, he said, and Lucius lunged forward. Draco stepped back, neatly shaking his head. But love isn't enough. It never is. It's true, to be honest. He looked at Harry. I need to talk to you, he said. This is the opposite of the theme of the books where love conquers all. But, as I said, it's true. Humans are complicated. We hurt one another sometimes. We can even cause great harm to people we love. And just because we love them doesn't necessarily erase that. Anyways, the group finds like a little priest hole on the offside of the ritual room, which still has spinning clouds of smoke surrounding it, and they put Lucius and Tom inside of it. They chain them both up. And this is when Harry and Draco start discussing what to do. And Draco says that if Harry feels he should kill Lucius, then he won't be upset. He's done so much evil. But Harry says no. I have done, Harry said, enough killing in the name of light. And if you want your father to live, I will let him live. Meanwhile, Hermione and Ginny are debating what to do with Tom, and they are doing so with Rhysand. They explain to Rhysand that there are two souls within his body. One of them is of Seamus, and one of them is of Tom. And this is when Rhysand says, well, one of you is two souls in one body, but another is one soul in two. Remarkable. Presumably she's referring to Harry and Draco here. Draco turned to Rhysand. I take it you've been Hermione's partner in all this, he said, faking her death, slipping her lockpicks, drugging Voldemort's tea. Wait. When did they drug tea? What? When did this happen? It didn't happen in my notes, and I don't remember it being in the story either. If I did, I must have completely missed it. Okay, so I had to double check just to make sure that I wasn't missing something here, and nope, I wasn't. There was no mention of Voldemort drinking tea before this point. It's complete bullshit. It doesn't seem like him getting drugged mattered one way or another. In any case, you may be wondering why Rhysand has been doing all this. Why has she been helping them? Well, her main job is to protect the Malfoy bloodline, and to look after the well-being of the head of the English branch of the family. And when Lucius Malfoy faked his own death in the last book, he essentially gave up the title, and supposedly never went and reclaimed it again. So the official head of the family right now is Draco, so she is bound by duty to protect him. This is weird to me, to be honest. There's a scene earlier in the story where Lucius barged into Malfoy Manor, claimed it as his own, and then used magic to banish everyone from it, as the manor considered him the true head of the house. But apparently being head of the house is different from being the master of the bloodline, or whatever they're calling Draco now. So there's sort of a slight reinterpretation of things to make this work, I suppose. The story then proceeds to contradict itself after having established this. He turned to Hermione. I bet you told her I'd free her if she helped us. I did actually, Hermione admitted. They just said that she's bound to him, not to his father. So this is a contradiction, like within paragraphs from each other. Hermione then says that Draco can free Rhysand if Lucius gives him permission to do so. I'm so confused. This is so pedantic. Why add this extra clause that he has to go and ask his father if he is the master of the bloodline? I don't get it. It's stupid. It feels like Claire honestly didn't know where the scene was going and never went back to revise it, or that she's just trying to up the word count for no good reason. Draco speaks to his father, gets the permission, he prepares the words which needs to be said to free her, but that's when Ginny intervenes. She wants Rhysand to do one last thing. Elsewhere, Harry is now speaking to Lucius alone. He wants to know what the missing ingredient for the antidote is. I'll tell you, he said huskily. You don't need to threaten me. I'll tell you. It's dragon's blood. It's not ordinary dragon's blood. It's the blood of Argent dragons. Argent? It's A-R-G-E-N-T. Harry pressed the point of the sword in deeper. I've never heard of Argent dragons. No, Lucius said. You wouldn't have. They've been extinct for over 1,000 years. As that's going on, Rhysand disguises herself as Ginny using a glamour, and goes to speak to Tom. She says she loves him and begs him for a kiss. And Tom, thinking this is actually Ginny, goes in for the kiss. Unfortunately for him, That's how she sucks souls out of bodies. Bye-bye, Tom. I'm not gonna miss you, you fucking creep. I guess you're free, Rhysand gasped, so loudly that Ginny looked up. Her gray eyes were wide and full of wonder and amazement. Free? I am truly free? Yes, Ginny said. I need never answer to another Malfoy. You need never answer to anyone, Ginny said. You're free to go prance around half-naked wherever you like. I mean, she was doing that anyways, you guys. Preferably far away from here. Free, Rhysand breathed. And then she was up on her feet and racing towards the window. She threw it open and leaned out into the starry night. Free! She screamed, and turned to look at Ginny. The cold air spilled through the open window, whipped her black hair across her pale, unpretty face. I got the impression she was very pretty. Why are they calling her unpretty now? I don't know. Thank you, she said. Don't thank me. Thank Draco. He's the one who freed you, Ginny pointed out. That is true, Rhysand said, pausing like a bird hovering mid-flight. He can still be saved, you know, she said. She tells Ginny that she alone is the only person who can save Draco because, you know, the Time Turner. And if you're wondering where Lucius got dragon's blood for the antidote, well, there's an explanation for that too. Both the poison and the antidote were the creation of Salazar Slytherin, Lucius said, handed down through the generations of Malfoys ever since. It is a perfect poison, traceless, tasteless, passed down through the slightest wound or scratch into the blood, instantly curable with the antidote. And that is why, when Lucius said earlier that he could always make more antidote, he was apparently lying, or more likely it was just that Cassandra Clare hadn't thought of this stupid extra conflict yet. Anyways, then Ron speaks to Lucius alone, and he says, you know, I'm a diviner now, and like my powers seem to be working really well all of a sudden. You can stay alive, and you can try to be a part of your son's life going forward, but I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. Trigger warning for suicide, incidentally. If you don't want to hear about it, skip to the timecode I share below. He told him and watched the changing colors in Lucius's face as he spoke. With words, he painted a picture of the remainder of Lucius's life, and it was a long life and full of horrors, and they were not only horrors that were visited on Lucius and all that he loved, but the horrors that Lucius would visit on others in his twisted desperation. He spoke of blood and death, and the Malfoy name blackened irreparably, and the mansion brought to earth in a pile of rubble, and the treasures of 1,000 years scattered and destroyed. He spoke of vengeance, and he spoke of humiliation, and he spoke of shame. And as he spoke, he saw that Lucius believed him. And Ron knew that the serpent in the tower had been right, and that he possessed other powers than the power to see the future. Oh yeah, like a gold snake talked to him earlier. I didn't mention it. Again, I didn't think it would be mentioned again, and it doesn't really matter, because the suggestion that he has other powers goes nowhere. There is one way out, Ron said. But it is not for cowards. Anything, Lucius said. And Ron hands him a sword. And Lucius Malfoy slits his own throat. A weirdly anticlimactic end to the story of the main antagonist for this series. Harry, for his part, has wandered off and has found Hermione, who is with Draco. Harry could see everything. The poison, it seems, has finally done all its work. He's now very close to death. Harry could see everything very clearly, limned in pitiless illumination. I think it's lined, and there's another typo in this. Draco's head in Hermione's lap, the bright fringe of his lashes where his eyes had fallen shut, the silver hair stuck to his forehead in pewter strands, the thin hand open against his chest. He's fallen asleep, Harry thought with a crazed lucidity, and as if she heard the thought, Hermione raised her head and saw him there, and her mouth began to tremble. He saw how her hair was stuck to her damp cheeks, and then she set her wand down and reached her hand out to him, and as she did so, she slowly shook her head, answering the question he had not yet asked aloud. The sword slipped from Harry's hand. It struck the stones at his feet with a harsh clang that resounded down the corridor like the sound of a tolling bell. End of part 2, and as such, end of chapter 15. The second half of this chapter was 63 pages long. It's time. This is the last day of filming for this project. This is the last time I'm going to be standing up here talking about these characters and about this fan fiction. I'm feeling a little more emotional than I thought I would, to be honest. This has been such an ongoing thing in my life for the past few years that it feels weird that this is the last time, you know? Today's mocktail is Gertie Root Infusion. It's sparkling grape juice, orange juice, and ginger ale. I'm a little hesitant about this one because I'm not a big fan of orange juice, but let's give it a try. I am a fan of sparkling grape juice and ginger ale, and I think they basically even out, so I'm not hitting the mouth too hard with The orange? Anyways, it's time for the last chapter of the story. Kind of. It has a title. It is titled The Whole of the Law, and the good news is that it is about 73 pages long, making it one of the shortest chapters we've had in a while. We open up at a funeral, and for the first few pages at least, it's unclear whose it is. I'm just going to tell you though, it's Pansy's, who's not on the board anymore, so I don't know why I'm pointing at this blank space. Honestly, as an aside, I am kind of mad at how she was just so, flagrantly killed off. It felt really pointless and mean. I don't know, I kind of wanted her to end up with Ron. Don't ask me why, it just felt right to me. And as the funeral is going on, we jump to the hospital wing where Draco is. He isn't dead yet, thankfully. Ginny glanced down at her feet. He hasn't woken up at all. Madame Pomfrey says he could wake up at any time, but he could also go any time. We've been taking turns sitting with him, except Harry. She's saying this to Blaise, incidentally. Harry's been sitting with him? No, he has. I just mean he hasn't been taking it in turns. He's been there the whole time since Sirius and Professor Lupin brought us back from the castle. We've all been staying at school. Dumbledore thought he could be best taken care of here. Draco could, not Harry. Not that Harry doesn't need taking care of too, but he won't even talk to anyone. He just sits there. After this conversation, everyone starts walking up back to Hogwarts because I guess the funeral was held in Hogsmeade. And then Ginny ends up taking a carriage with Seamus, who's back to normal. I'm sorry. Ginny looked at him. What for? For frightening Blaise. He watched the countryside lurch by the windows in a monochromatic patchwork of black, white, and gray. I don't think I've ever frightened anyone before. Get used to it, Ginny said, and was immediately sorry, for Seamus winced as if she'd punched him. She leaned forward. Look, I'm sorry too. Just remember that it wasn't you, it was someone else wearing your face. You didn't do anything wrong. How many times have I said this over the past 3 days, she thought, and it never seems to make any difference. It seems that Seamus still has memories of his time underneath, Tom Riddle's control, which is unfortunate. How can I be sure he's left me entirely, Ginny? That there isn't some scrap of him left inside me? His voice rose. How can I be sure? Aw, poor guy. Moving on. Ginny gets ready to go and visit Draco, and she knows Blaise Zabini wants to as well, though she seems to be hesitating for some reason. It seems that despite everything, Draco is currently still dying. But not to worry, because Ginny does have a plan to fix this. She just has to get her time turner back again. Apparently, Dumbledore has it in his office. As for Harry, as Ginny mentioned, he's just been sitting by the bed full-time, 24/7. And then he does something that he's never done before. He deliberately tries to reach into Draco's brain while Draco is sleeping. He ends up entering Draco's dreams, and he finds himself in Malfoy Manor in its library, where Draco is sitting cross-legged on top of a desk. He looked up when Harry came in and smiled, the smile of someone who has entered a crowded room full of strangers and at last sees a familiar face. Potter, you've made it, he said, sounding pleased. And about time, too. In a few more hours, I think I'd have had to leave without you. And then there's a weird line of stars in the document, and then the next chunk of the chapter begins and is listed as Part 2, even though the first part of this chapter was not listed as Part 1. It's very strange. Anyhow, Part 2 does have a title. It is Love is the Law, and it opens with Ginny in the Library of Hogwarts, and who does she find? She finds Ben Gryffindor. Way back in time. She made it. She squinted at him. Have you already come forward in time to my house to see me, about 5 days after the New Year in 1996? He looked startled. No, why would I do that? No reason. It sounds like a bit of a lark going forward, he said, raking a hand through the unruly hair of his, so like Harry's. Then he smiled. I hear Gareth. Ginny says that she needs to borrow Gareth's band. Gareth, as I think I mentioned before, is the son of Slytherin, and it looks exactly like Harry's. And in fact, probably is it. She says it'll probably help heal Draco. Ginny explained. She told them about the runic band, its first appearance amid dire warnings, the gifting of it to Harry, and the later poisoning and decline of Draco. She told them how Harry had used the band to save himself, how Draco lay near death, how his father had told them that only the blood of silver dragons could save them. She began to tell them about the rune on the band that matched the rune of silver dragons. Ben and Gareth exchanged a long and helpless look. There are no silver dragons now, said Ben at last. Slytherin caused them all to be destroyed. After all, he made them. That was when I was a child. Helga's time turner won't take you back that far. She made it after they were gone. Then I have to have the bracelet, Ginny said. Please, I know it's important to you, that your father made it for you, she trailed off. She'd never felt so much like a stupid little girl, here begging these two powerful and ancient wizards. Well, alright, they weren't that ancient at the moment. For a bracelet that might or may not save her boyfriend, not that he was actually her boyfriend either. She asks specifically if there's any dragon's blood in the bracelet, and Gareth says yes, but that it can't come off his wrist until he dies. It's enchanted for that to be the case. So Gareth tells her, well, surely the date of my death is recorded in a history book somewhere. Go back home, to the present, look it up, come back in time, arrive at my death date, and take it off my wrist after I'm dead. Back in the present, while all that is happening, or has happened, or whatever, Harry and Draco are still talking. Goodbye, Harry echoed, and when Draco said nothing, he asked, how did you know I was coming? I could hear you, talking to me, like a ghost at the window. He glanced towards the window, seeming not to see the emptiness outside. And Harry's like, nope, I can't let that happen. I can't let you just go off and die. I'm not like you, Draco said, and perhaps you think I'm owed something for my redemption, but I never thought of it that way. I have always done just as I wanted. I wanted to fight with you and for you, and if I changed myself, it was so I might have that. Everything I have done has been for selfish reasons. Don't mourn me, Harry. I haven't changed as much as all that. We cut away from this conversation, back to Ginny, who's back in the present, looks up the date of Gareth's death in a history book, then jumps back in time again and appears in a room right where she's needed, where Ben and Gareth are together and he is slowly dying. You, he said, like the angel of death, you come just as promised, just on time. Let's not play games. You're not here to see what I need. You're here for what you need, aren't you? It was Ron who answered. The runic band, he said. I guess Ron went with her. Ginny had never heard two words spoken so bleakly before. He stood back as she and Ron passed through the doorway and into a narrow room. The only light came from a slit window high overhead. It illuminated the small room with stone-bound walls, a low table covered in a spilled mess of potions, smashed glass from broken vials, and a sticky, thin red substance still dripping from the corners onto the floor. And a bed made of carved wood was very old-fashioned, hung around with black draperies. That was a weird sentence. In the bed, a man was lying. Fur coverlets were pulled up to his waist, and he was naked above that. His face was so ghastly pale that it took Ginny a moment to realize it was Gareth. So, it's only been a few years since she last saw them, from their perspective. Like, Gareth is like 23, probably, at the most, when she's come back to see him. And also, I should probably mention here, I don't think I said it before, that not only do these two guys look like Draco and Harry, they just look like they're like historical doppelgangers. They actually are implied to be a couple. They're allowed to be together, but Harry and Draco aren't. It's insane. And this is when Ron steps away, having realized something. The vision he once had, where it looked like Harry was dying with Draco sitting over him, this was the vision he had. But it's not actually about Harry and Draco, it's about these two. Anyways, back in Dreamland, Harry is trying to convince Draco to keep fighting. They're doing this verbal fighting, back and forth, alongside actual sword fighting. Not like that, once again. And I just started copying and pasting like loads and loads of quotations from the book at this point when I was writing the script, and I don't feel like reading all of this. In any case, Draco pushes back as Harry tries to convince him to try and keep living. He says he's tired, and then we cut back to Ginny, who is back in the present with the runic band that now has the dragon's blood in it, and she rushes off to Snape. And Snape is all like, well then, Miss Weasley, you are not of much use in potions, and so I doubt you will be able to help me. And she's like, no, please, shut up. You're so annoying, you goddamn incel. Okay, she didn't actually say that, but honestly, the movies would be so much better if someone did call Snape an incel. Just once. Anyways, she gives Snape the bracelet, he prepares the potion, and then they hit yet another snag. Remember what Lucius said a while ago before he died? The antidote needs to brew for 1,000 years. And this is when Ginny gets an idea. She asks Snape for 2 vials of the antidote, and then she rushes back up to the library where she flips the time turner over yet again. And she ends up back in the library, and soon Ben arrives as well, and they speak. This time she's arrived a little after Gareth died, so their chronologies are basically synced up, it seems. Ginny tells Ben that one of these vials needs to be given to whoever has succeeded Gareth as the heir of Slytherin's line, and that the other needs to be hidden somewhere in the castle where it can be left dormant for 1,000 years. Also, why would the Slytherin line just keep holding on to this antidote that's not going to be of any use until 1,000 years from now. It's silly. Like, why was one of the bloodline's heirlooms a vial of poison to begin with? Why did no one ever trash that? I would have been like, this is messed up that, like, we just have a vial of poison as part of, like, our, like, inheritance, and I just would either destroy it, or I wouldn't give it to my son, or I'd go and bury it. I just don't want that in my family, you know? I don't know. I need to stop nitpicking, or else we're going to be here for forever. Anyhow, now that we're done, Ginny's now heading back to the present. The 6th journey was not cold, but hot. Ginny fell down and down through rings of fire, each hotter than the last, and the stench of smoke stung her eyes and nose with acrid pain. Falling and burning like an angel cast out of heaven, Ginny thought of Tom as she fell. The cruel blue of his eyes and the ice of his touch. The ground struck her, not her feet, but her side. It seems like all these long journeys to the past are taking a physical toll on her. Her vision's going black, and she's actually started to cough up blood at this point. She starts to pass out, but Blazabini is there with her, and she just manages to give Blaze instructions on where to find the antidote. One of the vials was hidden behind, like, a rock in the castle, like a brick, not a rock, that Ben said was, like, his and Gareth's, like, secret hiding place, and I guess it just stayed there for 1,000 years, and no student ever found it. After that, Ginny passes out. Speaking of passing out, during the sword fight, Draco actually ended up injuring Harry, and I guess this whole, like, dreamscape operates on Nightmare on Elm Street rules, because now he's bleeding IRL, and Hermione is, like, freaking out, being like, oh my god, Draco's dying, and Harry's going down with him. And that's when Ginny is stretchered in. Dun dun dun. Elsewhere in the castle, Blazabini and Ron are rushing to find the antidote. She dropped the stone, which might have crushed her foot if Ron, silently on hand, had not caught it and felt around in the dark space it left behind. The walls of the space were cool and rough. In a moment, her hand closed on something cylindrical and smooth. She drew it out and recognized instantly the vial with its golden stopper that Snape had given to Ginny in the potions dungeon. Suddenly terrified that she might mishandle it, she thrust it at Ron in a blind panic. It's the antidote, she said in a shaking voice, to Draco's poison. And Ron's like, well then, let's get going, and they dash off. And in the dream, Harry tells Draco that he does not forgive him for anything that he's done, because he says that Draco does not need forgiveness. If I said I never meant to hurt you with it, that would be a lie. Did you hate me, Harry asked, when you did it? Oh yeah, Draco revealed that he and Hermione cuddled and kissed that one time, because we still need to have dumb teenage drama, even when we're literally at death's door. I won't say it doesn't hurt, Harry said measuredly. It does hurt. But you can hurt me and I'll still stay. I've hurt you after all. That's different, said Draco. You're a hero. You have to choose the world sometimes. Bollocks, said Harry. Why are you so desperate to damn yourself, Malfoy? Why do you want me to despise you? This is such a boring conversation. Let's move on. All of a sudden, the manor doors of this dream version of the manor fly open and blinding light comes through. They're heading back to the real world. Draco's eyes open, and the first thing he sees is Narcissa, close to tears. And the first thing he says is, Mother, stop that at once. And that's when everyone laughs, because it shows that he's back to his old self. Well, everyone laughs except for me, because I think that was unnecessarily rude. Fuck you, dude. And Harry has also woken up. Everyone's fine. Yay! Also, Ginny's getting looked after and is also gonna be fine. Yay! And the time turner is broken. Rest in peace, I guess. Later, she wakes up and she sees Draco is sitting by her bed. Did I very nearly die? Very nearly, said Draco and paused. It was Finnegan who saved you. Seamus? Really? Really, Draco said. He paused again. Is he... what? Your boyfriend? I don't know, Ginny said, honestly. Was he? She supposed he was. Certainly they'd both been behaving as if he was, and she owed it to him, didn't she? My head, she whispered. It aches so. Also, if you're wondering how Seamus saved her earlier, it's something I skimmed over. Don't worry about it, it's dumb. Draco, Ginny said. There's one thing. Remember when I fell off my broom later when I was in the infirmary? Someone came in and kissed me. Was that you? There was a long pause during which Draco made some minute and unnecessary adjustment to his cuffs. Finally, he said, Yes, it was. Why, Ginny said, with all the pent-up emotion she could muster in her exhausted, filthy, worn-out state. What were you doing? Draco left his cuffs alone. I was confusing the issue, he said, and I have no clue what that means. So, just moving on. She slowly starts to fall asleep, and as such, Chapter 16 comes to an end. It's the final official chapter of this book. So we're done now, right? Nope. We got 2 epilogues left to cover, and that's what most of this packet of notes is about. There's admittedly still a lot of like plot threads left hanging, but these epilogues comprise 160 pages of the fan fiction. That's 10% of the entire story. A little under 10%, but my point still stands. Hang on tight, everyone. We're almost there. Just bear with me. Part 1 of the epilogue is called The Rag and Bone Shop of the Heart. It opens with Ginny closing the final book of the Passionate Trousers series, which is titled Trousers Arise. That's all there is, she thought, bringing her knees up to her chest and hugging them with her arms. She felt indistinctly morose, unsettled even, as she often did when she'd finished a favorite novel. Even when the ending was happy. It was like a death, or at least a going away for a long time. This having to say goodbye to characters she'd come to know and love. I see what you did there, Cassandra Clare. Very clever, because this is the end of your popular fan fiction. Hardy har har. Anyhow, someone ducks into her bedroom door, telling her that there's someone here who wants to see her. It's a Slytherin, in fact. In fact, it is Blazabini. She wants to talk to Ginny. Specifically, she wants to know what Ginny's feelings are towards Draco. And Ginny says she has none. She's with Seamus, after all. Yes, but do you love him? Seamus, I mean. Unbidden, Tom's words arose in Ginny's mind. I am her love, I am her hatred, I am her joy, and I am her loathing and her abhorrence. I am her unrequited passions, I am her guilt and her remembrance. I am her beautiful despair, I am the futility of all her wishes. Out of blood and tears and ink she made me, and I will never leave her. But he had been wrong, she thought. It was she who could not leave. Sure, I love him, but she doesn't sound so sure, and Blaze notes that there appeared to be tears in her eyes. Later that night, Ginny approaches Hermione because she wants help with something. She wants help with a love potion. Hermione dropped her book and, seizing hold of Ginny's wrist, yanked her down onto the windowsill beside her. The curtain fell closed around them. Surely you're joking, Hermione said. Tell me you got into the wine we bought for the wedding and you're really drunk. You're reelingly drunk is what she wrote, but that doesn't come out well. That would be a relief. I'm not drunk. I know exactly what I'm saying. Clearly you don't. Do you have any idea how immoral love potions are? How illegal? Oh, like you care about legality. I know all about the Polyjuice potion. That was a good cause. So is this. Using a love potion on someone is a violation. It robs them of their volition, their will. It's like Imperious, but worse in a way. It's not an unforgivable, Ginny said, her voice tight. And then Ginny explains that she wants to use it on herself. For you? Hermione echoed, staring. Why would you want to take a love potion? Ginny raised her chin defiantly. So I can fall in love with Seamus. Oh, Hermione could feel her righteous indignation trickling away. So I have a question right now. Why the fuck is a new conflict being introduced in the epilogue? What is the point of this? Cassie, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to us? This is when things are supposed to be wrapping up, for God's sake. What if you just aren't meant to be in love with Seamus? Love potions, they're forever. You won't be able to change your mind. I don't want to be able to change my mind. I'm sure he wouldn't want you to do this. Ginny set her jaw. Then don't tell him. I guess she feels an obligation towards him because of what happened between the two of them. I don't know, it's dumb. She explains that Seamus has been going through it recently and is really haunted by what happened to him. Nightmares, panic, torture and guilt. He didn't kill those people, but he feels like he did. It was more my fault than it was his, but I'm not the one who remembers them dying, bleeding their lives out. And I just feel like I should point out here that you can, like, be there for someone and, like, emotionally support them while they're processing their trauma and all that stuff without being their boyfriend. Like, that's allowed. This is stupid. Anyway, Hermione is still resistant, and Ginny's like, fine, forget I asked, and walks off. Elsewhere, Harry and Draco are having a meeting with Snape and Dumbledore, where something really bad is revealed. So some of you may remember that the point that Harry and Draco began to have this psychic bond with one another was when they both took a Polyjuice potion and changed into one another. Well, it turns out that actually, you know what? I'm just gonna read what I copy pasted from the document for this because I feel like it's best heard from Draco. It turns out Dumbledore wasn't quite truthful with us. Wasn't quite truthful? What do you mean? Did he lie? Oh, I guess only Draco spoke to the two of them and now he's talking to Harry. Whatever, there's so much to keep track of. Draco chuckled softly. Sometimes I wonder if the old bastard ever tells the truth. Apparently that's Dumbledore and Snape, didn't quite trust our magic powers to do the job, so they added a little something extra to the mix and voila. An instant, telepathically bonded, Voldemort-fighting, unbeatable team. Turns out, the Polyjuice potion at the very beginning of this wasn't a normal one. It was actually a trick done by Dumbledore and Snape. which honestly, I mean, I could totally imagine Dumbledore doing this, so I'm not mad. I just think this is kind of a dumb thing to add, because the implication in the second book, at least, was that Harry and Draco were one another's source. A source is a person that a Magid is attached to, and they need to be close with them, like emotionally, in order to channel their Magid powers. And apparently, when you're someone's source, you can telepathically speak to one another. And it was even said in the second book that the telepathic link Harry and Draco have is very similar to the one between a Magid and its source. So I kind of figured it would be like they're both the other's source, and that's why they have this telepathic link. But no, apparently it was all just this polyjuice potion being too powerful. But why? Why you? Why did they want that? Well, it had to be someone who was a Magid, would be my guess, so it couldn't have been you or the Weasel. I think they considered Fleur, but dropped her as a candidate. Too flighty. I'm the only other Magid in the school, except Fleur isn't in the school. I still don't understand. Me neither. I think they wanted someone who'd follow Harry anywhere, who'd die for him, protect him to the end. He's the priceless resource, you know. Or he was. That prophecy. No one else could have killed Voldemort, and they knew his nature, of course. How likely he'd be to cut himself free to face the final battle by himself, not wanting to endanger his friends. So they created someone he couldn't cut himself free of. You know, if I'd found out that all of this was calculated by the people in charge, and that, as a result, a lot of horrible shit had happened because of it, I'd be so pissed. Like, so pissed. But it is in character for Dumbledore to do stuff without thinking about the autonomy of his students, and to just flagrantly disregard all sense of morality, so I'm not surprised. Anyways, Draco says that now that Voldemort's defeated, Dumbledore's going to do a spell to undo the telepathic bond that the two of them have. And Hermione's like, are you sure the two of you want that? And Draco's like, well, I can only assume he's sick of me by this point. And then after that, Hermione heads upstairs to speak to Ginny and hands her a tiny vial, because it turns out she did, in fact, make a love potion. She says to only take a sip and to make sure that Seamus is the first person she definitely sees after doing so, otherwise this is going to be a total failure. You made it so fast. Hermione's eyes sparked briefly. I know where to get it, and I borrowed the flask, kind of without telling someone, so keep it hidden. I didn't think you were going to. Yes, well, neither did I, Hermione said shortly. Don't make me sorry I did. And that ends part 1 of the epilogue. It was 43 pages long. Part 2 is next, and is titled Love Never Ends. We have 117 pages left in this document. We cut to some time later, where people are coming to Malfoy Manor for the wedding, for realsies this time. Because of that, Sirius is having another bachelor party to make up for how bad things went the last time, and it's at the bar in the town that's by the manor, and you know who shows up at the bachelor party? Professor Goddamn Snape, who is very drunk at the moment. And remember a while ago where he said that he loves karaoke? Well, ladies and gentlemen, said Snape. He must have done some sort of sonorous charm, Harry thought, because his voice was positively echoing off the roof beams. I would like to sing a song in honor of a friend of mine who is getting married tomorrow. That man, right there, and he pointed at Sirius, is not my friend. In fact, he's something of a tosser, but he is marrying someone I rather like. So in honor of the occasion, I'd like to sing the classic Stag night ballad, I may be a tiny chimney sweep, but I've got an enormous broom. And then he does. And we get the full lyrics of the song, and it lasts for 2.5 pages. It's a bunch of penis metaphors. It's a bunch of penis jokes, okay? Just think of a penis joke and you've already got it. You're good. You're good to go. Back at the manor, Draco has both of his epicyclical charms and has come to a decision about them. He goes outside onto the manor's grounds and goes to the bottomless pit that they still have. Someone should get rid of that. It seems like a hazard, and it's probably really ugly as well. And he drops them down into it to make sure no one can get them and that no one can use them to hurt him. That's it, said Harry. Draco looked at him sideways. Are you angry with me? No, Harry said, mildly surprised that it was true. And in a way, I guess it's the best thing you could have done with them. It's fitting. And why's that? Because, Harry said, now some part of you will always be flying, whatever that means. That night, Ginny is tossing and turning and being unsure about all of this. And then she decides, you know what, the wedding's tomorrow, Seamus is going to be there, I'm going to take the potion then. The wedding itself went off without a hitch. It was small, much smaller than the evening's reception would be, and took place in the rose garden which Narcissa had so carefully cultivated since Lucius had left the manor. There were white roses everywhere, a trellis of them hung over the altar. Floating charms kept bouquets of them spinning in midair. Narcissa walked to meet Sirius, who was standing between Draco and Lupin and looked very pleased with himself. Narcissa, who walked down the aisle on her own, was beaming and looked beautiful, but the scent of the flowers made Ginny feel vaguely nauseated. The kindly-looking wizard who Narcissa had contracted to perform the marriage service had begun speaking. Ginny had gathered that he was some sort of distant uncle of Narcissa's, but he rather resembled Dumbledore's brother, the one with the unfortunate predilection for goats. Is that canon? I feel like Dumbledore made a joke about that in one of the books. Let me know below if I'm wrong or right about that. At the moment, he seemed to be reciting some sort of poem. "Love," he began firmly, "drives all the world. For in the words of Paul," and he starts reciting this poem until suddenly Seamus bolts out of his seat and runs out of the room. Ginny began to push her way down the aisle of chairs when a hand shot out and gripped her wrist. It was Hermione. "Don't you dare go after him," she whispered. Harry, seated beside her, blinked. "But Hermione, someone has to," Ginny whispered back, acutely conscious of all the people around them staring. "He might hurt himself or something." And Hermione's like, "I'll go, not you. You need to stay here." Also, as an aside, it's established later that Blazabini is now an item with Ron. They're like dating now. Okay, so I find this weird because, as mentioned before, Blazabini is established to look kind of like Ginny. So Ron is dating someone who kind of looks like his sister. And need I remind you that another piece of Cassandra Clare's fanfiction from this period was a piece of Ron-Ginny incest titled Mortal Instruments. It's not actually the basis for the plot of The Mortal Instruments. It's literally just like 5 or 6 pages of the two of them just having extremely graphic sex in the burrow, and there's no other plot really. It's weird that she not only named her published series after that, but it's also weird that she seems to be like kind of echoing that a little bit with the two of them getting together here. Ron is still getting with someone who is sort of like his sister. I hate that. After the ceremony, it is discovered that Seamus has disappeared completely from the manor and has left a letter. "I love you, but I can't do this. Something's wrong and we both know it. I don't know how long I'm leaving for, but I'll come back." It always comes back to that, she thought tiredly, doesn't it? Those 4 words. "I love you, but..." Full disclosure, I don't know why Claire has decided to complicate things like this. Like, I don't get the whole love potion thing. I don't know why she feels like she needs to keep this love triangle, or whatever we're calling this, with Seamus going. I got the impression at the end of the last book that Ginny and Draco would be the ones getting together, and that made a lot more sense. And as such, I don't know why they keep drawing out this potential pairing between her and Seamus when Draco is right there, and he, frankly, is a much more interesting character and much more central to the actions of the story than Seamus is. Anyways, with Seamus gone, Ginny decides to take Draco on as her +1 to the reception, which I'm assuming he was invited to anyways because it's his mom who's getting married, but I digress. Anyways, because he's now her official +1, he's kind of acting as her date to the event. The reception's begun, everyone's dancing, grooving out to the music, do-do-do-do-do, and then Harry turns to Hermione, and he asks Hermione if she wants to marry him. She looked up at Harry's face, Harry's beautiful, beloved, so familiar face, his green eyes so wide and hopeful, and said, "No, Harry, no, I couldn't possibly. I'm sorry, but no." And Harry seems to take this well, all things considered, or at least I think he does, because we cut away to something else right after that, yet again, because there's someone else at the party. It's Rhysand, who is here to speak to Ron, of all people. Actually, it turns out it was Ron who summoned her to the party because he wants to talk to her. He asks her if she can time travel, and she says she apparently can. And then he pulls out the bracelet that Gareth had that had the dragon's blood in it. "I need you to take this into the past to give it to someone," he said. "Seeing the future has unhinged your mind, diviner," she said with a shake of her head. "What would be the point of that? Because you've already done it. Look, I know you have, because you're the one who gave this band to Charlie to give to Harry. And you warned Harry about it later, but you can't have done that yet or you'd remember it." Rhysand looked around at him through grey unblinking eyes like a snake's. "Who is Charlie?" she asked. Ron turned and pointed through the window. "There. My brother. That one." I'm a little impressed that Cassie remembered to circle back to this plot point to explain where the bracelet came from, so kudos to her for that. Except the Rhysand that we meet at the end of book 2 can't be Rhysand from the future. It can't be her from this point in time, because she arrives at the party to give Malfoy a letter from his father telling him that he's still alive. She's acting as a messenger from his father. And Rhysand came in on the arm of Charlie when she walked in, so she should know who Charlie is. And also, Charlie said that the person who gave the bracelet to him was a hooded figure. So this is a complete contradiction. She's forgotten some details about the last chapter and hasn't bothered to check. Yet again. I can do that, said Friesen equably, sliding the band onto her wrist. She leaned forward then, shaking her hair out. You won't kiss me goodbye? I can't, said Ron with false regret. Girlfriend. Then tell me if I'll ever see you again, diviner. No, said Ron, and this time his regret was real. You won't ever see me again, but you'll live a long time. Thousands of years, and you'll forget me and forget my name, but I hope you will remember. Friesen drew back. She looked intensely strange and fey in that moment, the moonlight whitening her ageless face. Remember what? That there is some value even in those of us who are ordinary, and that there is more to love than pain. Sometimes it can even make you happy. And at that she did smile. A real smile that looked nothing like a mask. She rose lightly to her feet, balancing on her toes on the edge of the railing. They're out on a balcony. So precariously that Ron reached for her without thinking. She stepped backwards, away from his hand, and vanished. Ron raced to the railing and looked over it into the gardens, but she was gone entirely, leaving on the echo of her silvery laughter behind. There's an illustration of this in the book. I shall share it with you now. It is this. Later during the party, Harry and Draco talk, and it seems that Harry is, in fact, very upset that Hermione didn't take his proposal. Although, honestly, they're like 17. Of course she said no. Harry then goes and talks to Hermione, and she explains herself. Ever since I met you, Harry, all the time I've known you, your life has been about one thing, killing Voldemort. And I always thought it was sad that your life could never really be about you or what you wanted, that all of what you could accomplish was narrowed down to that one thing. But I understood it. It was life or death for you. For all of us. The problem is, Harry, that you never learned to live any other way. Since Voldemort's been dead, I've watched you trying to make your life about something else. And now you want to make your life about me, and I won't let you. If I loved you less, maybe I would let you. Maybe I'd be glad I had a boyfriend who showed me such devotion. But I love you too much to let you go on never knowing what you really want or who you really are. And they both cry a bit at this, and Harry actually accepts this explanation. Elsewhere in one of the Manor's bedrooms, Ginny and Draco are having a conversation about their relationship and dynamic, and they end up having sex. And then we get a conversation somewhere else in the Manor between Sirius and Lupin, and we get this insane reveal. Those books of yours are doing pretty well, too. Yes, actually, Remus began and stopped, realizing. My books, he said slowly. Sirius was grinning. I do know, you see. I'm not a complete idiot. You mean you know? That you're Aurora Twilight? Of course. How? I don't. I remember when you used to tweak Lily for reading those books, Sirius said good-naturedly. You always said you could write one yourself in a week and make 1,000,000 galleons. It turns out the writer of the Passionate Trousers books is Professor Lupin. This feels a little questionable because he's like the most queer-coded male character in the original series, but it's whatever. I'm kind of delighted by this regardless. The next day, Ginny wakes up and discovers that she is in Draco Malfoy's bedroom. How scandalous. More importantly, though, she discovers that there's someone here to see her. It's Seamus, who has finally come back. Seamus says he knows that she's just staying with him out of guilt, and he doesn't want that for her. He's heard about the love potion from Hermione. She told him after all. He's like, I know you have feelings for Malfoy. Go and be with him. It's almost like this entire relationship wasn't really built on much to begin with. He takes it extremely well, to be honest. Good luck, Seamus said. And I hope Malfoy makes you happy. So do I, Ginny almost said, but she stopped herself, knowing it wasn't what she really meant. I am happy, she said, but not because of Malfoy. Anyways, that day is the day when Harry and Draco are going to lose the telepathic connection. They've gone up to Dumbledore's office. Snape's got a potion. He's like, if the two of you drink this, it'll be completely broken. And then Harry stops and is like, wait, I'm not sure I want to take this. Technically, Harry, you are correct, Dumbledore said. Neither of us have any real authority over you, but I think you'll agree with me, won't you, that I have always looked out for your best interests. Yes, sir, Harry said more quietly. Dumbledore's sincerity was much harder to take than Snape's angry bluster. Looked out for his best interests, said Draco, suddenly surprising everyone in the room, even Harry. You dumped him, as a baby, on a bunch of soulless muggles who tortured him for 11 years. You've tossed him in front of dragons, let him stand up to Dementors alone, left the responsibility of saving his godfather from Azkaban entirely on his own shoulders when he was 13 years old, and you say you've always looked out for his best interests? Yes, thank you, Draco. I could kiss you if you weren't fictional and also 17. That sounded creepy. Cut that out, David. Dumbledore raised his head, his glasses a gold blur in the dimness. I did not realize, Harry, he said quietly, that you held such a catalogue of resentments as that. I don't, said Harry, almost surprised that he meant it. I know you've always looked out for the Wizarding World's safety first and mine second. I don't resent that. It was what you had to do. I've always admired you for it and tried to be like you, to make unselfish choices. My whole life was always about trying to be whatever it was that I had to be, molding myself into what was needed at that moment to fight Voldemort. But Voldemort's gone now, and I'm not a child any longer. The decisions I make now are going to have to be about my own life, and what kind of man I want to be. You can consider this my first decision, if you like. I'm not happy about this. Harry has every right to be angry with Dumbledore. This is the case in the book series as well, and the movies. Like, he just kind of accepts all this as being in the name of the greater good. And I can understand someone intellectually understanding that and trying to make peace with it, but humans aren't robots. It would make sense for him to feel anger at this. It's weird that he doesn't. Draco also says he doesn't want to break the bond after all. He wants to keep the connection. I don't know why this plot point about it potentially being reversible was introduced if they were just going to reject it after all, but whatever. Feels like a waste of time. They end up leaving the office, and this is when they start chatting. You said you were still going to travel around the world, said Harry, that you hadn't changed your plans. Draco shook his head slowly. That's true. I was wondering if you'd mind if I came along with you. I've never seen the world at all, not outside England, unless you count nearly starving and freezing while hunting down the Dark Lord, which I don't. Do you think they're going to get onto, international magical hijinks during their travels? I hope so. I'd love that. Someone please write that fanfiction, please. But not before writing the one where Fleur is the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. We gotta have our priorities straight, and rom-coms come before adventure stories, apparently. Draco says that they're going to leave in a week, and during that week, everyone kind of takes things easy. I guess a lot of people stayed over at the manor for the wedding, but soon everyone who was visiting heads back to their homes. Harry and Hermione say their goodbyes, they're in tears. It seems like despite the fact that the marriage proposal was rejected, they are still together. And then Draco and Harry prepare to leave. But after they get into a carriage, Draco says he wants to make a stop somewhere before they leave the UK. Specifically, he wants to go back to Hogwarts. He wants to go and look in the Mirror of Erised. He goes inside, they somehow find it, and he looks. And it turns out Draco doesn't see anything anymore. Just himself, on his own. Harry looked at Draco with some amusement. I guess what you told Snape was the truth, that you're content. You must be. I suppose I am, said Draco, as if this was still something of a revelation. Harry grinned. You don't even mind being my shadow? He said it as a joke, but to his surprise, Draco looked at him long and steadily without humor or annoyance or anger, only with a sort of level of consideration. If I am your shadow, he said, silently, and at last, it's only because you are my light, and the one cannot exist without the other. He said it without affect, as if it were simply and obviously true, and Harry thought that after all, perhaps it was. They had reached the ground floor now, and the sun was streaming in through the open double doorways that led outside, laying a glinting path along the worn flagstone floors. And as Draco set his feet on that path, he thought for a moment that he could see the shape of his life, stretching out before him like a shining line, and for the first time he knew with surety that it would be a life that was well worth living. And thus ends Draco Veritas, and with it, the entirety of Cassandra Clare's Draco trilogy. Holy shit, we're done. I hope you enjoyed taking this absurd journey with me. I feel like I should give some of my own thoughts about the story now that it's over, although I think I got my opinions about it across pretty easily. This book in particular, more so than the other two, feels like she's either drawing the entire thing out deliberately because she wants to keep her popularity in the fandom going, or she's got intense writer's block and it's just drawing things out because she can't figure out where things are going to go. Or maybe it's some sort of combination of both. The result is this story that's wildly all over the place, that sets things up that don't get resolved until much later, if at all sometimes, and is overall just a very frustrating read. I don't like how Lucius's storyline ended. I wish Ron got a bit more to do and wasn't so sidelined. Ginny got more to do than he did, for God's sake. Speaking of Ginny, I should probably talk a bit about all the shit that went down between her and Tom Riddle. The Time Turner stuff is needlessly convoluted. It's this weird arc where Tom's like an abuser who seemingly groomed her when she was 11, and it's implied this is why she's attracted to Draco, at least according to one chapter. I'm just going to memory hole that and pretend it didn't happen because she ends up with him at the end of the story. Of all the things in this story, the Tom Riddle stuff was by far the ickiest. I've complained about this story feeling kind of homophobic and about it being over long and over melodramatic and all this other stuff, but This made me uncomfortable in a way nothing else in the story actually did. I also wish things were just shorter. Like, that goes without saying, this story is 1,700 pages long, and it did not need to be that long, as I'm sure you can tell. Some of the pacing problems in it may be because of how it was serialized. You know, a chapter was released every few months, maybe a few a year even at some points. But the final result is this unfocused and sprawling narrative that kind of feels directionless at times. Remember that scene where Harry and Draco made a trip to Lily and James's grave? That didn't actually go anywhere. Like, they ran into Rhys-Anne, and that's the only thing that happened. It didn't actually add anything to the greater narrative. I could have jumped over it entirely and we wouldn't have missed anything, in fact. What else can I say? This fanfiction was bad. Like, really bad. The worst story in the Draco trilogy, full stop. And if you are wondering what my thoughts are on the Draco trilogy as a whole, I have to say that whilst there are small parts of it that I like, I don't think it's particularly good. By the time I finished reading Draco Veritas, I was struck by how weirdly disjointed the entire trilogy felt. Like, certain bits of lore and relationship building carry from one book to another. Besides that, they all feel very disjointed. Each book is about a different threat. And that's fine, but it does make the whole thing feel a little episodic at times. I don't know how to put it, really. Like, the first book is this fun romp of a fanfiction, but it ends with allusions to a greater narrative. The second introduces this idea that multiple characters are descendants of the Hogwarts founders and that there's a great destiny there. And then the third one doesn't do anything with that. Like, the descendant stuff ends up being a lot less important than it was in the last one, and it focuses more on a sexy demon lady that Cassandra Clare made up and Voldemort going after some new MacGuffin more than anything else. Also, a lot of these stories took place in, like, castles or giant creepy mansions and were about the characters sneaking around or trying to escape them, often whilst one of them was suffering under the effects of some potion or something like that. Like, in the first one, there's a polyjuice potion that's affecting Draco and Harry. In Draco Sinister, Hermione gets put under a love potion, and then in this one, Draco ends up getting poisoned. I don't know, when I put each of these things side by side, the similarities are very striking, is all I can say. All in all, though, I just wouldn't recommend giving this series a read if this series has made you curious. I can see why it's remained kind of buried and forgotten for so long, despite it being written by someone who's so successful. They're really long and kind of generic. Like, there were points when I was reading this where I felt like I could have been reading any fanfiction. It just felt so bland and generic. I have a lot of editing to do now, so I suppose I should get to it. This has been a really interesting experience. I can't believe I've now recapped all of these stories. I started doing this in, I think it was 2022. Maybe 23, I can't remember. No, it was 2022, and here we are, like 2 years and some change later, and it's done. I don't know what else to say, really. It's weird, you know? I don't know if anyone's been here from the beginning, but if you are, you mean so much to me. I'm not even kidding when I say that. Thank you so much for coming along on this journey with me. I don't know how to end this, but this has been a wild ride, you guys. And now it's over. Okay, that ending was a little anticlimactic, I have to admit. So here I am, editing David, just to say a bit more about just how much this whole experience has been for me. I started working on the very first Cassandra Clare video when I was making plans to move up here to Portland, but I was still living with my family down in LA. Like 6 months before that point, I had read the first 2 Draco Trilogy books, and I just couldn't get them out of my head. It was driving me crazy that that no one seemed to have ever spoken about them online in any detail. And I just got the idea that I could do it like with a conspiracy board, and just that idea began to develop, and I was kind of just waiting to move up here to start my job. So I had a lot of free time, and I got it done in like a couple of weeks. I uploaded that first video while I was staying in an Airbnb while trying to find my own place here in Portland. And at that point, I just kind of decided that was all I was going to do, although I did wonder if maybe one day I would do at least the second book. And then one day, the video just kind of exploded. Didn't do that well for a long time, and then it did crazy well. And I felt like I had to. Like, I had people who were enjoying it, that I had to do something with that. I had to continue it. So I started working on a video about Draco Sinister. And in between me working on those 2 videos, I began making other videos. The first Cassandra Clare video was kind of what started me working on stuff for YouTube to begin with. And so it feels a little weird to be saying goodbye. So I just wanted to just share that. I'm not using a script right now, as I'm sure you can tell. I'm stuttering a lot. I just wanted to share that so you could understand how these silly little videos, well, they're not that little. This video is going to be like 5 hours long. How much they mean to me and how much you guys mean to me. Growing up, there wasn't a lot of time for me to really explore doing things creatively. I used to like dream about having a little YouTube channel, doing things like that. And now I've had a chance to do that, and I'm still doing it. And it's all because of you guys, obviously, but also because of Cassandra Clare. It's because she wrote these silly little stories that I'm doing something that I've always kind of imagined and wanted to do since I was a teenager. And so I just wanted to take a moment just to like stop and appreciate that, because we're going to be saying goodbye to the Draco trilogy for forever now. And I hope you all enjoyed it. I certainly did, despite all the stress. And yeah, that's all I have to say. I don't really have a way to end this. Just thank you so much. If you enjoyed this video, leave a comment, and I shall see you whenever I next post. Y'all mean the world to me.